actually got up on WCPT, and I'm filling in for Joan Esposito because she's out and about. I'm Hal Sparks, man about town. Thanks for joining me as I fill in today. So much news to get to, and I feel like right out of the gate, I am, by the way, for the record, bleary-eyed this morning, my time, this afternoon, yours, or ish, because since getting up this morning at about 5 a.m., I have been reading the transcripts of yesterday's trial, and a bit of Friday or Thursday, I guess it was, of last week with the Michael Cohen testimony, and the Costello clearing the decks, empty the courtroom, law and order, glung glung magic that happened yesterday in the courtroom. Just fantastic stuff. Nail biting, riveting, interesting in its tedium and its boring, absolute, I guess, law school 101 lawfare for dummies aspect of the trial itself. I find, I've got to say, and by the way, I believe we will be taking calls 773-763-9278 to talk about any myriad of issues. And in this, in going over the trial transcripts, I have to say, I don't have to, but I'm going to, by God, that there is the best part about it. The trial, because you can kind of see everything coming. The people who represent Donald Trump are so ham-handed that you can see exactly what they're going to do from the opening of the trial. The people that are representing the people, the prosecution, are so professional that you absolutely can tell what they're going to do, because it's going to be, and I think this will be the theme going forward, wonderfully normal. If I can say anything about the presidency of Joe Biden and the alleged legal ramifications that Donald Trump is finding him on the receiving end of, that all of it, regardless of the oh dear God, there was dramatiness in the courtroom. I can make up words. I don't care, because I don't have the best words. I have the weirdest ones. Specifically, the best thing about it is it's just sheer normalcy. That even the dramatic moments, even the parts where the judge is shutting down something that the prosecution or the defense wants to do, it's tremendously normal. It is in keeping with settled case law and a vibrant approach at making sure that there is a constant through line in our legal system for every citizen, even when that citizen is a former president and they are apparently convinced that they're no longer a citizen because they were once president. Right. And by the way, hi, chat room. You can chat with me at infotainmentwars.com or at twitch.tv/Hal Sparks. You can support my show and my existence online at patreon.com/Hal Sparks and through super chats and the like. But I like I said, I have been reading the transcripts all day. You can barely see it if I hold it up on camera at the live stream. And I gotta say, for all the talk about how Cohen may have incriminated himself and all these little hits that might have benefited Trump, or in theory they thought they were going to benefit Trump, they didn't. Most of the jury seems to be wise to what Blanche and the others are trying to do, and whatever chance they had at maybe swaying one of them, they ruined it by having their own who's on first with Cohen's former attorney Costello on the stand, being so argumentative, noisy, and grumpy, basically being Trump's id on the stand, that they ruined it. And again, this is par for the course. You have to understand that in the case of the Donald Trump, he is without a doubt the losingest loser that has ever lost in the history of loserdom. And thank you for the vibes sticker, Tina, in the chat room. Appreciate you guys. And don't forget to hit that like and subscribe and all that kind of stuff that I'm supposed to say when I'm live streaming and I always forget to do. Now, there is the love. There's so much to this today, but I want to start, if I may, and this kind of goes to the whole the power of normalcy, if I may. And we will, of course, get to the fact that Tommy Tuberville, who has been apparently making a good living lately, scuttling any, I guess, possible sense of continuity in our military, is now barking up Kremlin talking points and has gone back. He's like doing the oldie but a goodie. He's going back to the whole NATO expansion caused the Russia-Ukraine war. Adorable. Just early Jackson Hinkle Trump land BS about something apparently that happened 9 years ago in cross conversation. Somehow triggered Russia to immediately need to attack today, now, right this very moment, now in in February 2 years ago. But here is there are two kind of primary stories, and one that I think is key to the entire narrative around Joe Biden, that the right, that Boebert, that MTG and the Freedom Caucasians have all been pushing, is that China has been funneling money to Joe Biden, and therefore China is eating our lunch or something, and they're getting everything they want, and they're stomping all over us. Now, I know what you're thinking. If you have even a cursory knowledge of what's going on in the news at all, you'll go, but what about the CHIPS Act and the biggest limitations on technological sharing with China that's ever happened since before Nixon opened up China, right? You're going, I think I heard something about the Biden administration putting forward the CHIPS Act and then presenting it in Congress, voting on it, and it passing and Biden signing it, which almost single-handedly set, the CCP specifically, not the Chinese people, because they are good people, and ultimately, hopefully, they will find their way out of this mess in the same way that we found our way out from under both Bush and Trump. But they, the CCP itself, this is the biggest limitation the CCP is experiencing in terms of being able to steal our intellectual property and use it for military usage, the CHIPS Act. And that you would be right in recognizing that. And you would also be right at being oddly confused, it would seem, at why the Republicans still think this is a talking point with the China money. That's right. Thanks, Gary. China money. This China money. He's got all of Biden's China money. Well, I don't know what the Chinese government was apparently paying him for, but it certainly wasn't to have him, sweep the leg, Johnny style, on their economy and their technological advancement. Single-handedly removing them from the process of having the newest computer chips and leaving them with like third generation chips in a 10th generation world. Right? That I don't think that's what they would be, I suppose, paying him for. If they are, I don't get it. It must be the greatest rope-a-dope since 1991 when the USSR convinced everyone that they were gone and that Russia was now going to be a normal member of society. Boy, was that a trick. But the story I want to present to you real quick is just kind of two behind-the-scenes stories. One is that Biden has just signed an executive order to cut China off from the American people's sensitive data. So there are, as we know, issues with data brokers in the world where they buy and sell your data online from different sources. So when you blindly sign off on these giant terms of service on any number of digital services, or at the hospital when you're ill and they make you sign a piece of paper and you're like, wait a minute, you can post my medical records online all of a sudden, those kind of things. We are in desperate need of a bill that affects the data brokerage within the United States. That has to happen through Congress. But the president does have the ability to sign an executive order and limit those companies, even though he can't limit them within the United States because that has to be set as a new law. he can limit who they can sell that data to, because whatever you're as a products as an American company, you are subject to sanctions and the limitations of sanctions. And so after trying to, I suppose, negotiate with them in good faith to do this, and by the way, I'm filling in for Joan Esposito today. For all the people who are confused online, I will be on for a good 5 hours today. 3 hours of her show, 2 hours of mine right after at infotainmentwars.com. And of course on WCPT, Chicago's Progressive Talk. So while Biden cannot magically create a law out of thin air that would limit data brokerages, ability to sell your personal data to other companies, they can enforce sanctions, and specifically the sanctions that Biden put on China and North Korea and other countries, which we will also get to North Korea in a minute, because again, I don't know how Biden's terrible at being a communist. I'm just going to tell you this right now. You're going to be if you're hoping he's going to be a communist, or you're counting on him being a communist, you're going to be very disappointed, because not only is he not one, but he refuses to help the worst ones in the world. So, President Biden issued an executive order. It's going to come out Wednesday. The lawyers are still checking it, but it starts this Wednesday, that will bar companies and individuals in the United States from selling certain types of large sensitive data sets to 6 countries: China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, Cuba, and Venezuela. These are, by the way, under the envelope of a specific type of security-based sanction that we have. Now, there are other countries we have these kind of issues with, but they don't have a mechanism to buy this stuff or be a conduit. So, amid the failure of Congress to pass privacy legislation, Wednesday's executive order represents the Biden administration's most serious attempt to date to regulate the growing data broker industry. As companies collect increasing amounts of data and find ways to monetize it, the data broker industry has made ever more granular data available for sale, and national security officials are increasingly concerned that this data is being purchased by U.S. adversaries and used to carry out blackmail or surveillance. It's also being used in large part, and this is in the related story to this. And again, I know what you're also thinking. Hey, Hal, this doesn't seem like something new. This seems like something that any president in the last, 7 years could have done, right? As the brokerages started getting online, maybe end of the Obama era, right? Where nobody was quite sure what the market would be, and it was just starting to flourish just then, but it really took off somewhere around 2018, and they really started, dancing in gold coins like Scrooge McDuck. Where was all that money coming from? Well, it certainly wasn't coming from within the United States. So one of the things that comes from this, and this is why, since, this seems like something, I think, that an American president would be concerned with. Yes. And that the Congress itself would be concerned with. Now, we know we have a do-nothing Congress, and we have Marjorie Taylor Greene and certain Tuberville-esque senators running interference on things, and we have the Freedom Caucus curtailing things as they come through committee. I don't know why they seem eager to hamstring these industries in terms of their ability to sell the private data of Americans to specifically these countries, but they sure do. But on top of that, I think the biggest question that's on everyone's mind is like, hey, Hal, I'm curious, couldn't Trump have done this? I mean, it was an issue in 2019. Before even COVID happened, before he even got mad at China, right? Allegedly. Which he still sucks up to she and can't stop kissing his backside. But wouldn't you think, like the CHIPS Act, which really became a necessity around the same time, around 2018, one would think that there's nothing major that has changed in terms of the arc of technology that would have made it impossible for Donald Trump to pass something like the CHIPS Act. It obviously passed with bipartisan votes. It was obviously necessary for national security. It's obviously necessary for American industry to maintain their standing in the world. But Donald Trump didn't do it. Why? Why not? Why wouldn't he pass a bill like that? Why wouldn't he want the street cred of protecting the United States citizens and our businesses from intellectual property theft and the use of our technology for the Chinese military. Why in the world would he do that? And perhaps I have a reason on the other side of the break. We're right up against it. It's Al Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito today. Please hang around. The story gets deeper right after this. I hope Chicago can hear me. Are you feeding me music, Chicago? I just want to know. Are you there? Please tell me I'm still on the air. Okay. Yeah. After all that. Okay, good. Yeah, feed me, if you could, just feed me the bumper music, like a little bit of it to and fro, so I know, I'm off air and that can clear.
It's all set up. Yeah.
Great. And your and audio's good. Everything's solid.
Yeah, you sound fine. I'm concerned though that if you take a caller, there might be an echo because I'm echoing.
I see. You're getting an echo back. I see. I will try and remedy that for you. You shouldn't be. Check for me again.
Okay, no, I echoed again.
Okay, hold on one second.
You can take this next segment all the way to the top of the hour, by the way.
Gotcha. Okay, I think I know what the issue is. So,
okay.
How about now? Do you hear yourself now?
Okay, test 1, 2. I'm still echoing.
Okay, let's try this one. How about now? Check 1.
Okay, 1, 2. Still echoing.
What the heck? It doodled. All right.
Weird day, huh?
Yes, it is. It's all right, though. We'll figure it out.
30 seconds delay.
Okay, thank you. B2. Okay. So I should be sent. I see. I know what it is.
Okay.
I think I've got an idea. Check 1. Check. No. Okay. System out and B3. Okay. Check. There we go. And then I'll send you. I'm going to switch my send to you. And hopefully that will fix things. Check 1. Check. You hear me, right?
Okay, 1, 2.
Okay, hold on one second.
Still
that's okay. You should.
Attention, everyone.
Joan Esposito, live, local.
Here we go.
Progressive.
Filling in today for Joan, live from Chicago.
Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality.
Excellent.
Al Sparks.
Welcome back. We're going to see if we can take calls. I'm trying to get my my loopage out. I hope Chicago isn't looping. We'll figure that out in just a moment. But in the meantime, I've got plenty of story to talk to you about. Specifically, the related to what I was just telling you about how the Biden administration is taking the necessary steps to protect your personal data. And again, the theme being hashtag wonderfully normal. That Biden, while giving speeches and doing fundraisers and the campaign and that kind of stuff, his cabinet and himself are constantly working on the issues that come up that just are part of the normal governance. Because let me tell you something, folks. I'm a weird guy. I live a weird life. I'm a comedian and a musician, and I tour and I have shows, and my schedule is all over the place, and I live stream and I mix all these things together. My world is very topsy-turvy in that regard. So I would rather not have, considering all the moving parts of that, and I think a lot of you understand this, even people who have a normal schedule have a fairly weird life in terms of, extended family, friendships, trying to have a social life, all that you would rather not have to worry about elements of the government just functioning normally, that you wouldn't want to have to check in on whether or not the government is going to shut down every 6 months. You know what I mean? Like, none of us need to be giving up that kind of hard drive space in our head on the regular, because it's better used somewhere else. Right. And I think that's where Biden and in many ways Obama with the ACA and Clinton and Carter and Democrats in general as presidents try to be what I would call foundational presidents. Not that they are trying to redo the founding of our country, but indeed that they are just more concerned about the foundation of the United States so that you can get on with your life. You can build on top of a strong foundation, infrastructure that is reliable. An internet itself in the United States that is not reliant on you to constantly police it. You don't have to worry that on your way to the hospital if the hospital is going to get hacked and shut down. That should be their gig, and they should work on it. Most government, I believe, should operate like the FAA. You should be aware of it working, but it should work pretty much without thinking about it because there are competent people involved. Yeah? Okay. So in general. Now, when we come to things like the CHIPS Act, and which is increasingly important in the world of, as AI affects what we're going to, how we're going to live in this country, believe me, it is absolutely going to be a crucial part of your life, whether you like it or not. I have a friend in Chicago. He might be listening right now at work. It's entirely possible. A good friend from high school who was a latecomer to cell phones. Was literally the only person who verbally had the argument with me like, I don't want to have a cell phone. Why would I have a phone on me all the time? Why do I want people to be able to call me all the time? It's ridiculous. Obviously, he has one now, and he's had one since smartphones came around, but he was a latecomer to the whole thing because he was really trying to buck the trend before it happened. Now that's a little silly in retrospect, but at the time, the idea that we were going to have that everybody was going to be available by phone everywhere they went all the time was a brand new absurdity, right? The same thing is true of AI and you having some sort of AI companion, co-pilot, what have you, that's the equivalent of the phone that's in your pocket all the time, whether we end up wearing it on our head in terms of glasses or in space age contacts, or we all get a chip in our head from someone that isn't Elon Musk, is a question for another day. But AI's, productivity, 2xing or 10xing that will happen in most people's jobs is going to become very normal. And so we know this. So being aware of that in terms of governance and trying to get ahead of some of the problems, at least the ones we can see, is wonderfully normal from a presidential standpoint. It's a great part of what Biden is trying to do. And this is the other thing, too, is that if you'll listen to our Republican friends on the other side of the aisle, that not only is Joe Biden helping China and getting the China money and all that, but it's ignoring all the threats in the world and showing weakness and what have you. Okay. Meanwhile, the reason they are able to sell this line of hooey to everyone is specifically because most stories like the one I'm about to just mention to you don't get a lot of news. They're not kind of splashy headlines, but kind of crucial. So this is from the justice.gov, by the way. This is directly from the DOJ website. Charges and seizures brought in fraud scheme aimed at denying revenue for workers associated with North Korea. Now, that is a boring title. Charges and seizures brought in fraud scheme aimed at denying revenue for workers associated with North Korea. Well, what is that about? Well, it turns out that North Korean IT workers were stealing people's identities with the help of a couple of American citizens and a couple of people who were on a guy specifically who's a Russian from Ukraine who's been here on a visa, creating laptop farms in the United States, one specifically in Arizona, so that North Korean IT workers can steal the identities of Americans and get remote jobs working as IT workers in regular businesses just to make money and in sensitive businesses to steal information. And so this arrest was made specifically over the last couple of weeks. The guy the Russian who was living in was from Ukraine initially, but who'd fled the country when the war started because he was one of the guys on their side, fled the United States and was going to school here under a student visa. And then once they were onto him, he fled to Poland. He was arrested in Poland. His name is Alexander Depkov, something like that. Anyways, and a woman in Arizona and a couple of other people that are, unnamed co-defendants and the like in this. These folks have been arrested and are being charged, and they are going to go to jail for somewhere between 12 and 67 years for helping the North Koreans evade sanctions and make money by pretending to be Americans, stealing the identity of Americans, and then acting as fake employees as IT workers, and allowing, through this scheme, them to get jobs as IT professionals, so that after they work as this fake American through this woman's house, where all these laptops are laid out as basically like bounce points, conduits, like a human VPN is what she is. She would link them all up, and using AI generated fake pictures, and in some cases this woman posing as the person or this other guy in Tennessee posing as the person if they needed someone to speak English. Calling into the business if they needed, a day off so that they could go, starve somewhere. I don't know what the pastimes are in North Korea, but that's what effectively happened. They got arrested, and they're going to jail for a very, very long time. Here's the story. The quote from this senior threat researcher at Proofpoint says, "The scary part is that this is just sort of the tip of the iceberg." Now, and I think this is the key point. Do icebergs happen overnight? Does an iceberg, is there a crucial aspect of an iceberg that just kind of spontaneously appear? No, they grow over time, and when they gain enough mass to where they're starting to sink and widen out, there's only a little bit of them visible. But the idea is that below the surface, there's a lot going on. Okay, this is something that's been going on for years, and just like the stories about Chinese police stations in America and in San Francisco and the like, and in Europe that became a story, those were all happening during the Trump years. This was a plot launched largely right before the 2016 election, for example, and we've known that this stuff was going on, apparently, and by we, I mean the DOJ and the FBI have been looking into this. But as far as someone in power saying, yeah, do something, clear this up, go after this, it wasn't until Joe Biden came into office that we started clearing this stuff out. And these stories that when you do hear them all seem to be like, oh my God, they've been operating in this country and they're doing this horrible thing because they're being caught. And this is... the point is that they should be caught. Much like the fentanyl crossing the border, it's kind of in that theme where the Republicans are always, clamoring about how much fentanyl is being seized and how many interactions are happening at the southern border. Well, interactions are not getaways. Those are the people you're catching. And if those are up, that means we're catching more people. Same thing with fentanyl. If we're getting more fentanyl as it comes across the border, the productivity of these isn't, in any way, like the fentanyl factories in Mexico aren't suddenly working overtime. They're not producing 10x what they used to. If we're catching 10x what we used to, that means that's how much was coming through, and we're catching a lot more of it. And behind the scenes, the Biden administration, especially when dealing with foreign adversaries using what I would say the better nature of Western countries, our view of not being racist towards the other, our surprising lack of xenophobia, which is always surprising to some people who consider that the amount that we have is that clearly exists in MAGA world and the like, is sort of indicative of the greater populace, when it absolutely is not, or we wouldn't be the kind of target we are. Our hiring practices, our availability, and our openness to people, from different backgrounds to work in different areas, are a great thing. Period. End of story. but also a leverage point or a vulnerability that people that don't care about those things can use. They know we're not going to be racist in our hiring practices against, people, foreign workers and the like, because there's a lot of noise that can be made about it, and it's not good for the companies and that kind of thing. And they know they can count on that. They don't have to deal with any of that in their countries. There's none of that in China. There's none of that in Russia. There's none of that in Iran, right? If they don't feel like it, if you're different, you're out. But in the United States, and that's I continually will say that one of the greatest things that I love about the United States of America is that it doesn't show up on anybody's 23andMe. That as an American citizen, your 23andMe it has nothing to do with here. And that's one of the beautiful things about this country. Well, that's also one of the things that Russia and China are taking advantage of. And you do not have to be equal parts naive and open-hearted. You can be open-hearted and aware that people will try to take advantage, because if you're not aware that people will try to take advantage, what you have is the recipe for backlash. And that's what happens. That's where backlash comes from. Backlash comes from a policy that needs to be opened, but then is open too much, and so bad actors can take advantage. That's the crucial balancing act that is necessary in governance. That's, I have to say, that is the one thing that I count on the Biden administration to do well. And they are walking that line in a very complicated world with extraordinary grace, especially when the contrast is the absolute xenophobic buffoonery of maggot land. We got to take a break. We'll be back right after this. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito today on WCPT. I don't hear any music coming my way from Chicago, but that's okay.
Hey, Hal, you don't seem to be getting my texts.
Oh, that was no. Sorry, you were bouncing there for a second. Sorry, 1 second. Give me another try. There you go. Fire back. Say again.
I don't think you're getting my texts.
Nope. Let's see. I will check for textages. Okay, there you go. Yes. Ideal break time is coming up 2:59. Things to okay. That's fine. Great. Okay, Bob. Yeah, we can do Bob when we come back. That works. I am now seeing that. Also, you'll notice there is there's a chat in the web page right there, and I have it open. So if you want to write in there, it doesn't have to. I don't have to wake my phone up to see it. Yeah, if that helps. Can you hear me? I don't know if you can.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Also,
Attention, everyone. Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive.
Filling in today for Joan, live from Chicago.
I'm not.
Comedian and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
excellent. Well, welcome back to the show. Now, if I may, we do have a caller on the line, and since it's Joan's show, I'm not going to just listen to the sound of my own voice. We got to listen to her callers as well. So, Bob from Indiana, I believe, is on the line. Bob, are you there? And can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. How are you?
Apparently, you hit not too terrible.
Okay.
But I wanted to thank you and little Johnny and Philip Robert Trout Ittner.
Yep. And Boston Brian, who also has been great. Yes.
And yes. He also he's also into this mix now.
That's true.
For the latest news on the war in Europe from Ukraine, every Saturday at noon. It's something I wish everybody in this country would tune into because it's one of the best true news reports of any kind
Bless
I
you.
have heard from any source anywhere.
Thank you,
It's
sir.
top of the line, and you get the straight dope, and I think it's great, and I hope you keep it up until that whole mess is settled.
Yes, we will. I am committed to doing that. And for those that don't know or don't know about the Saturday show when I'm on, I can't believe people like that still exist, but apparently they do. A man who's become a dear friend who I met literally through this war and this nonsense, our dear friend Philip Bittner, who was in Ukraine when all this started, has been reporting on it since the very beginning of the war. I brought him on as a guest, and I felt the need to have a direct line about this every week until it is resolved without fail. So we talk about this on my Saturday show every single weekend because it matters. People are living and dying around this. It affects our freedoms, and the aggressor in this fight has its designs on us as a country and will do everything in its power to undermine democracy in the world. And their fight is our fight. And so we will continue to cover it. I appreciate you saying that because there's obviously been ebbs and flows in this discussion, and a lot of people have bailed when they were, chasing the laser pointer and, the cat string by running down to, Israel and Gaza as if there were new pieces of information in this, which there are absolutely not. And they couldn't report it from far away, which they absolutely could, or that they could have two teams working because this is an important time in human history. So I appreciate you saying that. It means a lot, and I'm glad we're able to do it.
I come from parents who well remembered 1939, and my father started remembering it very close. In early 1941 from Uncle Sam and the U.S. Army. So,
yep. Mine too. My grandparents, both my grandparents served in World War II. And not only did they fight, but they were also, my grandfather on my dad's side was later put in kind of like a bringing the boys home position, arranging for temporary housing for them as they all landed in Florida. Certain members of, certain troops came back on ships and they all were, temporarily housed until they could get trains or cars to take them back home, which was a long process. And, what they went through as human beings in that and their ability after it and what they had seen to re-enter human life, re-enter our civil society, not only spoke, volumes about their character as human beings, but also to how the meaning of the war in terms of the United States and the values that they were fighting for. Because it was not easy. It was painful. And anybody who's seen, Band of Brothers or Saving Private Ryan or any of those movies will know that they went through living hell. But because they knew they were on the right side of history and because they were, they had each other, they were able to come back and integrate back into society in a way that many Germans and Japanese could not. Even the crisscross of the Italian population for a very long time, which led in no short order to the rise of the mob as we know it. And you can trace the violence here in Las Vegas in the 60s directly to what, the divisions amongst the Italians post World War II, because that's the impact it has on human lives. And the same thing is true about what the Ukrainians are going through right now. And having grown up in Kentucky, and Bob, I really appreciate the call. Having grown up in Kentucky, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Having grown up in Kentucky, which was a split state during the Civil War, you can still see the remnant familial scars generations after from that war. And the reason why you do not hesitate in a war that is, especially the Russian attack on Ukraine, which was unprovoked, no matter what Tommy Tuberville says, and was an absolute war of choice and flippant choice, I might add, on behalf of Vladimir Putin. It's an old-fashioned land grab, a simple resource war. Let everyone who says this is about the national security of Russia go urinate up a rope, because these folks, this is, in 1997, for those that don't know, the Russians came to the table with Ukraine and France and members of the UN, and they argued for a little bit, but they eventually came to the NATO-Russian founding agreement in 1997. And that agreement stated on no uncertain terms that every satellite country of the former Soviet Union had the absolute sovereignty and right to decide whether they wanted to join NATO or not. That ship sailed in 1997. Anybody can go look it up. The NATO-Russian founding agreement. Go look it up. And that was what Russia signed on to all before their, and P.S. afterwards, and part of the reason why this happened was because they had invaded Georgia and Chechnya in that process. And everybody needed to get them on record for the other countries to make sure that they weren't going to try this anymore, which of course they did. The expansion of NATO was in response specifically to Russia signing the 1997 NATO-Russian founding agreement and violating it. Other countries, much like Finland and Sweden joining NATO now, decided to join for their own safety because Russia's word means nothing. This illusion that it was, it's idiotic. Go read it. Go read it. 1997 Russian NATO founding agreement. That was when it was settled. Period. End of story. At that point, once you signed on to a treaty that says anybody can join NATO if they want to, and if they don't join NATO, that's up to them, and if they do, we don't care. You do not get to use that as a predicate to invade their country from that point forward. You can complain about it, I suppose. You can get very nervous about it. You can, and by the way, there was nothing in that document, all like not 1 inch eastward nonsense. There was nothing in that document that said we'll agree to this sovereignty as long as no one acts on it. It's absurd. It's goofy. And the fact that anybody is selling it means they have something to sell, or that they're, quite frankly, receiving financial support from that country. I'm just saying, because there's plenty of that. And no, I guess there's no better way of pointing it out than the NRA gathering that happened this weekend. The NRA famously getting money through Maria Butina that was spread to all kinds of Republicans. The NRA, obviously funding super PACs and Republican candidates. All the money that they were getting, 80% of the funds they were slathering about coming straight from Russia, because there's no law about the NRA, the National Rifle Association, getting money from Russia, none whatsoever. And as long as they're an American organization and they exist here, they can give it to whoever they see fit. Effectively, Deutsche Bank in the form of a gun rights an alleged gun rights organization. We'll be back right after this. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito on Chicago's Progressive Talk, WCPT 820. Got it. And sure, from Massachusetts. I'm looking at the text, Chicago. for Lindsay and OSHA. Let's talk about social media propaganda. Okay, cool. I'll get to them on the other side of the hour, the top of the hour. If they're still there.
We're gonna. Yeah, they are.
Okay, good.
Back to you though. Okay.
You're gonna what? Sorry.
We're gonna come right back to you.
Oh, okay.
The news didn't play.
Oh, all right. Sure, no problem.
It's one of those days.
Hey,
Yeah.
I got you covered. Don't worry. Believe me. I love the sound of my own voice. You're covered.
Okay, about 20 seconds.
I am the news. Trying to get.
Take her away, Ian.
Yeah, take it away, Ernie. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
And now, live from Chicago, filling in for Joan Esposito.
Please, Netflix, let me play Rudy Giuliani in a big kind of bloviated Cheney suit like the one that Christian Bale wore.
Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
You can see the roots of the paranoia that Trump has in what he uses to attack everyone else and why he thinks everybody's a crook because I'm a crook. And the only difference between me and them is I don't use emails, so their emails must be just full of criminality.
Hal Sparks. Live, local, and progressive.
It's true. I mean, I gotta tell you, I say a lot of true things. I gotta be completely honest. But Trump's big thing is projection, and we'll talk about that in a bit. But we got 2 more callers on the line. Let's go in order. Lindsay from Oklahoma. Welcome, Lindsay.
Hello, Hal.
Hi. Go ahead.
Hi, how are you?
Spectacular,
Hey,
but I'll get better.
So
Yeah.
Yes. I was watching your live show, and I was starting to spam Dick Durbin's number in the chat
Right.
because I wanted to know your thoughts about spamming him like we did Mike Johnson to spur an inquiry into Alito and Thomas.
Yeah, here's the issue. I think there is an organic push that is happening for both of them. And the because of the high stance, the high standard of the alleged high standard, I should probably say, about the SCOTUS in our country and the importance of it, it is crucial that this be slow walked. Even if it costs us something, temporary in this, because if there was a rush to do it, Republicans will rush to do it. That's one of the reasons why Merrick Garland took his time with these Trump filings, and everybody was mad about that. But the reality is when Trump says, "I don't know why." They didn't bring this trial last year or before. Why'd they wait until the middle of a campaign? Okay, first of all, he launched his campaign when his lawyers got notification that he was going to get indicted. So the court gave him a heads up because he's got security, he's got Secret Service detail, because he's got people in the DOJ that he appointed that are still there, that I'm sure some of them made a phone call, but whether they're allowed to or not, that'll be a book for another time. But it doesn't really matter, because they're going to, in the same way that they had to let Hunter Biden know, right? They had to let Hunter Biden know that he was going to be questioned by the FBI because 2 guys in suits with guns showing up at the door of a potential son of a presidential candidate who's got Secret Service protection. His Secret Service are going to need to know why there are guys with guns outside. So you got to let them know, right? And that's just life. I'm cool with that. Okay. So in the same instance,
I believe he goes to court next month. I think Hunter.
Yeah, and he's filed a new lawsuit against Fox News, which I'm for defamation, which I'm very excited about, because basically he's just he's piggybacking all of Trump's BS, which is really fun. Anytime Trump files his fake defamation thing with CNN, Hunter Biden has a real case because they had no right to produce pictures of him that were stolen. They don't. It's not news. It is not.
I love Biden's campaign's masterful trolling. He has been quite masterful within the last 2 months since the State of the Union, and I think it is just it is like hitting Trump in his well, if he had feels, it was hidden there. But
well, I think it hits him. Again, he's incapable. He's incapable of feeling shame, but he is absolutely able to feel embarrassment, and that is how you get him. You, and that's why I mock him.
Weird.
Right. It's it's not though, because look at like
slow burn. You're saying
that's right.
Slow burn.
Well, and also think of like and I'm not making a direct analogy here, so don't panic, maggots. But imagine like a serial killer. So serial killers famously, from BTK to others, very ego driven. Very easily, they get very upset if they're not given credit for things. They're very susceptible to mockery, right? If they feel like they're being made a joke of, they get very angry. And yet, completely incapable of feeling shame for what they've done, as horrible as it is. So that disassociation is not weird at all. As a matter of fact, it's quite common in corrupt officials, in mob bosses especially. They don't have any shame about what they're doing, but they're certainly, they don't want their mask of macho knocked off their face or any of that stuff. So it's very fitting that Trump is that way. He's just more delicate than anybody I've ever seen in my entire life.
It reminds me of Ed Kemper being friends with all the cop buddies. And as they were investigating his cases, him joking with those cops and like giving the inside scoop on how close they were. Just so messed up. It's so messed up. On
top of that, and I'm sure you. Oh, absolutely.
Appreciate you. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm not rushing you off. I was just very pumped about Dick Durbin. He's being real wishy-washy. I'm like, okay, pressure bursts pipes, like you always say. Like, is this the button I want to press right now? Because I'm pissed about Alito. Like,
sure.
So
and again, it's one of those like when they, do you kick them when they're down, or do you let people see them for who they are, the wallowing coward? And in that particular case, Alito and Thomas, it's sort of like Trump's cases. I think it was James Carville yesterday was like, I'll tell you something about this thing right here, but let me tell you something. That dog won't hunt or hump a leg, but let me tell you something. They ought to just do what they do and just stay out of it. And it's all embarrassing. Everybody's all upset about itself, so they don't have to do anything. They just sit there and let that thing fall apart right on top of them. And he's right. He's right. Like, and in this case, Alito, this news is just starting to launch with Alito it's starting to gain a groundswell. And what you want to do, technically speaking, is you want to wait till it starts to ebb when people might be forgetting about it. And this can be an arc of 3 months, 6 months, a year. It can be 21 days. It depends. But when it's starting to arc out of concern, that's when you start the hearings, to keep people aware of it and to get into it. If you're trying to use it to draw attention anyways. I think ultimately this is a multi-year process. It should not be fast. Otherwise, again, there's going to be like revenge pulls against everybody, and it'll just make a mockery of our function of government. And since Republicans don't care, they don't care about the function of government. They don't want it to work. They don't want it to function. So they don't care if they wreck it. They don't care. Right. And so any opening we give them, again, this is the difference between being open and too open. Understanding that any opening you give, you have to be measured and have very distinct rules about it. Otherwise, bad actors will take advantage of it. Right? This is the argument about,
I just want to know what. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just want to know what took so long for this news to break. Like what? Sorry. I just
no, it's the posting of that picture. I think that picture came back because of another hearing or whatever related to Jan 6, and people were recognizing that some of this Jan 6 stuff may end up on his lap. And so now they're like, okay, if this guy, if one of these Jan 6 cases ends up before him, he might have to recuse himself. That's why it came up now, because we're getting into that position where some of the Jan 6ers are going to try and appeal their conviction, which, by the way, for the record, even with him there, they're going to lose. I'm just telling you. The one thing about the current the current seats on the SCOTUS is the one thing about them is that they care more about, once you're on the SCOTUS, you care more about your legacy than you do about Donald Trump's or any particular president. And that's kind of the point. Like even in a bad way, like Thomas, who was just basically riding along doing whatever Scalia told him to until he passed away, is now kind of just sidecarring with Alito, where they're both parallel, Scalia wannabes, but neither one of them have the kind of mental acuity to stay ahead of the pack the way Scalia did. So they're just on a hard fade and they know it. They probably got another decade to try and get some stuff on the boards, but ultimately it doesn't matter. It's up to us. It's up to us to vote people in who will replace them with decent human beings, who will, manage the law like reasonable people, and to make sure that we get laws passed that they can't scuttle. Because again, most of them are interpreting the Constitution based on events. They're reacting to things that happened in court. But Congress has a remedy. It can create a law that is under the Constitution, a functional law, and once it's been signed off in the House and the Senate and the president has signed it, the SCOTUS says, well, we defer to the law. We're following that law. That is a law that has been made by the Congress. And for better or worse, they often do that. So it's up to us.
Yeah. Do you see Biden expanding the court in the second term?
No, I don't. I think the seeds of it are there, but I don't think he needs to. I really don't. And I also think I think at one point it might be a good idea to have one judge per circuit would be a great idea, because then you get, if you're talking about representative government and the like. But the problem is the Republicans expanded the circuits into states that are into red states, effectively broadening them out into areas where there are very few people, but a lot of land. And what they would effectively be able to do if you expanded the court was create their own kind of version of the SCOTUS Electoral College, if that makes sense. So they would add a judge that now they put a thumb on the scale of that judge that would be from Wyoming, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and all that kind of area, right? They would add one more there. By volume of land. That's what they would want to do, because that's what the negotiations it would be a negotiation. You wouldn't just be able to do it, with a stroke of a pen and go, okay, where's the most people? We'll grab somebody from there. It won't work that way, because it'll work as a representative thing for the districts themselves. So what they would do is they would add it from areas that are red leaning, and then you would get them trying to put somebody in charge that's like a Greg Abbott or somebody like that. So, or Ken Paxton, like a Ken Paxton. They would try to get a Ken Paxton type in there under the guise of being sensible, but somebody who votes that way, right? So that's the key.
As Texas Paul calls him, evil Popeye.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. So we don't want
evil Popeye.
Right. We do not want that necessarily to happen. So we're just fine with the number that we have, as long as we, as Democrats, vote every time for decent people that can get elected with no protest votes, no wasting our time, because this is a multi-decade process to broom these people out, because they don't have that problem. They will load every Republican president is, from the right standpoint, is a heat-seeking missile aimed right at the SCOTUS. And the more we dance around, the more we hand that over to them, and then no law is safe, because they will be the people interpreting it from an extraordinary advantage. And there is no, and again, Roe is on us. Roe's failure, the loss of Roe didn't happen last year. That happened in 2016 during the vote. And Donald Trump is telling everyone, look, you got to think with your heart, but you got to get it. You got to get elected, which is Trump saying, look, I'm going to say I'm for a 15-week limit or a 20-week limit or something that sounds good to a bunch of independents. But once I get in there, they're going to bring me a law that outlaws it. Yeah, they're going to bring me a law that allows me to get rid of we should have equal rights in this country, and since we side on the side of life, we're going to make it that it's equal, that nobody has this right. And that's how it's going to get through. And he will sign it. He will sign it. And
Yeah.
anybody who's even like remotely thinking of sitting it out is saying that's okay with me. There you go.
Every time a new state adds abortion to the ballot in November, I pray a little bit harder because I know it's going to drive people to go out and vote.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The one thing we can count on is them getting out over 100%. Their skis.
I think Minnesota just added it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Minnesota just added it. I could be wrong on that. I know there's a new one in the last couple of days, but I mean, I think there's primaries tonight in a couple of states, and I'm popping popcorn right now.
Yeah,
I am ready for that 20% going to Haley. I really am. So every time I see it, it just reinforces that. People do not like his rhetoric. People do not like his behavior.
Well, they increasingly don't trust it.
Like seeing him, and we're done. We're tired. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And I think that the wonderful normalcy of
this unified right thing that he just pointed out.
Oh yes, the Reich, the unified Reich
thing that he just put up and took down.
Yeah.
Yeah, you saw that. Only you and one other person have access to your social media. You knew what you were posting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have time. I don't have time for you.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Thank you so much.
You keep me sane, Hal.
Hey, you're already sane. I just remind you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Okay, we'll talk to you next time. Okay, I got to take
one person in the chat.
Sure. Go ahead.
Oh, Paisley Jade, bye.
You don't need to take a break here.
You're a bestie girl. Bye.
Thanks. Thanks so much.
Bye, Hal.
Okay. Thank you. Cheers. That's good. Thanks, Chicago. Let's grab OSHA if she's still on the line and get to her. OSHA's from Massachusetts.
Alyosha.
Oh, Alyosha. Okay. Oh, Alyosha. Okay, gotcha. That's in our chat room. Absolutely. Hi. Hi.
How you doing? So, hopefully I'll be there in July. I don't know.
Nice.
I'll try to get the $100 to come back and shake everybody's hand back there.
Lovely.
When the show's over in July.
At the Boston Sexy Liberal show. Yep.
Right. So, so I noticed there's been a change, thank goodness, even on social media, that it is less people, it is a little bit more meaner. You still don't seem to understand how government works. They're still praising AOC and Bernie, which, they're not bad people, but they don't run the government. They're probably not going to. And then, again, still the same thing with all this either magic pen or somehow if we do what Sweden does, everything will be fine. And it's like, then I ask them, what do you do during the year? Not just talking word salad or preaching something, but what do you actually do to help, around in your society and the in the world and all that, and then the answer is very small. So it's like, so you're doing a lot of preaching, but not a lot of action,
Right.
You claim that you care about people and all that, but then when I ask you what you really do, twice a year, it's not really, active. And I said, I'd rather stream less and do more than stream constantly and do, only 2 things a year.
It's interesting. That's a fascinating thing to bring up too, specifically, because I think that this is sort of the aging arc of social media, is that we all kind of jumped in on social media when it first launched, and from MySpace into Facebook into Twitter and all these kind of things, and it was pretty functional for a while, and it was a good time to just kind of again socialize online. And then during COVID, there was obviously this kind of worm-turned aspect of it where everybody, you needed it for news and you needed it for connection. And so that need transformed it in a lot of ways into something darker than just a flippant communication tool that you can kind of take it or leave it. And also the Jasmine revolution in Iran, and the idea that people there used Twitter specifically as a way of coordinating when they, to avoid the police and the soldiers that were shooting at them, that there was marching orders from Russia and China and these other groups to take over these things. So hence we have the launch of TikTok, which is, by the way, malware. Get it off your phone, everybody. But also this, Elon Musk, who is reliant on China for his biggest car market and Russia for all of his aluminum, buys Twitter and basically guts it as a soft functioning social media site and makes it effectively a Reddit thread for incels and people to misread the news. It's not an accident. It's not. And I think a lot of people are getting...
Of course, there's the other... Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. There's the other reality that I even saved the screenshot of him admitting that he's for the Republicans and that he will vote Republican. So it's like, well, thank you for your honesty, but you can't say that you're not biased anymore. You just admitted that you're biased. So, you know.
Right. Well, that's, again,
yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Our biggest concern, I think, ultimately is not the Republicans at all. It's just simply our get out the vote campaign. If Democrats voted everywhere there are Democrats, if you're a Democrat and you're within the sound of my voice and you go, I live in a red district, it doesn't really matter. So it goes, that way. Okay, let me tell you, there are hundreds and thousands of people like you that if you guys all just voted, you might not turn these red districts blue, but you damn sure will turn them purple. And the people that the Republicans can run in those districts will no longer be the Marjorie Taylor Greene types of the world. They will have to be people that are aware of what will appear to be a shift in the electorate in the other direction. And so they will have to present somebody sensible, because if they try to run somebody super far right, they'll lose. They will lose that election. That's crucial to this conversation. You got to make them worry for their job. And this is, and the best example right now is the 2nd district that Boebert is running in. When she ran initially, the district that she was in, she squeaked by. That is an area where if all the Democrats had voted in that election, she would have lost, and there would be a Democrat in that seat, and none of us would have had to been tortured with her ridiculous existence this entire time. Now she's in another district that is definitely Republican, but it's old school Republican, and she ran against Republicans most of her term. That's, so it's our responsibility. We got to vote. We show up, the world changes for the better. If we don't, then we have no one to blame but ourselves. There are more Democrats in this country than there are Republicans by number, period. There are more Democratic-leaning women in this country that are going to vote because of the shift in Roe this time. That's where the difference between Biden and Trump came last time. That's where that 8 million came from. Yeah, so...
Yeah, you get the government that you vote for.
Yes, right. Every time.
I want to thank you for suggesting. I wanted to thank you for suggesting Suno. The AI music.
Yes,
I've been able to use it on my stream, and no problem.
Oh, that's great. That's awesome, especially for instrumental stuff. It's kind of perfect. So you're not stealing from anybody. You're just making silly, goofy music. But appreciate it. Thank you so much, and love having you in the chat. And everybody's giving you a shout out in there. So.
Okay. Thanks,
absolutely.
Nice talking to you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's lovely talking to you as well. Let's grab another call because I don't. I've got like a few minutes before I take. Let's go to Cheryl in Chicago. She has a question about. I'll let her say it. Hi, Cheryl.
Hi, Hal. Can you hear me?
I can. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, because I was on hold and I wasn't sure. Okay, Hal, I'm a sparkler of Patreon. I'm 77 years old. My daughter joined Patreon. I just want to indulge you in some praise, and I have one question.
Okay.
I listen to all your shows 18 hours a week, sometimes 21, because you go over a lot.
I do go long,
and
yeah.
I'm compulsive about hearing every word. But here's what I get from your humor. Your humanity, your advocacy for women just blows my mind. Your intelligence, your in-depth reporting. The guests you have on, Ficus, Baby Hal, oh my God, I could go on all day, especially love Phil. And then Friday AI, I'm 77, I know AI is what it stands for, and I'm I'm getting the terms, I'm listening, you and Rob Glenn. So Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure.
As Biden would say. So please keep up the good work and just know how much you mean. When in my husband's last year, when I was his caregiver, I discovered you. And it meant so much. And then after he died, I mean, I would laugh every day at you.
That's my goal.
And I remember the first time Phil Ittner called in.
Yes.
And he called in because you had just done a thing on demographics of Russia. And he said in all his years in experience, he had never heard anyone with that astute take on demographics and what it'll mean. So, thank you. My quick question is, is there a chance that some Trumpers will not be as motivated to support him because they've already gotten what they want from him? They got SCOTUS.
Okay,
is there a chance some of them will just, not be as...
It's a couple of those are different groups of people. So there are some folks, to your point, that feel like he's already done it with the SCOTUS. Now, Biden is going to be running on codifying Roe. So those people are going to show up again, right? Those people are going to, they view, because they know it can be undone. They know that that Biden in office, with enough Democrats, can pass a law that codifies a woman's right to choose. And so they'll show up. But there is a huge number of sort of low information anti-choice voters that aren't going to show up at all for a myriad of reasons, because there's this weird overlap in this crowd. And it's a big chunk of QAnons and the sort of weirder right-wing maggots that we see interviewed at events by the Good Liars and other folks who are very odd human beings who seem to have this weird disconnect with reality. They're easily tricked into conflictory ideas and that kind of stuff. The reason they're not going to show up is because they don't trust the election, because Donald Trump has told them not to trust the election. There are some of those that are going to try to vote twice, and they're going to go to jail just like people that did at the villages. But there is a huge chunk of voters on the Republican side who are not going to vote for president this time around. They're going to leave it blank because they don't like him, but they don't like Biden enough, or they like Biden, but they can't admit it to themselves. And so that because of this cognitive dissonance that they're running through, they can't process voting for the best option that is in front of them like an adult, right? So they can't do that, but they will leave it blank. Some of them may, just because they're going to leave it blank, because they're basically one-level voters. They only vote for president. They don't know much about the rest of it. And they've been told that the rhinos are bad, so they don't trust any politicians, or they've just kind of become nihilistically disenchanted with the process. They're not going to vote. Donald Trump has talked, I would say, somewhere in the order of 1 to 3 million of his previous voters out of voting entirely. So just to be clear, there's a bunch of people that aren't going to show up, and it's all his fault. It isn't because they're going to be denied a right to vote.
That gives me more hope.
Yeah.
And
he's not going to stop.
And the Nikki Haley people.
Yeah, he's not going to stop. He is going to continue to complain about the election and say it's garbage. And you'll hear him go, vote early and vote often. You'll hear him say stuff over the summer. Yep, but he will not. He, to admit that this election is worth your time is to admit that you're lying about losing the last one. Because how in the hell, and you've heard me say this a bunch of times, but people on the air may not have, and other, on a Jones time slot, is that there is a real break in logic from they were able to cheat me out of the election while I was president of the United States, and they were just a campaign. But now that they're in office, we can beat them. It's insane. It's the idea that you were cheated and they stole it from you while they weren't even in control of the levers of power, and you were. And now somehow, though, you're going to win the election magically. That they're not going to cheat as well. Because again, if you really believe they cheated, you're kind of screwed. You're kind of like they're now in the White House. Like you don't. And on top of that, of course, we love the fact that Donald Trump has been arguing for a very long time that presidents have total presidential immunity. They can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
What? And he's been arguing this while Biden is in office. What are you talking about? Like,
Right.
you're saying he can drone strike you and then forgive himself, and you're fine with that? Are you nuts? Well, it also means for the safety and security of the country, Biden could rig the election, according to Donald Trump, because that's what he would do. He said it himself. It's a national security threat if Democrats get in office.
Well,
so that's what he's saying about the next election after that, and the one after that, and the one after that, and the one after that.
Well, and I love Biden's campaign. Trump has never figured out that you can't knock a guy like Biden, who's confident in himself, he's a happy man, you can't knock him off his square with insults.
Right. That's right.
And the thing I forgot to say in your the way you raise your son is really inspiring. I've told friends and family how you teach him to give his mother a present on his birthday because she did all the work, just stuff like that. So I have to plan. I'm glad you aren't on any more than you are because I can't plan anything during your show.
Right. So I want to make sure you get time off from me.
On YouTube, I can pause it. At least with YouTube, if I am occupied, I can pause it and then watch it later. So that's
right.
So Hal, thank you. We love you.
I appreciate
Keep up the good work and
Will
know that we appreciate you.
Absolutely. That means a lot. Thank you so much. We got to take a break. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito on Chicago's Progressive Talk, WCPT 820 AM.
Okay, this is a long break.
Okay.
Finally. And I'll be right back.
What does long mean?
About 3-4 minutes.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talk to you in a minute.
Yes, take a break. Get some coffee, whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You guys are too lovely. I'm going to start weeping if you guys compliment me all the time. It's too much. It's my Achilles heel. I'm looking at the Cohen stuff right now. I got to plug in my iPad. Damn it, because it's gonna die. Wait, I've got a fucking. There they are. I'm not in the air right now. We're okay. So plug this in and hopefully it will charge. Hey, good. Okay, I'll let it charge for a minute because my iPad has the stories that I was looking at earlier on it and all this. Good Lord. That was the only reason I watched VH1. Well, I was good at keeping people busy while they got dressed, entertained while they got dressed to go out for an evening. Who's dot? There you go. Very good. Okay. I can't tell where the notifications are coming from. Yes. Okay.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, thanks. Yay. Mm-hmm. Let's see if this plays. Hold on. I guess. There you go. There's Dot. There you are. Cool. Why is the audio not going out where it should?
Okay, we're coming back.
Cool. Let's go stream through. Open this guy up.
Joan Esposito. Live, local, and progressive.
Filling in today for Joan, live from Chicago. Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
Welcome back. So one of the things, Boston Brian might be trying to call in, which is super fun. He's a great friend of the show and an important voice on our side of the aisle, and we adore him. But in the meantime, a couple of things that I wanted to address along the lines of the Trump trial, which is pretty. I gotta say, is in the arc of history. I don't want to get too Rachel Maddow about this, but there are certain presidential stories that, especially that involve testimony, that are precedent-setting in and of themselves. And obviously, the trial of the first criminal trial of a president on its as a checkbox in a Wikipedia line of presidents is meaningful. It's obviously going to chart, okay? But let's just agree on that. Everything else about it will not. Some of us will tell stories about these years way later, in a few decades to our grandkids and their progeny and whatnot, about this. But the only meaningful aspect of it will be this kind of check mark. First criminal trial against president, first president convicted, same dude, haven't had one since. That's how it's going to go. Donald Trump is going to be very, very special in the history books, but it won't because of the ridiculous details about him as a human being that we've all become, accustomed to. His stupid orange makeup, that he refused to cover his ears, and his odd neck fold that I famously have a terrible name for. Even his policies were relatively pedestrian in the grand scheme of things. There will at some point be a story, obviously, about the spike in crossings at certain places along the southern border that were directly caused by the building of his wall. So, for those that haven't been following along, when we had a relatively low barrier fence that went along the border in certain places, the terrain and the area was uneven ground, and it was very difficult to traverse in general. And then you had to be faced with climbing over a fence in the middle of nowhere, and there was no way to sort of get back because the ground on the other side had snakes and uneven ground and all the kind of stuff that you see in that area of the country. And then Donald Trump had this brilliant idea to build a monument to himself in the form of a giant wall that needs a support structure that goes down into the earth about 30 feet. And in doing that, you got to dig a giant hole, and you can't just do it on one side. You got to do it on both sides. So there is an access road on both sides of Trump's wall. Okay? And because of that creation of that access road, areas where migrants would have to traverse, maybe the youngest, healthiest people could climb around and walk it, was very difficult. But now a family of 10 can roll suitcases down to the end of the wall. Now, where does the wall end? It ends at native land, and it ends at private land. So Donald Trump has a person come up at the NRA meeting in Dallas this week, talks about how she's got people crossing her property all the time. She's got people walking in, around the wall onto her property, and now she's scared and has to carry a gun everywhere. Well, that's because Donald Trump built a road to her house. Without the access wall that was necessary for the construction of the wall itself, most of the people that are getting through wouldn't be able to get through because the terrain was too tough. But Donald Trump, in his desire for this big thing, had to build a road, had to build a construction access road. And afterwards, by the way, they didn't score it. They didn't wreck it. They didn't go, okay, now that we're done, because you might have to repair that side of the wall. So you got to leave it. So that's why, oddly enough, the border has become a more difficult issue after the wall was built. Never mind the addition of people, recidivist people crossing the border multiple times because Title 42 allowed people to be ejected without a mark on their record. Instead of processing them and go, hey, we know your name, we took your fingerprints, if you try this again, you can never be a citizen, go do it the right way. They just kicked them right out. So people would walk up here with all the money in the world that they had in their pocket, give it to a cartel person. That person would send them across the border. They'd get caught and sent back immediately. Once they went back over, they don't have any money anymore. So how do you get back across? How do you pay the cartel? Well, the women had to pay with sex and the men had to carry packages, sometimes both. That's how. And so again and again, you had to drug mule or you had to, shepherd other people across. You had to carry stuff for other people. Guns, if you got sent back, you had to go across, get guns there and bring them back to Mexico. That's the Arizona border. Drop them off, and then they would send you through in an area where you could get through and stay. And if you didn't, the rest of your family who was still in Mexico wouldn't get passage. That's how it worked. And so Donald Trump's wall not only created a migrant highway that led people to open areas of the border that, because it's Indian or private land, and the U.S. government can't run onto it without letting people know and stop people from coming around it because, I don't know, they're standing on your land. You have the right to say it's private land. That's that until you call it in. And if you're asleep, it's not happening. So Donald Trump built the migrant highway. And on top of that, he created the industry of recidivist crossings, the fentanyl, the human trafficking, the drugs and guns that were coming and going across the border were directly reliant on Title 42. Title 42 was the reason you could set this up. It's why the cartels showed up. Oh, okay, well, this is an industry now. We'll help people get across. And then if they get kicked out, which they will, the next time they want to go, they got to carry a package for us. They'll get caught. The package gets flushed. They'll get kicked out because Trump didn't want to process anybody. Then we give them another package. If they get through 3 out of 4 times, there's the fentanyl. One of the reasons why we're catching more fentanyl is because we're processing everybody now, because Title 42 is over. The reason the numbers are going down is because Title 42 is over. The only reason the numbers spiked a few months ago was because the asylum situation needs to be modified. That's what was in the border bill, and Republicans don't want to do that because it's the only source of waves of migrants coming that they can use to scare their voters into voting for them. That's how it works. Donald Trump built the migrant highway and the industry for drugs and human trafficking at the southern border with his Remain in Mexico Title 42 combo. Period. End of story. Obviously, there's a backlog of people that during COVID, people didn't cross because we had more cases than Mexico. So people are like, I'm not going to go die at a job that nobody's even going to come by at a restaurant or Mar-a-Lago. Nobody's golfing right now. So I'll just stay here till it's over. So they wrote it out. So the numbers were the lowest ever because the numbers of crossings of borders was lowest ever everywhere. Of course it was. It was a pandemic. But without Donald Trump's wall, the vast majority of the large groups that we see crossing the border wouldn't be able to cross. The terrain would be too tough, and maybe young individuals could do the climb or swim, but now they just walk. It's as wide as a car and as flat as a pancake. And you can just, if you can't get in at one of the checkpoints or it's too crowded, just grab your stuff and keep walking till you don't see any more Customs and Border Patrol or they have to leave to go chase somebody else down. And then just walk around. That's how it works. So the idea that Donald Trump had any solutions at all for anything is ridiculous. His tax cut was already on Mitch McConnell's desk 5 years before Donald Trump even thought about running. He just signed it because he wanted to suck up to those business buddies. It is basically the Golf Partners Act of 2017. Can you think of any? I mean, Joe Biden got passed a bipartisan infrastructure bill. Okay, he got a bipartisan infrastructure bill passed. Now think of all the infrastructure you use on the regular: roads, bridges, sewer systems, hydropower maybe in your area with the dams that are around, the electric grid and the ability to keep it from being hacked or destroyed. All those elements you just kind of take for granted that, again, are in the background, are foundational to the country. What you do with it, up to you. Whether you bathe in that water or drink it is up to you, but the existence of it and the fact that it should be free of as many toxins as is humanly possible removing, that's crucial. That's the government's job, and you should be able to rely on that. Joe Biden just gave, as part of the Infrastructure Act, $3 billion to remove the lead pipes in this country and replace all of them. The impact of that change for humanity, every citizen of the United States, everyone who visits here, as far as the safety of the water that you drink, is immeasurable. And if you don't believe me, look at, and I'm blitzing on his name right now, but there was the guy in Maryland who was given a rough ride by the police and died in the van because they basically put him in the back of an empty van, drove him around as he was banging into the sides. He was receiving payments from the state. Freddie Gray, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Freddie Gray. Freddie Gray was receiving payments from the state his whole life. Do you know why? Do you know why he was receiving payments from the state? Lead exposure. His whole life, he had problems with impulse control and drug addiction and the like, and the reason, the root of it could be traced, not all, but certainly some, to his lead exposure as a child. And he and others were paid from the state, and many of the people who were affected by it had all the prefrontal cortex damage that people get from lead exposure. Just the ability for a future Freddie Gray to be born and not exposed to lead so that his life doesn't end up that way. That's life-changing. That's the boring, normal, function, positive aspect of good governance that Joe Biden represents, and that Donald Trump couldn't be bothered with. You think you think there's anything in the infrastructure bill, anything at all, that wouldn't have passed when Donald Trump was in office? You think there was something special about it, besides Joe Biden actually caring and pushing it through? Is there something about the infrastructure bill that made it an absolute deal breaker, no-go during the Trump administration? What was it? I'll tell you, there wasn't a single thing. There was not a single thing. So why didn't he pass it? Why? Because he would have required Democratic votes to do it? And his ego wouldn't allow for that? It reflected bipartisanship, and he just couldn't stand that? Or he was worried about losing some of his maggot QAnon base in the process? because they just couldn't pin him down to read the damn thing and sign off of it on it so that the maggots in his constituency in the House would vote for it and push it through. Or he didn't want to argue it with them because he was too weak. And that Chip Roy yelling at him in a meeting about how they can't pass this thing because it'll give Democrats a win or some nonsense was too much for him to take. It's just easier to go golfing. Same with the CHIPS Act. Was there anything in the CHIPS Act that magically became... Did you have to wait for ChatGPT to come online to pass the CHIPS Act? No. He just wouldn't. Just didn't care. And like every Democratic president we have, whether it's Carter after Nixon and Ford, or it's Clinton after Reagan and Bush, or it's Barack Obama after Bush 2, here's the president of the United States. Oh, we'll get to the PACT Act in a second, Ken. I'm going to stick the landing with that one. Here's the president of the United States walking into the Oval Office with a push broom and a pan going, all right, let's get this place back to working order. Let's get this back to where people can just get on with their lives and don't have to worry all the time, white knuckle their government, constantly waking up, okay, what's wrecked now? What simple, normal, functional thing that we all take for granted is now in jeopardy because the president either is angry about it and feels like the head of the FAA isn't sufficiently loyal to him, and so therefore if a couple of plane crashes he can just lay it off on him and use it to get rid of him, or he just doesn't care enough to even be bothered with it. Because that's what you get with Trump. That's what that is. It's 100% of what he's about. I'm in Chicago. I don't know if we needed a break in that bit. I feel like I ran past it, but maybe not. But thank you. I've got a couple other callers in there, and I want to get to them. And please hang on, guys. But Boston Brian is in the chat. Is in there as well. Is he on the line? Yep. Hey, Brian. Are you there?
What's going on, my friend? How are you?
I'm spectacular.
I sure am.
Thanks so much. Everybody, Dem Boston Brian, and at all the ats, look him up. And, of course, check out his live stream on Sundays. We love you, brother. How are you? Have you and my thing is when are you going to retain Robert Costello as your attorney? That's, I think, my primary question.
Well, I think that's why you don't let the clowns run the circus, so to speak. I think when the lawyers have it in their head, when they tell their client, listen, I think it's in your best interest for this man not to testify on your behalf, I think it might be best to listen to whatever crappy lawyers you found at the bottom of whatever barrel you have left to choose lawyers out of.
Right. I'm beginning to think, and maybe it's just me, I don't know, but I'm beginning to think that that Trump is terrible at everything. Did you see the revenue numbers for Trump media? Did you buy any?
No, I don't even know how that's possible. I literally tweeted out, please, somebody tell me how it's even possible to lose $330 million in less than 3 months. Not only that, but at the same time, you're losing $330 million. You're only bringing in $700,000 in total revenue. Now, you tell me that stock valuation had any merit whatsoever. Please, somebody explain that to me.
I got to say, I'm starting to understand how you could bankrupt a casino with this kind of management quality. Yeah, so for those that don't know, Trump Media reported $770,500 in revenue for the first quarter of this year. That's 3 months, as Brian said, and a net loss of $327.6 million. I don't know where to go.
Now, let me ask you a question. How is that possible?
I don't.
How is it in a company that doesn't have Go ahead. But they don't have anything to spend the money on, is what I'm looking at. Like, they don't have a huge client, they don't have a huge employee base. They don't have a ton of people on the site. They don't spend a ton on. I don't understand where $330 million would go in 3 months in that company.
So first of all, I think they're just shuffling money to Trump to pay his legal bills. I think that's where a lot of this came, and they're black boxing a bunch of it under that kind of stuff. But it's they filed an earnings report, and in looking through it, it doesn't say. Like there's no like budget to it where you're like, oh, okay, there you go. But so they announced that they're going to launch a TV streaming platform, right? Which that the Trump Media and Technology Group.
Let's go even deeper. Let's go even deeper into the red.
Yeah,
That's what
right.
we should do.
The most expensive possible thing you can do online. I mean, literally, start with audio only podcasts. So Elon Musk dumps $44 million into Twitter and effectively turns, besides him handing his show to Tucker Carlson, who now has a show on RT, which shouldn't surprise anyone, that he started turning effectively the Spaces thing into like a group audio podcasting platform, because compared to video, it's incredibly cheap. Sorry, did I say million? I meant billion. Thank you. $44 billion. He spends $44 billion on this. And even he, with that amount of money. Right. Yeah, Saudi money, exactly. Even he, with that amount of money, has it puts together, it goes, all right, if we're crunching the numbers, it's going to cost us way too much to live stream through this. So people can live stream, you can post stuff that's elsewhere, but retaining all that stuff is super expensive. So if we're going to add on to this, what we're going to add on to it ultimately is just audio podcasting. It's cheap. It's, like as far as, shrinking the file size down to next to nothing is very easy with audio. And they know that. Trump's just jumping straight into, we're going to build the new Rumble, which will kill Rumble. It won't do anything to YouTube and Twitch, but it will absolutely gut Rumble, which is the only thing it's got going for it, while breaking both of them.
And the only thing that Don Jr. makes money from.
Yes.
Right now, it's probably his main revenue source right now is Rumble.
And he'll have to leave. He'll have to leave to go over to Truth Social and stream it there. Or for those that don't know, Rumble is like right-wing YouTube. They created it themselves. And Don Jr. and Dan Bongholio and a bunch of those guys all got together to create these kind of like rudimentary, bicycle with training wheels versions of other YouTube sites so that right-wingers could create a safe space for themselves where people aren't picking on them for being wrong, right? So they made Rumble so they could, be anti-vax essentially. And then they contracted out a few people, and then they just skim off the top of it and just, I don't know. It is literally a site of where you can watch Dan Bongholio, Russell Brand, and slap fights. Literally, like, those men slapping each other things.
Independent they are. Yet every single one of those people that you just named, every single one of those people you just named had the CEO of Rumble on their podcast, on their show, to try to boost their revenue stream, to try to boost their numbers.
Right.
And like you said, you point this out a lot, and it's both with Rumble, YouTube, pretty much anything that these right wingers are on. The amount of views on videos or tweets or posts never once matches up or aligns with the amount of followers, subscribers, or
0.2% max
on whatever platform they are. Not even friggin' close. You can't even you cannot have 6.5 million subscribers and somehow only manage 3,700 views on a post or on a video. That's just something's not adding up in that equation.
Right. So, and that's where you get, obviously YouTube had a thing for a while with people buying views as well as buying, likes and subscriptions and all that kind of stuff. It's always an issue with any of those. And in that, they try to curtail that. They keep an eye on it because they don't want to be playing ads and paying people for stuff that no one is watching, right? It's a terrible business model. So YouTube does stuff about that. The problem with Rumble is that their entire like sales pitch is to their viewers that they have other people, not the advertisers. The advertisers don't care. They'd rather have a small, hardcore psycho base. That's why it's like gold coins with Donald Trump's face on it, and lubed catheters and prepper food is basically what they sell on all those things. So they don't care if it's a small crowd. We got to take a break. We're at the other end of this. Boston Brian, I love you, brother. Thanks for calling in. You'll join me on your show. Everybody should check out Boston Brian's show on the weekend, on Sundays at 1 o'clock. I don't know, it's your time, East Coast time. Yes?
Correct. Well, this is about you. I called in about you. It's not about me. I appreciate you very much mentioning all that, and I thank you to the end of the earth. But this is about you. I came on to sing your praises and to thank you for not only the time, effort, attention to detail, the passion you put into all this, and the amount of people that you touch on a day-to-day basis.
Oh, come on.
Me being one of those people. I just wanted to come on and really not only congratulate you, but thank you for making this something that
I feel like I got an EGOT.
Not only palatable, but fun to watch, fun to learn. But no, really, that's why I came on. I just wanted to thank you very much for the time, energy, and effort you put into all this. Your support of women's rights, your support of democracy, and like I said, your knowledge on the details of this is
can't stop, won't stop, brother.
One of the best.
We'll have you on. We'll have you again on the Saturday show very soon. Really appreciate you helping me out this weekend when Johnny was at the Orioles game, which we were very happy that he was able to go do. Love you so much. We got to take a break. Hard break. I'm out. It's Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito. I'll be back after the top of the hour news. I think if it plays, we'll see. Okay, here we go. Okay. And thanks, CSL. Stop touching people. I can't. I cannot. I grab them by the feels. That's how I do. By the way, I did an entire virus and malware scan of my computer and found a couple of problematic files. So hopefully a lot of my audio and video glitchy stuff that's been happening will go away. Obviously, there's more subtle stuff, but I am not DB Golding. I think if you have game, you don't have to grab it. It'll come right to you. Yeah, Russian troll bots. And I'm glad y'all are out there like me being on the show and stuff. That's really sweet of y'all to say hi to me and that you like me being on there. I'd try to be on there a lot more if I could. I wish I could come out there on that sexy liberal comedy tour, but apparently my teeth won't make it through security. Know what I mean? It's a thing. Boy, oh boy. And of course, every time I go through the metal detector, the plate in my head scans. And they don't believe me. They're like, you packing something. I'm like, I'm not packing something. They're like, you packing something. I'm like, I'm not packing something. They're like, you are packing something. And I'm like, oh, you're looking at my crotch. Oh, yeah, well, I do okay. And then I'm like, oh, I got a plate in my head. It's not, legally speaking, a medical metal plate. It's, you ever do that thing where you take a beer can and you crush it against your head? You know what I mean? Like to be all tough and stuff. I used to do that all the time in middle school. And then, so, okay, we go get to callers. We talk about Sam, okay, Durbin and Sprinkle. Okay, we'll get to Nick and Shanzy. They waiting there. And top of the thing. We'll go straight to them if that's okay, Chicago. Excellent.
Yep.
Oh, still okay, good. And so, Anyways, you know how you crush a beer can on top of your head? Okay, so them old Pabst Blue Ribbon cans I used to have when I was a kid were straight up tin, man. They like Popeye spinach cans. They weren't aluminum. So anyways, on a dare, one time I'm like, okay, here it comes. And I didn't even think, man. I just went rap, and I did crush it, but it stayed. So it got stuck. And then eventually my hair just grew up over it like weeds. So I still got a PBR can right there. Yeah, that's good. Sorry, 1 second. I'm getting a phone call. Happens every time I do that. I just try to. Sometimes I do it. If I knock right there, it'll change the channel on my mom's TV. True story. I honestly have no idea what he's going to say when I start. No idea. Oh, thank you. Texas Bar, thank you. In case you have Fozzie Bear. Oh, thank you. Yes. Huggy Bear. Yeah. Max Bear. Any of the bears. Or the apartments. The aggressive, persistent attacks or whatever. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys. I'll show you this real quick. Look at this. This was so funny. Wait. Oh, sorry. The wrong one. This one. Quit! Get out of there. Oh wait. This is.
Here we go.
Okay. Thank you.
Take her away, Ian.
Yeah, take it away, Ernie. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
And now, live from Chicago, filling in for Joan Esposito.
Please, Netflix, let me play Rudy Giuliani in a big kind of bloviated Cheney suit like the one that Christian Bale wore.
Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
You can see the roots of the paranoia that Trump has in what he uses to attack everyone else and why he thinks everybody's a crook because I'm a crook. And the only difference between me and them is I don't use email, so their emails must be just full of criminality.
Hal Sparks. Live, local, and progressive.
Okay, I want to let's get through some of these folks already that have been waiting for a little bit. Nick from Rochester, New York, I think is in there. Nick.
Hi, Hal. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad. I just wanted to inform you, I just went through the northwestern part of New York State last weekend picking up my kid. Went through Route 3 on the way up there, down Route 11 on the way back. Only saw 3 houses full of Trump propaganda.
Yeah, you know, I have a theory that, and I'm sticking to it, that the only people that are voting for Trump this time are people that have yard signs and multiple flags and are wearing the hat every time they go to the grocery store. Anybody who isn't wearing the gear is voting for Biden, hardcore. Because there's no, it's such a cult on his side. There is no way that you're going to vote for him if you don't have all that stuff at this point. Like there's no soft Trump vote out there anymore.
I totally agree. And just so we're, on the same base, that's Stefanik territory. Drove right through it. Only saw 3 places.
Wow. Is it the same people that you always see too? Is it the over the top crazies? There's one in my dad's, on my way into town from my dad's house, because he lives out in the sticks in Kentucky. There's this one dude, and his whole yard was full of stuff, and he had this giant Trump flag stretched out it was like, it must have been like 12 feet wide by 8 feet high on 2 poles stuck in his yard and all this stuff. And everybody around him had some, but those are all gone. It's just him now.
Same way in 2018, it was all over the place. Now, like I said, only 3 places.
Yep. And I got to say, do you think those people are just tired of his crap and they're not going to vote for him or going to vote for Biden in your own feeling of the area, or are they just going to not bother?
They're not going to bother. They're just not going to show up because Trump's been telling them anyway, don't vote.
Yeah. Why would it count? I said that before the top of the hour, but the logic on that makes no sense to me whatsoever. I don't know how you tell people that the election was rigged while you were president of the United States, but now that you're not, you can win it the old-fashioned way, and also the other side cheats. It's so weird.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Now, before I let you go to get to other callers, how is the bumper sticker going?
It's hard. They don't make them everywhere because people. I'll tell you what it is. So you, like on all the sites that I normally do on my T-shirts and stuff like that, they have regular stickers, but they don't do bumper stickers on Teespring and those kind of things. They just have regular stickers, but they don't have the full rectangle ones. Because maybe they're out of favor or something like that. But you have to get them specifically printed. You can't just have them sold, as people buy them on demand. You got to order boxes and boxes of them. And I'm like, I don't know that many people that want to put a bumper sticker on. But that said, I have other stickers and I will keep pushing those. But if I can find one of the services, if you know of one, if anybody knows of a service that does on-demand bumper sticker printing that online, please let me know. Because the Twitch site doesn't do it. Teespring doesn't do it. I'm not sure about what Shopify has to offer. It seems like everything and nothing. But that's where I'm stuck. I have tried to find normal bumper sticker things and no luck. My apologies.
Somebody's got to do them because you see the Catholic radio stations all over the place.
Well, that's the thing. They usually buy those in bulk. They, especially the big religious groups and the super PACs because they can afford to do that. They, it's like yard signs. You can't. It's hard to make on-demand yard signs. You got to buy those in bulk too. I've noticed. Otherwise, my yard would already have a Sparks for Mayor one. All year round, always.
I'll see what I can do for you.
Thank you. That'd be lovely. Yeah, let me know. If anybody has that, I'm all ears. It's been very oddly frustrating. It seems like it would be simple. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Nick, you're awesome. Appreciate it. Let's grab Shanzi.
Thank you for the last 5 years. Yeah. Have a good one.
Absolutely. Let's grab Shanzi, who's in Humboldt County, California. She's in California? Yeah. Hi, Shanzi.
Yep. Hey there.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
I can. Go right ahead. There you go.
Hi there.
Hi.
Awesome. A couple of things. You are freaking awesome. I censored myself because I don't know if they let you swear on the radio.
No, they don't let you swear on the radio, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Well, if they ever figure out a way to censor those cartoon cuss symbols, then I'm doomed.
Right. Yeah. I think we're okay online. Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
First off, I told the wonderful human that answered my phone call first, thank you so much, you and all the rest of them. Boston Brian is how I found your site, believe it or don't, for keeping us sane.
Aw.
And I infected a few more people with the house farts virus by sending out the State of the Union address and the deposition and.
Right. Hey, as long as they go to vote.org, I don't care. I gotta say, as my mom always said, make yourself useful as well as ornamental. And I've always been pretty good at the ornamental part. But useful was always a struggle from a comedian standpoint because it's hard to argue whether people need it or not. I happen to think it's a holy calling, but I might be alone in that belief system. But especially if I can just get people to not take for granted the rights and privileges they have in this life. As you can't. Nobody can do it all the time, but at least most of the time. Just try to remember how lucky we are to be able to choose our leaders, choose our, the people that run our country.
Mm-hmm. There's something I learned from Bo of the Fifth Column. And
yes.
You think of what the path we're on as activists, as a bus.
Yeah.
It's going towards making human beings a better group of people.
Yep.
Some people will get out at one stop, like voting rights for everybody. Someone else will get out at the stop for low-income housing. Another person will get off at higher wages for everybody.
Yeah.
But we're all going the same direction.
Yeah.
And I must add to that I'm the weird little kid that's all amped up on sugar and caffeine running up and down the aisles.
Yeah. Hey, that's okay. That because again, I have to say, life should not have to be, and increasingly it won't be, over the course of as humans technologically advance and as technology is always deflationary, as I say, and I'm always proven right, and everybody yells at me about it, and then I turn out to be right again. That technology makes things cheaper and faster, and it can't help itself because that is the very nature of how it grows. That eventually we will get to the point where the vast majority of our effort in life will be in amusing, educating, and enriching ourselves as human beings. And I say, why wait? That life should be about that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Deep and abiding love for our fellow human beings, and culturally, enriching ourselves with history and math and science and literature and all the things and music and going to events and seeing things and experiencing things. That's what life should be about. It shouldn't be about, holy crap, do I have to deal with this idiot again driving my country off a cliff? I think humans are tired of it, and rightly so. And again, that's why I love the magnificent, beautiful normalcy of the Biden administration.
Exactly, and he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And people have been saying, "Oh, he's too old." I'm like, really? The way I was taught, you listen to your elders because they know they've been there.
Well, here's what he is. You know what he's too old for? All right, let me shock everybody for a moment. Biden is too old. He's too old to sit under the shade of the trees that he is planting. The good that Joe Biden is trying to do in the world right now will not directly benefit him as a human being. He will not be alive when all the benefits of not having lead pipes in the country or the rural broadband finally reach their zenith. He will not be alive when that happens. But his children will be, and his grandchildren will be, and so will ours, and that's what he's working for. Donald Trump does not care about the earth past the end of his own existence at all.
He doesn't care about anything at all. I mean,
well, I think he cares about the appearances. I think he cares about appearances. Right? I think because the illusion of strength, the illusion of intelligence, the illusion of charm is all he has going for himself. But he doesn't actually have any of those traits himself.
I remember telling somebody about how he handled the whole COVID debacle. If he had actually grown a pair and said, look, this is a scary time.
Yeah.
But we're Americans. We can handle this stuff. And here's how we're going to do it. He could have literally been the biggest celebrity ever.
Trump, you mean?
He could have had his tear down the wall moment, but he didn't. Yeah.
Right.
But he didn't. He didn't do a Mr. Gorbachev tear down that wall. He stuck his head in the wall, and I think it kind of affected his computing power.
Right. He banged his head against it and gave himself, damage to his prefrontal cortex. But you're absolutely right. That was the most amazing thing about Donald Trump, amongst everything, apparently his odor and his odd orangey skin texture color situation. The most amazing thing about him is his ability to screw up the simplest wins. Because again, his freak out about, I think it was largely that everybody was saying, look, if we shut down the country, the stock market's going to crash and people are going to blame you. That's what he heard from Kudlow or somebody else. It's just completely incapable of processing the real situation, the real danger that people were in, the genuine gravitas of the circumstance. His inability to process that meant that he had to pretend like it was nothing. And if he did what you were talking about, if he literally said, you guys are so lucky I'm here. This is going to be bad. But thank God I'm here, or it'd be a lot worse. We're going to get through this. I'm going to help you deal with it. And even if we have to shut this place down, I'm the greatest businessman that's ever lived, and I will bring back this economy tenfold. You watch. I don't want you to worry about it. I just want you to stay alive through that. That message in and of itself it would have required a recognition of the real threat and the real circumstance he was in. But it would have been just as much BS. Yeah. Let me tell you, he wouldn't have had to do any more work than he refused to do at the time. His ego won't handle it, and he's just too stupid to see the angles. That's why he bankrupted a casino. It's why Truth Social made $730,000 this year and lost $327.6 million. That's why. Because he can't see the angles. He's not intellectually capable. You know what reminds me of it? Have you ever seen the movie Live, Die, Repeat? It's called Edge of Tomorrow, but everybody calls it Live, Die, Repeat. It's the Tom Cruise movie about it's an alien invasion, and he keeps reliving the same day over and over again. It's a sci-fi movie, and it is one of the best sci-fi movies of the last 4 decades. Hands down. It's fantastic. And it handles time travel better than any other. I'd love to see it. But there's a scene in it where they're trying to figure out how to get this device that could help them from this general. And they've apparently done it 30 times. They've tried to talk him through it. Every time she ends up having to shoot him so they can restart their day. And he hates it, and it's painful, and he does it again and again. But he's talking to this general, and the one thing that he finally gets through, he finally gets this guy to hand them the device. And in it, he says, the way he gets him to give it to him is he says, you are not intellectually capable of understanding what's going on, and you never will be. And he's not insulting the guy. He just literally means it. The guy is not, because they're living the same day over and over again. They're processing something, but this is just beyond this guy's comprehension. It's completely outside of his possibility. And he's honest with this guy. And he says, you will never be able, you're intellectually incapable of understanding what's going on, and you never will be. And the guy hands the thing over. And that's, honest to God, Donald Trump would react to that by going, well, then I'm keeping it. Maybe I need this to save myself, right? Like it wouldn't work on him because he would react to it so poorly. This guy is so mature. This general is so aware of the seriousness of what's going on that someone simply saying that to him was enough for him to go, you know what? This has got to be serious, or you wouldn't dare talk to me like that. And Trump is incapable of experiencing that kind of criticism. He can't. He could never do it. You could never insult him into doing the right thing by telling him the truth. But right, Biden, you absolutely could. You could absolutely. Right. Yes. Exactly. You could say to Joe Biden, "Look, AI is so far ahead. We're playing catch up right now. And by the time I explain this whole thing to you, it'll be too late. You got to trust me. You hired me because I know what I'm doing. I'm part of your cabinet for a reason. You've trusted me before, and I've never let you down. So right now I'm telling you, by the time I'm done explaining this, it'll be over." And Joe Biden could literally go, "You're right. Respectfully, I get it. This is all so new to so many people that, by the time we get our pants on, the lie will have made it halfway around the world." And that's the beauty of maturity. And Trump has none of it. And and here's the thing. It's too late. He never will. Donald Trump is never going to mature into a better version of himself. There is no, to the independents and the uncommitteds out there who apparently did not hear Donald Trump say about Gaza, the Israelis have to go in there and clean the cancer out. You have to finish the problem. which sounds like genocide to me. I don't know about you. But that's not something Joe Biden would say ever. But apparently that's okay with some folks. Okay, for those folks, there is no new version of, where Trump becomes a better version of himself. That whole, like, he'll be more presidential once he's in office. That ship has sailed. Never was going to happen. Anybody who believed it at the time was too stupid, at the time. And it's never going to happen now. Period. End of story. And yes, if anything, chat room, you're right. He's getting worse. I want to thank you for calling in, Shanzi. I really appreciate it, and it means a lot to everybody in the chat who's part of our regular family around here, and that this thing has actually grown into something that was far beyond anything I thought would exist when I just started live streaming to try and help people make it through lockdown and the election. And it's just what I'm happy about too is that I am 10xing my message and what I think, because you guys are so smart and can comprehend it and come up with your own take in a way of communicating it to other people that are around you in a way that's smart and culturally sensitive to what's happening around you, so that it gets through. Where some people might not. There are some maggots that don't want to hear a word from me. They're never, ever going to want to hear my version of it because they're scared of how charming I am. But they might hear it. They might hear it from a friend or a former friend or a friend of a friend or a relative in that way. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I know that, and by the way, Chicago, I know we have a couple minutes before the break, and I just wanted to make sure I'm not stepping on anybody. There it is. Yes, Cindy in Michigan, and then we have one other. So I think I can get to one of them, and then we'll get to Jim and Ron. Let's do that. Let's go to Cindy right now, and then we'll get to Jim and Ron and Tammy after the break. I just don't want to eat up too much. So can we do that? Is that good? Cindy, are you there?
Yep.
Hi, Hal. Yeah,
Hi.
I'm here. I'm just so happy to hear you.
It's nice to be heard
all the time, but you're not always able to take the calls.
Right.
I just wanted to say you were so right, and when let's put the lead paint thing together and lead pipes with Trump. He may have had lead exposure in his beautiful mansion.
Right. With all his fake. Do you think that's not real gold?
You know? It's painted over. It's lead. The inside.
Oh
part
yeah,
of
the
water,
fine quality building materials at Trump at the Trump org.
Yeah. But I was going to say I loved his lineup of tie-wearing comfort flunkies that are standing behind him every day.
Comfort flunkies is awesome. Hashtag comfort flunkies. Wait, stop. That's amazing. Hashtag comfort flunkies.
You can own that. You
own it. That's amazing.
It is yours forever.
No, just let people in the chat room, please put that out on social media. Hashtag comfort flunkies. I love it. Okay, go ahead.
It's
all you, Cindy from Michigan.
That was the first one I saw those people there. Cindy from Michigan tells you all about it. Yeah,
that's right.
I see those guys standing behind them, and every one of them is like should be in jail, had been in jail.
Right.
Cheating their partners in their businesses. And when he talked about Michael Cohen being a bad witness, my biggest thing would be to say to them would be, well, he hired him.
Right.
He kept him on
for 10 years.
That is the kind of people he would hire in our government.
Yeah.
Now that we don't have anything to hold him back, this is it.
Well, and again, ultimately, you have a situation where he has this guy on retainer for a decade, and he goes to jail because he lied on behalf of Trump. And now these folks want to say he's lying on the stand right now, which of course means if he's lying now, he wasn't lying then, and he went to jail for no reason. He's an innocent man who was sent to jail, and Trump did nothing about it, even though the guy was a long-term friend of his, whatever that means. But if he lied then, he's not lying now. And if he's lying now, he didn't lie then. It doesn't work out. The other thing, too, is hashtag the best people. Trump has this penchant, apparently, for hiring the most ridiculous humans, for one. I mean, never mind Todd Blanche and all the other attorneys, the ones who haven't had the brains to quit. Alina Habba and Christina Bobb, and just the ridiculously in over their head, Keystone Cops crowd of people that he brings into the White House. I mean, he brought Sidney Powell, Lynn Wood, the DeAngelis couple or whatever their name was, the Mike Pillow, and the dude from Overstock.com into the White House to game plan how to win the election after he lost it. Understand, this is the quality of the people he surrounds himself with. And then as soon as, by the way, it didn't work, he doesn't even have to wait for them to turn on him like Michael Cohen did. He just jettisons them if it doesn't work, which speaks to his character and his lack of belief in what he's saying in the first place. He's just, if you're a loser, you're a loser, even if you lost on my behalf. What kind of a human being does that to their team? It's so, the more you think about it. Yeah. What? Sorry, say that again?
The Trump human being.
Yes.
A Trump human being.
Right.
It's a brand. Yeah.
Yeah.
He brands everything. Trump human being.
Yeah.
I was going to say the poster for the flunkies, the comfort flunkies, just empty suits with the ties on, a whole line of them, and then hashtag comfort flunkies. There you go.
Yeah. You know what they should do? Oh, my God. You know what they should do? There should be one of those cutout walls like they have at the fair. And they don't have to wear the suit. They can just come up and stick their stupid face through it, right? You could just come up, be one of Trump's, be a comfort flunky. Just come up and get your picture taken. And then and it's like just a bunch, it's like 6 open holes with bodies with suits and red ties. And then in front, it's just like a weird caricature drawing of Matt Gaetz blathering into a microphone. You charge people $5 at the Trump outside of Trump rallies. Be a comfort flunky. Send a picture that you were outside the courtroom. Oh my God, you'd clean up. I just figured out a way to pay for my new road rig.
Well, brainstorming with you today has just been it's my whole day. It really is. Thank you, Hal.
Absolutely. I have to take a break. We'll be back right after this. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito, and I ran over a minute of her break, and I feel terrible. So I'll be back right after this with more of your calls. 773-763-9278. I believe we are clear.
Hey, Hal.
Yes.
Let's do that 4:45 break with the live read that I emailed. Did you get that?
Oh, no, but I will. I'll get it right now.
It's in your email.
Okay, thank you.
It's an attachment, and also I just pasted the text into the email.
Got it. Okay.
And this is going to be a little bit of a long break here.
Okay, great. That's the one
Hi,
for.
Hal.
Hi. Oh, hi. Who's that? Is it Lady B? Who's that?
How are you, Lady B?
Hi.
Lady
I
B,
thought so.
Miss you?
I miss you too. How are you? Big verbal hug. I can't wait to see you
great,
in August.
Free.
Yay! Everybody in the chat room. Lady B is cancer free. Hashtag Lady B is cancer free. That's lovely. That's so good.
Yes. And I want to thank you for staying positive for me, because that helped me. Joan helped me. Everyone here helped me, and I appreciated that.
Of course. And I look forward to seeing you. Yes, the chat room's always lovely. They're all yelling your praises and going woohoo and giving you applause. It's lovely. I will. I'm going to be there in August. For the Sexy Liberal show. And Nerd Halen the night afterwards. I would be. It'd be my pleasure if you were my guest at either or both. It's up to you, but it would just be lovely.
I'll be there.
Lovely. Okay, excellent. And I will. If my hugs get annoying, just let me know. It's okay. You can just say no. It's all about consent. I understand, but I'm going to assume the first one since we have a history of hugging. So, but after that, if you go, okay, it's a little over the top, dial it back.
Yes.
Yeah. Like,
Yes. We'll see how the first one go.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it'll be a quality one. Don't you know my quality hugs across the board, always.
And Hal with the live read.
Yes.
I'll go to a commercial, and then we can come out of the commercial with your live read. And you asked if it was the one on Hochberg. Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yep.
Yeah.
Team Hochberg.
In about,
DJ
10 minutes. No.
Bar. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, about 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Attention, everyone.
Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive.
Filling in today for Joan, live from Chicago. Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
That's right. Welcome back. So we got other callers on the line. Let's see. I've lost track of the order of everybody, Chicago. So who's up next? Who's been on the longest that we have in there? I just want to, grandfather people in. Jim, excellent. Okay, let's bring in Jim. I don't want him to wait any longer. Thanks, Jim. Welcome, Jim. Hi.
Hold on, Hal. Hi. Let me get you off the speaker.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Hi, Hal. How are you today?
I'm spectacular. Thanks. How are you?
How are you today? Good. It's an honor to speak to you.
You too.
I find you to be very, very intelligent about everything that you talk about. I follow you on Saturday. I try to follow you during the week on your program.
It's a lot.
And that, but I work midnight, so I have to listen to you at like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, but I still get it.
I appreciate it. I hope I'm not creeping out your neighbors with the laughter at odd hours, but yes.
And I just signed up for Zoltran today, renewed myself for your show.
Thank you.
And I wanted to talk about Senator Durbin and the Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
I called Senator Durbin's office a couple of weeks ago to complain about the oil prices, and for him to, when he talks to President Biden, to say, hey, Russia and Saudi Arabia are pro-Trumpers, and they're causing this stuff, that I want President Biden to be a little bit stronger when it came to the oil prices.
Gotcha.
And then when I wanted to ask him about the Supreme Court, they hung up on me. And I think Senator Durbin's getting ready to retire, so he doesn't want to make any waves. But the Supreme Court,
I wouldn't worry. I wouldn't worry so much about whether or not, I don't think that's much of a concern that it's about him retiring per se. It's about what he probably can get done with the limited time that he has there. Like I said, the Supreme Court thing is a long-term process. It's not going to be quick. The oil aspect, you're absolutely right. There's the issue that I think the president runs into, and I think it wouldn't be that surprising to anybody, is that they still have enough control over our economic stability just with the thumb that they have on the scale right now, that we are not far enough down the road of renewables and electric vehicles and the like, or our own production of oil for that matter. Even though we're at the highest level we've ever produced, we're also using more than we've ever used before because of the industries coming back post-COVID, that there is, there's a fine line to walk. They're also, with the Saudis, trying to coax them away from their allyship with Russia, while this division between Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Russia is going on, because Russia's kind of playing both sides of that argument. The Saudis ultimately are afraid that the Iranians are going to land on the Russian side of it, or if they end up, if the Iranians, if the government falls and they end up back on our side or leaning more Western, as they always did previous to the collapse, or them being taken over by the Islamists, that they will side with the United States, and therefore Saudi Arabia will need the protection of Russia in the region, because they will be at the opposite side of that for the time being. It is incredibly complicated. And so I trust between, Blinken and Biden are as a pair in terms of dealing with these things are pretty dead on in a lot of these areas. The question is, how far away from the blast zone can you be economically before you pull the pin? And that's really what I think you're talking about here, is how far away do we have to get from, the control that the Saudis might have, the impact they could have on our stock market and other things. How far away can we diminish that? How much can we diminish that before we give them the old heave ho? And that balancing act, they're fighting that all during this process because we don't, Russian oil is not on the market. They've gotten increasing power because of that. If Russian oil is not coming back, therefore the the Saudi oil is actually going to have, it has more value than it did beforehand. So this is a tough road to hoe. It is there is no simple way past this in that regard. So I hear you, but I do think they're gonna be a steady hand. I trust them to be a steady hand in this. Say again. Go ahead.
Going back to I understand that, and on Tom Homgren's show the other day, they said that we export about 30% of our oil out. We get like 20% from Saudi Arabia and 10% from Russia. Are we funding the war in Ukraine by buying oil from Russia, that 10%?
No, that those are grandfathered accounts that were there before the sanctions, so they give you a period of time to wean off of it. But right now, we buy it at a price that is below cost from them. So because of the sanctions, it costs them about $67 to $70 a barrel to provide that oil and bring it to the market, but they can't sell it for more than $60. So, and right now we're probably, if we are using any of it, we're paying $52 for it. It's actually costing them money over time. It also has a lot to do with the oil is extracted it's a way of extracting the resource for the companies that were doing business there that we have sanctioned out of existence. They can't do business in Russia anymore. The oil and gas companies in the United States that have removed themselves, they left a lot of gear behind. They left a lot of technology behind, which is, again, has to be updated all the time, and they're not. So it's failing. That's why you're seeing a lot of the explosions besides the drone strikes on these processing facilities and the like. So we're allowing for a time our companies that were doing business before this attack to move themselves out of it slowly over time in a way that won't undermine their bottom line and destroy them, which is what Russia counts on. One of the reasons why Russia has its ability to manipulate our markets is also because we, in a move of supporting freedom and the change from the USSR to current Russia, or as we understood it, opened up everything. We were like, okay, we were, I would argue, equal parts naive and hopeful about them becoming normal European partners in the world. And I personally am of the belief that it was a rope-a-dope and it was always a scheme to try and lure the rest of the world into being reliant on them, like a drug dealer where the first dose is free until you're hooked, and then the price, and that's when the hook comes. So I think ultimately they did the same thing with oil, and they count on us not being able to extract ourselves from this, right? As quickly. They were surprised because we did. And the way we did it this was one of the reasons. So no, we are not funding it. We are costing them money with every barrel of oil we get from them.
Okay. One real quick last thing. I got tickets for Sexy Liberal in Chicago in August. I hope to see you there.
You will?
I met you the last time when you were in Chicago with Sexy Liberal a couple of years ago. Yeah. And I had a fantastic time. I laughed. Anybody can get tickets to come see you and
Steph and John and Frangela. Yep.
Yes. Go see them because it is a funny show.
And you put on a good show with the guitar and Southern Man. I love it.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I'm bringing that to on the road with me, as well as a couple of other. There will be a special treat at the Chicago show because Johnny Million is in town. I'm just saying it will be a bigger version of it. Just that's all I'm saying. That there will be a more I don't want to say anymore, but Johnny Million will be around. So I'm just saying, that it'll be a cool thing. And then, of course, people will be mad and insist that I bring him on the road with me. And then his life will change. And then there's no going back. But thank you so much for the call. I greatly appreciate it. We got to take a break. And then when we come back.
Love you.
Yeah, thank you. Love you, too. Thanks, chat room, too. We're going to do this. Hold on. I'm making sure that I have my live read ready to go after the break. Well, I do. We're good. So we'll be back right after this.
Okay, we'll do it in 30 seconds.
You got it. I just had it. And then it's somebody's sending me oh, I see. That's why they're throwing. Wait, hold on. Where'd it go? I just had it. And then.
Have you got it? You got it. Okay.
Hold on. Nope.
5 seconds.
Oh, no, I don't have it. Hold on. I had it a second ago.
Okay, I'll play another spot.
Thank you. Yes. And then almost
30
got
seconds.
it. There it is. I got it.
Okay. We're ready in 20 seconds.
All right.
Mike's live.
If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. Revolving credit debt increased $17.6 billion in March, the largest monthly increase on record. According to Bloomberg, over 50% of Americans don't have enough cash to cover an unexpected $400 expense, and a record 36% of Americans have more credit card debt than savings. Listeners have been surviving inflation by relying upon their credit cards, but your credit card debt isn't going to magically disappear. That's why you need to call Team Hochberg now, N-O-W, not tomorrow, not next week, not next month. Pick up the phone and call now for a debt consolidation consultation. Team Hochberg will analyze your current situation for free. Hochberg? I'm saying, okay, sorry, Hochberg. Yes. I should have known that. Like DJ Mahakmubar. Hochberg, sorry. DJ Team Hochberg. Okay, sorry. Team Hochberg now, not tomorrow, not next week, not next month. Pick up the phone, call them for a free debt consultation. The Team Hochberg will analyze your current situation for free, help you and your family consolidate or eliminate your debt, and they can't help you if you don't call 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. Team Hochberg has helped thousands of WCPT listeners, but they can't help if you don't call 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. Lower.com equal housing lender, NMLS 1124061.
Okay, coming right back.
Hey, all right.
Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive.
Filling in today for Joan, live from Chicago.
Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
Welcome back. Welcome back. I got the Hochberg after a while. It was my bad. I'm a literalist when it comes to pronunciations, and I should know better. You know why? Because my middle name McGee, which is often associated with Irish, and I am a bit Irish, don't get me wrong. A plurality of Irish in my background, as it were. But McGee in my name, which is my middle name, does not come from the Irish McGee. It actually comes from McHugh, M-A-C-G-O-U-G-H, which was phonetically written down at Ellis Island based on the accent. McKee! They literally wrote it down because McKee sounded like McGee because of how my great-great-great-great-grandfather said McKee. It's just McKee. Just it ain't the tune. I just want to get in. So just saying, it's for the record, the struggle is real. All right, we have more callers on the line. Who do we have next in there? Ron. Yeah, let's go to Ron, and then we'll get to Tammy next.
Hi, Hal.
Hey, Ron.
Hello.
You're there. Go ahead.
Hey, you're playing with names. Yeah, you're playing with names there. I'm reading a great book, Alexandria, The City That Changed the World by Islam, ISA. But in the book, they're talking about the early Zionists before World War One. And one of the names that came up was a Zionist named Joseph Trump Elder. And,
wow.
With the Trump family lying about everything in their past and present, and it's the perfect, it's Trump and then Elder at the end, Joseph, and it's
right.
Ironic that this.
Well, it could be. I think the chance of him being a hidden Jew during that period of time is slim to none in that regard. But I wouldn't rule out the fact that because again, Drumpf was actually Trump's surname, Drumpf. Drumpf is there. He changed it to Trump. His grandfather did, because it sounded cooler. But Drumpf is his actual name. Just like Sparrowhawk is my Sparks. My last name comes from Sparrowhawk, which I kind of think is ever so slightly cooler. It's hard to decide, but it's a Germanic name. I don't know what I think he comes from a long line of Drumpfers, which are people who screw up whatever's working. It was an entire industry in Germany around the Germanic Romanic wars. Somebody would come in and they were basically saboteurs, but like they would sabotage their own stuff. That's what it meant. He's a great Drumpfer. Anyways, so yeah. And by the way, does it define? I'm curious, your book, does it define a Zionist like we define it now, which is just somebody who believes that there should be, that Israel should be exist as it is?
Well, from what I'm gathering in the book, these, like the guy I just mentioned, Trump Elder, he was a European, Russian, who they were fleeing the pogroms in Europe and also the war. Well, actually, no, this is before they fought. It was called the Mule Brigade, the Jewish Mule Brigade, and they fought with the British in Gallipoli in Turkey and that. But they were fighting also the breakaway from the Ottoman Empire, and it's hard to say whether the philosophy is there. But,
well, yeah,
there's definitely they met in 1917.
The current definition, as I understand it, and is commonly used, is just people that believe that Israel should exist as a country. That is that the Jewish people should have a place, but not that it should be Jewish only. And a lot of people will take the Zionist idea to beyond the idea that Israel should exist to it's a racist state where there are no Arabs or anybody living in it, which is not the case at all. I think it's an important distinction in our modern conversation. I just wanted to throw that out there. But anyways, you wanted to talk about something. I just want to get too distracted. And by the way, Drumpf comes from drummer, but whatever.
Peddler, that'd be a peddler, then drummer. Yeah. But anyway, you were talking earlier about Ukraine and Russia.
Yes.
And I agree with our policy in Russia against Russia because they are allies of Hamas, and Hamas is our enemy. But the less Russians that we have to face, it's the better. But I do not want, what's going to happen? Because I see reports in the New York Times. Ukraine is running out of people. They're resorting to taking in criminals. They're lowering the draft age, and they're losing people that cannot be replaced. Even with the equipment, and I fear that we are going to get our soldiers involved. And I don't want to see no Kentucky boys, Illinois boys, and girls, facing this meat grinder. But
not going to happen. Just to let me be abundantly clear. Never happened. If you're going to see foreign legion type troops coming in, they will be private citizens from surrounding NATO countries that choose to go either as as part of a support force, but not directly put there by their governments. An increase in funding for foreign legionnaires, as it were. But no, we're not going to have U.S. soldiers fighting there. Russia's running out of people a lot faster, and the technology that we're sending them is much more valuable for fighting at a distance. There was a period where what the New York Times was saying was true, and it was during the ebb in funding from us. Now that it has been resupplied and that it is being matched in most ways, I think it's $51 billion from Europe is matching what we're putting forward. They are set for the time being. War is hell, and they are losing human beings too. But the Russians are losing people at a clip that is irreplaceable, and they have already lost to the brain drain their own people. There are more Russian men of fighting age that have fled the country than have ever fought in the war, and they're not coming back as long as Vladimir Putin is leader, because they'll be either conscripted and forced to fight or killed, jailed and killed. So, no, we're at the point where Russia has nearly lost 500,000 people. We are at 479, something along those lines right now, 480. Hold on, I will look at it as we speak. But no, there's not a situation where we're sending troops and they're going to be on the ground there. That is an impossibility. Not going to happen. It's as likely as if we sent them into Azerbaijan or into Georgia or Chechnya. Won't happen. Not going to happen. Period. End of story. It's hard to figure out where the New York Times is leaning with a lot of these things, because I feel like they engage in, on the one hand, shock news headlines to sell newspapers, and their audience is the kind of audience that wants Ukraine to win. So therefore, if Ukraine looks like it might be losing, they will sell more papers. That is, a factor, period. Okay, so we're even further along. We by my show this weekend, by Saturday, Russia will have lost 500,000 people in this war. They are at 495,070 right now. 495,070 human beings lost to this war forever. 1,380 since last night. They are losing well over 1,200 soldiers a day. Not to mention, in the last 24 hours, they've lost 34 armored personnel vehicles. Now, this is the key, and I think this will answer your question more than anything else. If you look at the numbers of vehicles that are lost from Russia specifically, there'll be a high number of UAVs because they're shooting down these Shahed drones and that kind of thing. The next biggest number is artillery systems. Artillery systems don't just sit by themselves. They have 8 or 10 men around them, loading them and sometimes moving them. But with them goes 8 to 10 people. And the next biggest number you will see is vehicles, specifically armored personnel vehicles. They have lost 34 armored personnel vehicles in the last 24 hours. In those vehicles are dozens of soldiers and support staff. Every time one of those vehicles is hit, it's full of people. And the Russians are taking no precautions protecting those vehicles as they travel along from drone strikes or from artillery. And increasingly, that is how they're losing this extra above the 1,000 soldiers they are losing to the meat grinder that they're throwing in every day. The replacement issue is not Ukraine's problem. It is Russia's problem, hands down. They are going to lose, and because this aid is coming, they're going to lose handily. The only danger that came was in the delay created specifically by the Republicans in our Congress delaying the support they needed. I appreciate the call, but do not worry about our soldiers being put on the ground there at all. Not going to happen. Won't happen. Period. End of story. I appreciate the call. I hope that answers that part of it. We got to take a break. Obviously, the music is playing in the background. We'll be back after the top of the hour with more of your calls. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito.
Okay, Hal, that's it.
Oh yeah, we're done. That's right. It's 3 o'clock.
That's it on our side anyway. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I was just so in the mode. All right, I'm gonna jump off and do my own live stream. So thank you so much.
Okay.
Sorry I didn't get to the other callers.
Talk to you next time.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
Cheers. Bye. I honestly thought I had another hour, which is good. I'm like, that went by so fast comparatively. So terrific. Thanks, Andre. I'm sorry I didn't get to you then. I thought I was like, oh, I'll give her a chunk of time. Yeah, it's actually time for my show. Shit, I got too much work to get my work done. All right, hold on one second. I'm going to go to my opening. Give me a moment, and I will put together my show and change the titles on my show, and I will be right back. Almost ready to go. Give me 1 second. Gotta get our citrus. I'm just saying. All right, let's get this going. Hey, everybody, welcome. Gee, it's almost like I have a show going on. Hold on, I live stream. Oh, did this? Yeah, we're live streaming. Excellent. Did that work? All right, I guess so. Hold on. I'm trying to get my Insta up, and it's being persnickety. Is it going live? Is it you live? There we go. All right, we're live. We are live, by golly. Hi, there you are. Good to see you. So I was filling in for Joan Esposito today, so I'm just kind of rolling straight into my show. And thanks to everybody who called in. It was lovely, you guys, with your support. It's just overwhelming. But all new show. Hit that like, please, if you would. Subscribe also if it suits your fancy. If you're a Midas Mighty, you're welcome here as well. They got 3 million. A third of that, I'd be cool with that. Either way, I'd love to clear 100K. And by the way, can I also say real quick a big hello, because I know they're never going to subscribe, because they can't, and it's okay. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. To the A-listers, the celebs, I love you guys. Thanks. I know. There's a couple of you that watch that, and you're probably blushing right now, and I understand that. It's good. You should blush, Reminds you that you're human. You're just like the rest of us, except you put your pants on with the help of a team of stylists. It's okay. I wish I had a team of stylists. I cannot do anything with my hair today. It's just, I don't know what it is, and I didn't want to put it back. But I was just in a hurry, and you know how it is, and it's just... What can I do? I'm just thinking of going with a lighter color, maybe like blonde streaks or something. I'll work it out. I don't know. Maybe I should talk to somebody. If you know somebody, have them call me. Have them DM me. A-lister hair person. Feel free. So anyways, fabulous. Yeah, don't hate me because I'm beautiful. It's all right. I want that YouTube plaque. You're damn straight I want that YouTube plaque. I think I've earned it already. Yes, I do have a magnificent mane. I agree. It's fabulous. It's a little, I put a treatment in it earlier, and it was just it weighed it down for a little while, and then if I blow dry it, only it blow dries the ends because the weight of the stuff sits, and it's just so rough. I'll go on Queer Eye. They won't have me. I don't know why. Glad hates my guts because I did Queer as Folk. I don't get it. My mistake for trying to help. Whatever. It's very strange. They're very peculiar. I do need new headshots. That's true. One thing at a time. All right. Yeah. I don't need the long hair lessons. I know what to do with long hair. I just want to be do some creative stuff that I've never done before. I've never shaved my head in my life, not once. And I think you should at some point. So I will eventually, but I don't know when. But, yeah. But, the other thing, I've never, been any other color but brown. I mean, I've had red streaks in my hair, but that was temporary. It was like spray stuff. It's not the same. Anyways, we'll figure it out. Don't do it. I don't know. I got a good head. Should be all right. I'm not going to do it anytime soon, like I said, but yeah. It works. I think I could tell by feeling it, Yeah. I got some gray hairs, absolutely. I do my best to keep them down, but there's not enough. I don't mind being, Gandalf the White at some point. That's totally cool. I think I'd look like the fucking Witcher. It'd be great, but not yet. Anyways, that said, all right, we got a lot of show to cover today because it's a bunch of stuff. Obviously, today the Défense rested. I don't know what order some of this shit is in, if at all. Yeah, okay. So I think we got 2 of him. Yeah, this is the latest one. This is okay. So here, this is him. Is this him arriving? We'll find out. Hold on. Here we go. I think this is him arriving. We'll see.
Very good. I think we have case was put on. There is no crime. In fact, I just...
Okay. By the way, there is no crime is not a great case. You would want to refute refuting in the abstract and then attacking the specifics means that you believe the specifics are wrong, which means the thing happened. You're an idiot. There's Gorka. Got
almost every review that's been done of the case.
Yes, the reviews of it. By the way, it's not a review, motherfucker. It's not a play. This ain't The Apprentice. Your trial's not getting reviews. You're not ready for your close-up, Mr. DeMille.
So far, as they say, there is no crime. This should have never been brought.
They don't say that. You say that, and then they say you said that, and then they go, Trump said there is no crime. And then you take a clip of them going, there is no crime, and you cut off the Trump said part.
It should be dismissed before you even have a verdict, but...
Well, I'm sure you'd like that. I think most defendants feel that way. If you polled them, it should be I don't know if it will be, but it should be. It'd be good. It'd be way better. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to warn everybody. Apologies. This is my bad. I was busy doing the radio show and I forgot. Yeah. Some people at home are very distressed. It's very foldy today. Yeah, it's rough. Some days it's lit less than others, but today, I wish AI was far enough along where I could just tell it to blur it out, but it's not yet.
It's extremely, let's say, complicated.
Okay, complicated. There we go. Video volume. Yeah, I think it's only on one mic for him. Hold on.
But let's also say conflicted. He's complicated and conflicted.
Yeah, it's the two C's. It's like Coheed and Cambria and conflicted and complicated. Two things that Donald Trump doesn't handle well.
And it's a very strange situation. Nobody's ever seen anything quite like it.
Well, yeah, we've never had a president in this situation before, but luckily we get to see what it's like because we had a criminal fuck like you in office. So, we get to be a part of history, even though we would rather not.
But we have a situation where we have no crime, and this next couple of hours is very...
By the way, if that was true, it'd be one of the rare moments in his life where there was no crime. There hasn't been a situation in Donald Trump's life where there was no crime since before he started working for his dad's company.
Important because the judge can try and manufacture one where he goes from a misdemeanor, which doesn't exist because...
The judge doesn't do that. The judge just is the judge. That you're talking about the DA.
The statute of limitations doesn't exist, absolutely.
Wait, the statute of limitations? Motherfucker, you can't... Wait, your new one is there's no crime, but if there is, I ran out the clock?
Doesn't exist because of the statute of limitations. Doesn't exist, absolutely. And they tried...
All right, that's his new defense. It happened, but it's too late. Not quite there's no crime, more I'm outside your jurisdiction, coppa.
Bring it into a felony, but you can't do it because they haven't been able to prove it. And you see what's happened there with the border. Remember, I'm gagged. I'm not allowed to say what I'd like to really say.
Dude, we wish.
You'd be very impressed, but I'm gagged.
Wait, we'd be very impressed with what? Your understanding of the legal minutia of the case? We'd be very impressed by what? Because I know more about my crimes than my lawyers do, unfortunately for them, because it makes their job really hard.
So why would I take the chance? We do want to defend our Constitution, so at some point maybe I will take the chance.
Yeah, maybe you will go to jail, you mean? By the way, you wussed out. By the way, he didn't testify. He chickened out.
It's a very serious situation when a Republican nominee for president, the Republican nominee, somebody that won easily and quickly.
Well, Anne, I mean, Nikki Haley dropped out and she's still taking like 20% of the vote. So I think excuse me, sorry. I'm allergic to his bullshit.
In record time, gets number one gagged, and number two is before a Democrat-appointed judge, and you're playing with fire like this. It's very sad.
He's playing with fire. It's very sad. It's a sad fire play. Not scary, just a little. I just get a little weepy when you play with fire.
But the good news
because burning, it hurts the burning. Burn hurts.
Is they've not proven a case. There is no crime. Now you're going to read all of these experts, and you know the ones that have to go over their names again, but all.
No, we know which ones you're talking about. They're the same ones you bring up every time.
Experts, legal scholars, talented people, very smart people.
Oh, so different people than the ones you've been talking about.
And there is no crime. So maybe they'll try and devise one right now. The judge, he'll help them out because the judge has been very helpful to the other side.
Well, in the judge's defense, your attorney's an idiot. So.
And that should never be. That should never be in our country. Now.
That should never be. That should never be in our country. That was the. I'm so glad that Paul McCartney went with the other way with the lyrics for "Let It Be." You know what I mean? It would have been so much sadder.
On another note, Biden is releasing 1 million barrels of oil from the Northeast Reserve in a bid to lower prices at the pump just before the election because he's unable to drill properly. So.
Sorry, he what to drill properly?
Before the election. Because he's unable to drill properly.
He's unable to drill properly. What's the proper way to drill? Can you demonstrate it for us, fucko?
So, he's destroyed.
Now I'm an oil man, and this is my boy. I abandoned my child. I drink your milkshake. I drilled properly.
Everything we had, we were energy independent. We were shortly going to be energy dominant. And now he has to go into what's called the strategic reserves to give oil and gasoline essentially for cars, so they don't have to go up to $7, $8, $9 a barrel. By the way, if he ever got in again, you would be paying more than $10 a barrel.
If he ever got in again, you'd be paying more than $10. Sorry, how much?
By the way, if he ever got in again, you would be paying more than $10 a barrel.
You'd be paying, wait a minute, more than $10 a barrel? I don't know. That sounds pretty cheap. I gotta say, right? So what you're saying is elect Joe Biden and the cost of oil will go down. Excellent. Excellent. Sorry, I interrupted you while you were being jelly-brained.
You better hope he doesn't get elected, those that drive cars. And by the way, and everybody else in our country.
Yeah. If you don't drive a car like him, also you should be upset. Because just because you can't qualify for a license and don't know how to drive a car, and you're a man in your 70s who's never driven stick shift and can't drive stick shift, that's nothing to be ashamed of, except it is.
So this is a big story, just came out. He's releasing 1 million barrels of oil and the strategic reserves.
Yeah, it's not a lot, I gotta say. That's very little.
Been doing this to keep the prices down, but the prices are now higher than they've been in a long time. They're very high.
So high. Almost as high as he is.
And so he's trying to stop that because high gasoline prices are not good for elections if you're on his side of it. But nothing.
Really? I gotta say, they were really low when you left office and you lost. Gas was real. Weren't you telling us how cheap gas was in 2020? Gas prices were really fucking low, and you lost. Maybe they learned the wrong lesson from that.
Everything he's done has been good for elections. Everything he's done has been very bad for our country.
And yet he's going to beat you again.
And the border, I don't know if you've seen, but the border, record numbers of people from prisons, from jails, from mental institutions.
Why? Because we just started keeping records? We just started tracking people who have, we're looking it up now, right? I guess. So the Biden administration decided to start looking at, people who have a history of mental illness or the like to make sure they're not dumping. So now we're keeping track of it. So now we went from 0 to 100% with the very first person. Right.
There's record numbers of people are pouring into our country.
Yes, and he is drooling. Well spotted, chat room.
Numbers like we've never seen before are pouring in.
Well, that's because we never looked at the numbers before. Now we're looking. Also, this is bullshit.
We have an incompetent president, and we have to win. And as I've said, November 5th, the most important day in the history of our country. Thank you very much, everybody.
So why did you decide against testifying in your case? Did you not want to take a stand?
Are you nervous about a conviction?
Are you nervous about conviction? Are you gonna? Okay, so then I think this is him after. Is this coming out? I'm fairly certain that he came back out. This is him coming back out. We'll see. Yeah. Oh my fucking God! Look at Gorka. Hold on. Look at the silver fucking case he's carrying. Like he's got special documents handcuffed to his fucking wrist. What a fucking dweeb. And it looks like one of the presidential satchels. Look at that. Like this motherfucker wants to pretend he's carrying the fucking football. I swear to God, like this looks like he's trying to make the QAnon people think that Gorka's still got the football because Trump is still president. Deal or no deal. Apparently, there was no deal in the inside what they call a briefing case of some sort. What a fucking dweeb. Get out of here. With your little silver briefcase. Jeez, I wanted one of those when I was in high school. Fucking dweeb. Oh, God. What a poser. Exactly. Come on. Get on with it. Here he comes. Sorry, but I gotta say, like, he looks like someone who thinks he's gonna win. He looks like a guy who's like, my team nailed it. I'm getting out of here scot-free, and they're going to have to pay me and my legal fees. I'm going to sue the judge. He looks like a guy who he's got a spring in his step.
Thank you very much.
For what? Yeah, they didn't applaud, you dumb motherfucker. This drives me crazy. What does he think?
Jonathan Turley just...
Jonathan Turley just threw me an emotional lifeline. He's one of my favorite comfort flunkies. He's just reporting that it's going to be fine. He told me. He sent me a note. He said everything's going to be okay, and it's not.
With the statement that he thinks that this case is collapsing of its own weight.
Well, it certainly isn't being knocked down by your lawyers.
This case is a disgrace to our country, to the state.
He should use, you're right, guys. He should use disgrace more often. He doesn't use that word enough. Yeah. Like, he should say disgrace like no one's ever seen a disgrace like this before. Just combine them.
New York, never seen anything like it. Stephen Calabresi, it's an outrage that the district attorney brought this case and that the judge did not declare it a mistrial. Very happy, respectfully.
Why did you just declare a mistrial because the charges were brought? That's your standing for a mistrial? Wait a minute. He is a super lawyer.
Who says an outrage that the district attorney brought this case and the judge did not declare a mistrial. And everybody's saying it in one form or another.
In one form or another. Some are using semaphore. Others are standing on top of the Empire State Building with Aldous flags. But basically, they're all saying the same thing.
Andy McCarthy, what they have, this kind of a case, is that the federal prosecutors at my old office, the Southern District of York, wouldn't take it the first.
The Southern District of York? Wait.
Federal prosecutors at my old office, the Southern District of York.
The Southern District of York. My lord, my lady, my little brother, what's happening? We are here to gather at this legal proceeding of the Southern District of York.
Wouldn't take it in the first place. They would not take it. The Southern District.
Well, I mean, they couldn't. If the Southern District of York, I mean, it's not even their jurisdiction. It's in fucking England. The Southern District of York stands here, and so forth and so on.
Turned down this case. And the case that Cy Vance looked at and wouldn't take it, and the case that Bragg himself looked at in 2022 and shut it down. And this is what we've been wasting all this time on. Alan Dershowitz, I've observed.
Oh, he hasn't. Yeah, he's just going through them. He should go in alphabetical order. Just do Dershowitz first all the time. Just get it out of the way.
And participated in trials throughout the world. I have seen justice and injustice in China, Russia, Ukraine, England, France, Italy, Israel, as well as in nearly 40 or 50 states. But in my 60 years as a lawyer and law professor, I have never seen a spectacle such as the one I observed sitting in the...
Fuck you. You were part of the OJ team. Spectacle. Get the fuck out of here. Secondly, I just have a general rule. Is it okay if I have a floor in this situation? And it would be that I don't want to hear from anybody who ever had dinner at Jeffrey Epstein's house in New York. How about that? Or at his house in Palm Beach. All right? Or who flew with him to Little St. James. How about that? Or who flew on his plane more than once. Twice. I'll give somebody flight down, flight back, wherever they went. Because I know, I think Clinton flew to Africa and back on the flight, and that was the thing. You get a round trip mulligan because he was trying to suck up to rich and famous. If you went on a third, a fourth, a fifth flight, like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. or this motherfucker, or Alan Dershowitz, I don't need to hear from you ever again. Is that cool? Yeah, that's a good point, Alyosha. Also, I don't need to hear from anybody who had dinner with Kanye and Nick Fuentes at the same time. How about that? I don't give a fuck ever again. All right, just say it.
Front row of the courthouse. He's never seen anything like it. He's been a great lawyer, great legal scholar for years. He's never seen anything like it.
He has? When did he start? Because it certainly isn't recently. Just keep reading it. You brought it out there. I mean, most people would glance over it before they went out there, and beyond the parts that your comfort flunkies underlined for you. But why bother? What am I talking about?
It's all politics, said Leo Terrell.
I said Leo Terrell. It's all politics, all of it. Well, yeah, it is. He paid off a porn star to keep it quiet so he could win an election. We know. We've been paying attention.
Anyone tells you otherwise, they're not a lawyer. Let me just tell you that...
They're not a lawyer. Sorry, I feel like I have to do this a second time because it's a second video, but woof. He's got, like, the nunt is just leaning today. He's just leaning into his nunt. Is rough. Whew.
The White House is the person or the group.
Yes, the White House is a person. I agree. I disagree with Mitt Romney that corporations are people, but I believe the White House is a human being in general.
Whatever.
Or whatever. The White House is a person. Sorry, you were saying something about the White House being a person.
The White House is the person or the
Yeah, the White House is the person.
group, whatever.
The White House is the person or the group, whatever. Mm-hmm.
They're the one trying this case. You heard who was doing all the talking. Representative from the White House. Just recently. This is all about Biden. Can't campaign, so he's trying to injure his opponent.
He's been campaigning, though, you know.
They're trying to hurt the opponent because they can't win it fair.
How would they hurt you? How could they hurt you? If it's a losing case and your polls are going up like you say they are, right? It seems to be helping. I'd be briar patching the fuck out of this, wouldn't you?
Fair. There are a lot of terms for it. It's a third world country way of campaigning.
It's a third world country way of campaigning. Absolutely not.
A ninth world country, not a third world country. A ninth world
Such
country.
a disgrace.
It's such a disgrace. Disgrace is, I think, the word of that he wants to really hammer. It's a disgrace. There's no grace whatsoever.
To see what's happened to our country. Our country's going to hell under Biden.
In a Biden? So is that your euphemism for a basket? Our country is going to hell in a Biden.
Sad to see what's happened to our country. Our country's going to hell under Biden.
Or is that under Biden? Our country's going to hell under Biden or in a Biden?
To see what's happened to our country. Our country's going to hell under Biden.
Nope, in a Biden. It was in a Biden. Even if he wanted to say under, he said in a.
But look at the person. Why don't you look at the person that argued their case? Almost the entire case. Look at
Neither of the people that argued the case today are the former third at the DOJ that they're talking about.
the person. Where did he come from?
I think they live in New York.
Unbelievable. He came from Biden.
He came from Biden. That'd be a good name for your next book. He came from Biden. Big scary red-eyed man at the end of the street. Talk to Stephen King. He loves you. He'll write it.
And I don't know if it's Biden because I don't think Biden has any idea what the hell's happening. But it's from the fascists that circle in the Oval Office. They circle the Resolute desk, the beautiful Resolute desk.
Surrounded by fascists. Patooey.
That's being stinked up.
That's being stinked up again. Look, dude, everything is projection. We all know you shit your pants in court today. We all know you farted all over. Look at the guy's hair. We know.
Resolute desk, the beautiful Resolute desk that's being stinked up by New York. Campaign finance law is extraordinarily complicated.
Wait, Byron York, is he from the Southern District of York? Yes, he's Byron York from the Southern District Yorks. Yes, wonderful. They summer here, you know.
Back in 2013, in an oral argument, Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia said, "This campaign and finance law is so intricate that I can't figure it out."
What?
This campaign and finance law is so intricate that I can't figure it out.
This the finance law is so intricate he can't figure it out. Well, I'm glad you got the hashtag the best people.
And what he's referring to is the fact that we had a legal expert, the number one expert on campaign finance law.
Okay, so they, just so you know, they had a guy that they wanted to bring down and speak as an expert on campaign finance law or whatever. And the judge didn't allow it because their defense is not that it was not it was their defense is that the money that he gave wasn't to Stormy Daniels. It wasn't a campaign finance thing at all. It was just him paying his lawyer. If that's your defense, you can't create secondary defenses. You can't just muddy the fucking waters with, even if it wasn't, it was still this. You know, and this goes back to, if you've ever watched the Lenny Bruce concert film, he talks about how he has attorneys sometimes that were big free speech proponents. And Lenny Bruce's thing was, in a couple of the cases specifically, that he was getting busted for saying shit he didn't actually say. And so at one point they accused him of holding the microphone in a masturbatory fashion. And he's like, no, it wasn't a gesture of masturbation. It was a gesture of benediction, because he was holding it out and he was acting like the Pope. He was not masturbating with it or acting like it was a penis. He was acting like he was the Pope. And so the point is, he's like, I don't want to go to jail. We can just finish this based on they misunderstood it. It's not my fault. I don't want to fight a fight that doesn't need to be fought. But his attorney was like, the gesture was a gesture of benediction, not masturbation. But even if it was about masturbation, the Kinsey report says that 75% of men reach climax by masturbation. Oh, fuck, what are you doing? So that was his issue. It's like, you don't enter into another fight because you just want to pick that fight for the fuck of it. His defense was, never happened. If that's your defense, you can't bring in, but if it did happen, I did it right. I didn't murder her. I was nowhere near the crime scene. But if I was, she had it coming. That's what he's talking about. You can't do that. And the judge will never allow that because it's fucking stupid. But that's his complaint. We can't bring in somebody to prove that my legal expense, which I said was a legal expense, was also okay under campaign finance, and that it wasn't a contribution in kind and whatever.
Who wasn't allowed to participate?
Right, because he has fucking nothing to do with anything, dickhead.
He wasn't allowed to participate.
Because your defense is not that you are within the law of campaign finance. Your whole case is it's a legal expense. They wrote a legal expense. It was a legal expense. They wrote a legal expense. It has nothing to do with campaign finance. He has nothing to do with the charge in this, in the greater sense, on a federal level. Down the road, when you're guilty of this, the feds can use this to towards their case against you in trying to manipulate the electorate. But right now, all they're saying is you lied. This is a payoff. This is money that went to somebody else, and you lied about where it went, and you try to hide it under your attorney fees essentially, and it wasn't. It's just so stupid. Like, this is fucking dumb. I guess he's just counting on his people being this dumb.
They said he can't be a witness unless you want to just talk about what's the definition of the law. You couldn't talk to him about anything else.
Well, I read through the transcript earlier this morning, and he was excluded before anything. That's why they had to go straight to Costello and got in a bunch of shit. Because he was hoping to soft pedal into this. He was hoping to get into that, and then Costello would just do a couple of things in the day, but he ended up having to fill the day with Costello because it was their last witness. But for this one paralegal, I think. So she wasn't available till the next day, so he had to fill the whole day with Costello, and that's what emptied the courtroom, because he was just kind of basically stalling. It's fucking stupid.
Greg Garrett, this trial is now officially a sad and pathetic joke.
Well, it reflects the defendant, I think.
It's a crime. Mershon and Bragg are the head clowns. It should be patently obvious to all that the leading Republican candidate for president is on trial, not for what he has done, but for who he is.
A pussy-grabbing second-generation rich kid who wrecked his father's company and bankrupted a casino and turned to Russia and oligarchs for money to funnel through him to fake his wealth for decades and then stole classified documents? You mean that guy? Okay.
Trump is the potential nemesis of the Democrats. By the way.
Nemesis. That's a word you don't hear. Nemesis. It says... When does this motherfucker turn into Carl from Caddyshack? Chinch grass. They don't even most people don't even know what that is. Chinch bugs. Most people don't even know what that is. But they said it can't be the assistant greenskeeper. You got to be the head greenskeeper. I've been studying.
I've just gotten out of court. I haven't even seen this until I'm reading it to you now for the first time. I haven't even looked it over.
Maybe you should. Maybe just as somebody who wants to be president of the United States, don't blindly read shit like fucking Anchorman. You know what I mean?
I'm just giving it to you because everybody says the same thing.
No, they don't. You only get things that agree with you. Stupid.
Bragg loathes him. Oh, I'm so surprised.
Yeah, but obviously because he's a pussy-grabbing second-generation rich kid who's an adjudicated rapist who's been lying his way onto stages in New York City at charity gatherings that he's either if he hasn't given any money to them. In some cases he stole from them. Can't even have a charity in the fucking state anymore. So I understand why Bragg might think you're a fucking scumbag. You know what I mean? I kind of am relatively neutral. I don't like you, but I don't wake up every day going, oh, that guy. I kind of don't care. I just wish he'd go away. But I can understand why Bragg, because he lives in that town, why he might think fuck that dude.
And so does Mershon, loathes me. The judge.
Yeah, but he's spent time with you now. So in the beginning, he might have just disliked you, but he gets to see you sleeping and farting up his court every day. So maybe that's just that's his floor.
It's Donald Trump. Just take a look. Take a look at him. Take a look at where he comes from.
He comes from Biden.
He can't stand Donald Trump. He's doing everything in his power.
If he was doing everything in his power, he wouldn't give you guys like anything, right? If he did everything in his power, he might give you grounds for appeal. So he can't even do that even if he fucking hates you. He's got to be fair and let the plurality of evidence play itself out, because if he doesn't, you could appeal and that would be even more damaging because it would give you the presumption of further innocence in your other cases. He has no impetus to do it at all.
I understand that I don't even have any reliance on counsel. I can't rely. This guy was counsel. I don't have any reliance on counsel.
Reliance on counsel means I can't even blame my attorney for doing what I paid him to do that was illegal and then lie about it. Just hide the fact. He's talking about Cohen, by the way.
I might be the only one ever that doesn't have reliance on counsel.
No. All kinds of RICO and mobster defendants go through this shit. It's really fucking common. Ask Bernie Madoff. Ask Jared Kushner's fucking dad if he's still alive. Ask his uncle.
We have so many bad decisions. Just everything we ask for, we get nothing.
Well, that's because you ask for stupid shit. Maybe ask for things that are actually possible. Maybe, here's a good idea. Let your attorneys ask for stuff that's reasonable, that might help you, instead of insisting they ask for bullshit that will never happen.
So he says, Biden despises Trump.
Yeah, it's one of the other reasons I'm voting for Joe Biden. I think he's a good judge of character.
Bragg loves him, and so does Mershon, but it's all the same group.
Yeah, they're all the same group. They're basically all the same people. All the people that have seen the behind-the-scenes evidence of who you are seem to hate you. Unless they're participants in your crime or financially reliant on you. Right? I think that kind of says something about who you are as a person.
Who's taken it upon himself to serve up as the co-prosecutor in the case. This is from the great Greg Jarrett, very talented.
He's very talented. You ever see him play the triangle? It's fucking magic.
Guy.
He's okay, well, or just guy. Just talented at being a guy. Guy.
It's a person.
Did Don Jr. write this?
Persecution, not a prosecution of any legitimacy.
Boo fuckity who. Hey, your gang of morons is getting bored.
Bragg has abused his position of power and spent tens of millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars. You see how many people from his office over there, while people are being mugged and
yeah, but it's all the financial people.
Killed outside.
How many people are being mugged and killed outside? I mean, the one guy set himself on fire, but I don't think they're actually outside the courtroom. I think it's a fairly safe place as far as muggings go. Pickpockets, maybe? I don't know. I'm trying to think of what crimes you could actually get up to.
Never saw anything like it in my life. Nobody has.
Well, that's because you've never faced consequences. You've been able to dodge them till now.
Bragg has abused his position of power and spent tens of millions of dollars to denigrate an electoral enemy. I'm the enemy, but to...
Sorry, what?
To denigrate an electoral enemy.
Electrical enemy? Electra enemy? What?
Tens of millions of dollars to denigrate an electoral enemy.
Electoral enemy? Electoral enemy. We're going to need some help here. To denigrate an electoral enemy. Sure. Okay. I'll take that. Denigrate an electoral enemy. Electoral enemy. Just why not just run it together? Fuck it.
I'm the enemy, but to...
Yeah, but I mean that's because of your character and who you are as a person. It's fucking gross.
Denigrate an electoral enemy to benefit his opponent, President Joe Biden, commonly known as Crooked Joe.
No, he's actually not. I think you were running on Sleepy Joe, but then you fell asleep in court and started shitting your pants, and so you've had to move on.
The DA falsely asserts that Trump unlawfully tried to influence the 2016 election, but it is Bragg who is guilty of interfering in the 2024 election. They're doing it in 2024 just like they did in 2020.
No, I don't think you had. How did they do it then? I mean, you weren't on trial then, so. Sorry, real quick. I'm going to do something. I'm sitting today, so I feel like I'm smaller than usual. It's okay. All right, here we go.
Can you imagine with all of the wrongdoing that we found and that you know existed?
Oh, the wrongdoing. Yes. Remember the wrongdoing where your voters didn't show up in sufficient numbers and did you wrong?
They're coming after me for election interference? That's the classic of all.
Hey, he's finally admitting that they're coming after him for election interference when he keeps saying this is all about election interference. Yeah, it is. Yours. What you did.
That's the classic of all.
It's the classic of all.
Tom Fitton.
That's the classic of all. Wait, Tom Fitton's next? Okay, Tom Fitton's what do you think Tom Fitton is? Creatine's not enough. You need Test Max.
Sham Democrat Party prosecution of Trump may be collapsing in New York, but the process is the punishment as Trump is held a political hostage for the weeks in this kangaroo court proceeding in the middle of a presidential election. The show trial has already compromised the election. They're already cheating on the election.
Oh, look at that. It's already compromised the election. So when he loses, they'll ask for a do-over. It won't happen. It's Tom Fitton. Who gives a shit? It's not a lawyer, and it's if you have to listen to him, you got to listen to me too, because we both have the same legal background.
With this, and you don't know what's happening because
he wears more rouge than I do. Fine, but
the judge is so biased, so corrupt.
So corrupt and biased and conflicted. Don't forget.
He's so corrupt, and he's so...
How is he corrupt?
Conflicted, that you never know how these things... I'd rather have Irish judges. But a corrupt judge will far surpass a great case for us.
A corrupt judge will far surpass a great case for us. I know what he's trying to say. I just think it's hilarious how he's saying it.
When you have a corrupt judge, lots of bad things happen.
Oh, I see. I didn't understand what you were saying, but now that really does clarify it. Thanks. Lots of bad things can happen. You're getting very much into like George W. Bush territory. A lot of when good things aren't happening, a lot of bad things can happen.
Katie Cherasky, this is such an embarrassment of a showing of prosecution that I imagine the judge wouldn't grant the motion to dismiss the case. You can't imagine it. There has been no evidence.
Sorry, Katie Tur is a he? What was that?
Churasky, this is such an embarrassment. Lots of bad things happen. Katie Churasky, this is...
Oh. Katie Churasky? I don't know who he's saying.
Such an embarrassment of a showing of prosecution that I imagine the judge wouldn't grant the motion to dismiss the case. You can't imagine it.
You can't imagine he would?
There has been no...
You just read he can't imagine that he would. You just read that.
Evidence. There's no evidence and there's no crime. There's no crime. Everybody says there's no crime. Where's the crime?
Well, the crime was saying that the money that went to Stormy Daniels was actually just a direct payment for legal fees to Michael Cohen when there's you're being recorded saying that you knew where the money was going and then you lied and you created a scheme to defraud the electorate by hiding it, by paying the taxes on top of the money that he would have paid if he'd have gotten that money as income when he didn't actually get it as income. Because that money was taxed twice, which is illegal. So, because Stormy Daniels paid taxes on it.
And these are all your top legal scholars.
Are they really, though? I mean, you just read Tom Fitton. I mean, I don't... Is he a top? I'm going with bottom.
Doug Schoen and Carly Cooperman are finding, and he's a very big Democrat. I don't even know what he's going to say. I'm reading it now for the first.
But I've been handed it to me. It's been handed to me by someone who protects me from reality. So I assume this is on my side, or that woman is getting fired. The girl that I pay $100K a year to carry around a printer and print out happy articles.
Are finding that large pluralities of outright majorities of Americans perceive these indictments as politically motivated should be a warning sign to the Democrats. These are Democrats that wrote it, Doug Schoen. John Yoo, I'm not sure there
torture memo, John Yoo?
Isn't going to be backfire on the prosecution having a judge who so aggressively...
Again, in the people that you've quoted so far, I've counted one in particular who hung out with Jeffrey Epstein almost as much as you did. Another one who wasn't a lawyer at all and who does weird flexing videos, which is really fucking peculiar. And in this one, I guess people who are, what are they, concerned for Democrats for the look of it as opposed to whether it's worth charging it all? Run that by me again.
Fire on the prosecution, having a judge who's so aggressively on their side. He is so aggressively on their side, but he has to be. He has to be.
Right, because they're on the right side of the law and your lawyers are morons.
He has to report.
He has to report? He has to report. I suppose he means report back to Biden and, on the red phone something.
He has to be. Joe Concha, good guy, starting to think this whole...
Oh, and then I forgot. And John Yoo, that's why I was bringing that up. John Yoo, the guy who wrote the torture memo that enhanced... It's not torture, it's enhanced interrogation. That fucking guy. That's one of your... That's your legal backup. Dershowitz, John Yoo, and Tom Fitton.
Lawfare
and then Fox hosts.
Strategy wasn't a good strategy at all, and is having the inverse effect that Democrats had hoped for. So the Democrats thought they were going to take me out with a lawfare, and it's so bad that at least I have a voice where I can talk to you, the press. In many cases...
Oh, you mean the fake news, the enemy of the people?
The fake news, but even the fake news has to cover it. Bill O'Reilly, the state of New York.
Bill O'Reilly? He's just picking all the winners. You mean the guy who had to pay a woman $32 million for sexual assault and sexual harassment after Fox had already paid her, what, $9 million? Again, fuck do you have to do to where paying somebody $1 million isn't enough to shut them up? 5, 10, but $32 million? You out of your fucking mind?
And the image of the state of New York is in place of freedom and fairness is in tatters.
Oh, you mean the stop and frisk place where Rudy Giuliani was mayor and put the emergency response center into the World Trade Centers after they were bombed, and of course, the place where like Brooklyn looked like a fucking war zone all through the 70s. You mean Fear City? That place, New York? You know, it's basically like Orlando with Wall Street attached.
Mike Davis, this is obviously a political hit against Trump, as well as a blatant election interference, and is totally unconstitutional. The American people see this trial as a complete sham. Well, so far they have, because I'm leading crooked Joe Biden by a lot. They thought they could take me out with this.
No, it's actually as it goes on. Your poll numbers have been going down. Just saying. Even as much as New York Times is trying to help you out.
And don't forget, I have like 8 of them going. This is one.
Oh yeah, no, we haven't forgotten. I enjoy it in my in my off time. The ones that haven't come up yet.
I have others going too, and we're doing very well on them. So, and this goes on and on.
Like you.
There's not one person, legal scholar, that think this is of merit. Now,
I mean, I don't see you quoting Andrew Weissman, for example, or Glenn Kirshner, or any of that crowd at all. I've noticed it's pretty thin in terms of those folks. I mean, they're saying shit every day, and you haven't quoted them once.
I haven't reviewed everything, but I can see none. The ones when
I haven't reviewed everything, but I can see none. Well, again, you do realize you have a lady who you pay to hand you good stories, stuff you want to hear. I'm just saying, in illegal circumstances, that's a recipe for disaster.
You hear Mark Levin likewise.
Mark Levin? He likes you? What are the odds?
A phenomenal statement. A sham, a disgrace to America.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. It's almost as if he's quoting you just so you'll quote him, like the dipshit suck-up he is. Hi, Rob Glenn.
All great legal scholars, Andy McCarthy, many documents, many papers written by Andy McCarthy, somebody.
Yeah, many papers and documents.
Respect. But he's tough and he's legit, and he says, this is terrible what's going on. It's terrible what's happening to our country.
It's weird how you think you're the country.
Mark Thiessen wrote likewise.
Yeah, Philly, I don't know why he doesn't quote me. I mean, I have as much of a legal background as Tom Fitton does. I've said a lot about this case. He could quote me. Maybe it's because it's just not written down in the New York Post.
Terrible what's happening to our country. It's an embarrassment, and it's so sad.
It is sad. It's sad. We're all sad. I'm sad. Are you guys sad? We're all sad. We're all sad for you. And we really mean it. We really do. We're really upset. All of us are very upset, okay? We don't like it. We don't like the way you're being treated. And it's un-American. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. Why is it? What did they do? It's so sad. It is sad, okay? I'm not mad. I'm not angry. I'm just upset a little bit. I'm upset. Why am I so upset? Why do I have to be so upset? I'm so upset. I'm upset. So sad.
And I appreciate you listening, but I just watched something go in there, and you have to look at the man that did all the talking. Who's representing? He wasn't in the DA's office. He wasn't in there. He came in for one reason.
To kick your ass?
Now, where did he come from?
He came from Biden.
He came from Washington, D.C.
From that person we all know as the White House building. It's the person.
The White House and...
I was kidding.
DOJ.
Callback, but yeah.
And he argued the case. That means it's Biden. That means it's election interference by Sleepy Joe, our dumb as a rock president, who's destroying our country.
He seems, I gotta say, you seem upset. You don't seem like a guy who thinks this is benefiting you. you know, as they go. You're not so much acting like a winner. You're acting like somebody who knows that they're losing and that their opponent is getting the better of them everywhere else, and therefore they would like an excuse to fail. I'm just saying. It seems like, and you seem very mad at them for you dealing with your own fuck ups. That's what it seems like. I mean, I could be wrong, you know.
With the borders and destroying our country with the worst economy, worst inflation.
No, we've seen a lot worse.
Who allowed Russia to go in to attack Ukraine?
He did? He let him? What, did he give him the go-ahead? Where's that phone call? That was not a perfect phone call. I'm just saying.
Who allowed Israel to be attacked, and now he's not even helping Israel?
We are helping Israel. We just passed an aid package that Republicans delayed.
And Jewish people that go for Biden and the Democrats, they should have their head examined. Thank you very much.
You know, he could have left without slamming Jews who don't do what he says. But, you know, where's the fun in that? Why play it safe?
Mr. Trump, were you referring to Dr. Colangelo? Were you referring to the assistant district attorney?
Are you afraid of Colangelo? Look at if I could, like, dude pushing the gate out, like, fuck this, let's get out of here. God damn it. Well, yeah, again, the argument that let's see, is these guys, okay, these are outside. Where does this happen? Is this the same shit? Hold on.
Not necessarily on my side historically over the years.
Okay, wait, this is another one? Yeah, this is him arriving. Shit. So he talked at a break and at the end and in the beginning. This one, motherfucker. Okay, last one of him, and then we'll go outside to the comfort flunkies. Jesus, I'm sure. By the way, I'm sure he will say all kinds of things that he hasn't said before. Were they all waiting there? And go. The fuck? Did he just make them all stand there like a bunch of dickheads just to show that he could? Does he think there's like a backstage area? What the shit? Man, he came in miserable.
Well, thank you very much. Just to begin, you saw the news on inflation. It really is rampant.
Yeah, it's rampant. It's ramping up. Ramp sounds bad. Ramp, ant. It's not small like an ant. It's big. It's like, I don't want to use the word rampant, but ramp. It's ramping up. Ramp.
It's moving at a level like people have not seen. They don't seem to.
It's moving at a level that. What?
It really is rampant. It's moving at a level like people have not seen. They don't seem to be able to cut it down.
It's moving at a level that, yeah, it was way up. It was 9%, dummy. It's way down now.
Biden has no control over what's happening.
Well, then why can you? Then you can't blame him if he's got no control over it. I mean, obviously, if it's out of his hands, it's out of his hands. What are you gonna say?
He started it with energy, and now it's taking on a life of its own. It's very safe.
Yeah, it's a beast.
We'll get it fixed. I'd like to be out campaigning right now, but again, I'm going to be in here almost 5 weeks in court. They have no case.
You mean your attorneys? Yeah, we know. We saw.
There's no crime.
Well, yeah, there's several, actually.
Every single legal expert, and I can say this again and again. And
you do. We've heard you say it. Still doesn't make it true, but, you know.
Every time they come out, maybe at some point they'll come out and say, oh, we found something. But
yeah, a bunch of people have. A bunch of people have. And Jesus Christ, dude, come on. What are you doing to me? Just, wait, what the hell? Where'd it go? Oh, it's up here. Sorry. I don't know why. It's just been it started off bad and gained steam. Get it taken care of. You're a rich asshole who lives in Florida. Jesus Christ. I don't know how they do it. They just put 2 staples right here and just tighten the whole fucking thing up. Get it done. Jesus. You get your teeth done. Get them done too. There's no excuse.
Every single legal expert.
Yeah, that you're allowed to read by your sycophants.
Jonathan Turley.
Yes, the same assholes you keep saying. Yes, there's well over 100,000 legal scholars in a country of 340 million people, and you keep naming the same 5 assholes.
Mark
Levin. Mark Levin's not a legal expert.
Every one of them. Greg Jarrett.
Also not.
These are great talents. These are actually very brilliant guys, and they're not necessarily on my side.
They're all on your side.
Historically, over the years.
Historically. Dude, they're either all on Fox or they worked for you during your impeachment trial. And they all voted for you.
But they're very talented people. They're legal scholars, highly respected. Every single person is saying there's no crime.
Every one of these 5 fuckers I keep bringing up.
There's no crime. It's a kangaroo court. There's never been anything like.
Is it a witch hunt or a kangaroo court? Can you have both? Wait. Obviously, kangaroos are the creation of witches. God would never create such an odd-looking marsupial with fetlocks and a big tail that likes to box and looks like a muscle-bound psychopath when standing in a dark field from far away. Clearly witchcraft.
Like this that I've ever seen. Now
You think God would create a situation where the fetus crawls out of your vagina and crawls up your body and then crawls into the pouch by itself before it grows into a giant spring? Are you out of your fucking mind? That's the devil's work.
Other trials that were kangaroo courts also. It's stacked up.
All right, so at least they're consistent. You sure it's not a wallaby? It could be, maybe it's a koala court. Well, you never thought about that.
And hopefully appellate division will take care of those things because they're, egregious. And the problem is that New York is really on trial itself. The whole world is watching. They're seeing what's happening. And you can't use conflicted judges. This is a conflicted judge.
A judge that has a conflict of interest is not a conflicted judge. A conflicted judge would be of 2 minds about it. If you're saying that he's already made up his mind, then he's not conflicted.
Highly conflicted judge.
All right, you're an asshole. That's not what that means, dumb fuck.
And you just can't do that. You just cannot allow that to happen because
well, too late.
You ruin the whole system.
Really? Okay, so Judge Cannon should step down, is what you're saying.
The whole system comes tumbling down.
Oh, and then nobody can put it back together again, like that egg dude.
And New York, look, I love New York. This is where I grew up. I was born here. I grew up here.
You were run out of here. You can't run a business there.
And I see what's happening with this judicial system.
Do you? For the first time? You're getting the John Gotti treatment and you don't like it now? Also, by the way, like, subscribe, give a thumbs up, support the show, patreon.com/HalSparks. I keep forgetting to say that because I've been on for 4 hours already.
And it's just, they call it all kangaroos.
It's the garanimals of court. I match, I walk in, I get a lawyer with a kangaroo on his lapel and the folder with a kangaroo on it. Other courts, I get a lawyer with a tiger on his jacket and a tiger on the file, and that's how we know where we are. But these are all kangaroos, so I've got the same dickheads. I can't even get better lawyers because I can only use the kangaroo lawyer with the kangaroo case in the kangaroo court.
And we just can't have it. And I think the appellate courts can take care of a lot of things.
But what if they don't wear garanimals at the appellate court and I don't know which lawyer to bring?
This one shouldn't even get to an appellate court. This should be an easy ruling, and it should really be. And I think it would be great for Judge Marchand to rule from the bench and to terminate this witch hunt.
Yeah, not going to happen.
And it needs it. It really needs it.
It does. It needs it. You need it. He needs it. This guy needs it. You need it, but this guy is done. He is, I mean, I don't know what his legal specialty was, what he intended for himself, when he was growing up and when he was going to law school. He's like, I want to be a lawyer. What do you want to do for a living? Criminal defense attorney? I want to be a turd polisher. I don't want to make up my own arguments and be a true lawyer. I want my dickhead client to just turn me into a sock puppet of the dumbest ideas ever presented in court.
Decisiveness. Every single scholar says there's been no crime, he's done nothing wrong.
Every single one of it's weird. Yeah, even the ones that work for Mershon himself. Most judges are legal scholars, and yet.
And I'm fighting for 300 billion people. I mean, I have no choice. It's not that I like doing it.
300 billion people? How many? 300 billion people?
And I'm fighting for 300 billion people. I mean,
yeah, 300 billion people.
I have no choice. It's not that I like doing this.
Yeah, I'm only here, so I'm just like a placeholder for you guilty fucks.
Sitting in an icebox all day for...
Yeah, for you. For you shitty people. Because you decided to pay off a porn star and make me sign off on it.
7, 8, 9 hours. And it's a very cold room, I will tell you that. But
nobody else thinks so. Also, everybody takes a picture right when he says that shit.
But I'm doing this because our country needs it.
Our country needs what? Their politicians to be able to pay off a porn star and get away with it?
Constitution's under threat. Our country needs it. So here.
Well, how's the Constitution under threat? If you're getting your day in court, you're a citizen. You can still get elected even if you're convicted. You technically can.
Doing something in the morning and then probably coming back in the afternoon.
Yeah, probably.
And we'll be resting pretty quickly. Resting meaning resting the case.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. Yeah, you don't mean falling asleep in court like you've been doing?
I won't be resting.
No, you'll just be, what, closing your eyes and shitting your pants?
I'll rest. I'd like to rest sometimes, but I don't get to rest. But we are,
I like resting. Resting is good. Resting is a good time. I don't like being arrested, though. Let me be abundantly clear. I didn't like being arrested. I like a little bit of, I like the rest of it. I like the weird leather-titted ladies that show up at Mar-a-Lago that think my mugshot is cool and keep calling me Johnny Cash while they blow me. I don't know what that means. Of course, it doesn't result in anything or whatever. It's like they're, it's like they're sucking on a popped balloon, but still, sorry.
Phenomenal case. We've won the case by any standard.
Any standard, except the jurors.
Any other judge would have thrown this case out.
No, they wouldn't have.
Any other judge would have thrown this case out. And I think that...
Your luck. You managed to get the one judge you didn't appoint who would throw shit out. That's so weird.
Juan Mershon would do himself and do the state...
I'm sorry, Cheryl.
...the city a great service by doing what everybody knows should be done.
Is save me from my lawyers.
And so we're going to go in. We'll have another little scrum in a little while, perhaps.
Another little scrum in a while? Oh, you mean when they approach the bench because your lawyer's breaking the rules?
Should end a little bit early today. We appreciate you suffering with us. Look, you've been...
They're not suffering with you, motherfucker. That's their job. They're not suffering. What the fuck? Suffering with you? Jesus Christ. Get off the fucking cross. We need the wood.
You're with us for 5 weeks, and you see it. The crowds outside, we can't get... It's not a very big thing for us. We don't really care that much.
But the crowds are really small. No one can come. I mean, it's not a big deal, but it is weird that I'm this alone.
But people want to get out there, and you have all police. The only people that are let out there is the radical left lunatics.
Oh, I see. So you're deep, like most beloved supporters who are wearing your outfits and screaming that you're innocent and all that shit. They're fake. They're basically Antifa, probably, right? Yeah.
And they put our people 4 or 5 blocks away. There are a lot of them, too.
Oh, yeah. Even outside the barrier, it's packed.
But I say that doesn't matter. What matters is what's going on in this.
Yeah, we know.
courthouse. So
Where are they, if they're 5 blocks away? What are they? What is there, a giant ring around the fucking courthouse 5 blocks away where they don't even know where to gather? It's just a big circle of fucking people. What the fuck are you talking about? They're all being turned away, and so basically there's like a big donut hole, and I have a big donut of support that's around us, but none of them are allowed to come in. Basically, anywhere that isn't here is full of New Yorkers who want to elect me that didn't vote for me last time.
thank you very much. We'll be back a little bit later. Thank you.
Sir, why did you post that video about the unified right? How did that get on your...
He gets the Reich question from a couple of people too, but the sound's not particularly good. So that's again the words, ladies and gentlemen, of a wiener. Sorry, you know how I meant it. And Jesus Christ, is this another one or is this the same one? Okay, nah, it's the same shit. Okay, but where are the guys? There, I guess. Okay, I'll get them. So the guys are outside. Let me grab these guys. No problem, Andrea. You're good. Yeah, Gorka, Don Jr., and the whole like bullshit brigade. Let's hear it. Maybe they'll finally be the ones. Basically, this is just all the Rumble backbenchers showing up. And this is, in case you're not familiar, this is Gorka. And this is a guy who makes money as a celebrity impersonator of Ellis from Die Hard. I think that's pretty who these folks are. So,
with a platform, hundreds of millions of followers, the ability to fight, they will do it to anyone.
Okay, I don't know why it picks up in the middle of this. Newsmax posted this clip of this stuff. Not me, so I guess they left it that way, but we'll see. He looks happy too.
Have weaponized this system against their political enemies, and they've started to go down a very dangerous and a very slippery slope.
Well, slippery slopes are by their very nature dangerous, especially if you're carrying groceries.
Sanity cannot.
And by the way, yes, Junior was in the courtroom today. He's only the second Trump kid to show up. Ivanka never will, neither will Tiffany. Please, God, have them keep bearing away from there,
Stand. This kind of bias cannot be allowed to happen in the United States of America or anywhere else.
It's just he's given off very presidential vibes. I can see why Republicans are hoping to draft him at some point. I don't mean president of the United States. I mean president of an HOA in Boca when he's in his mid to late 70s.
If this was going on right now in a third world banana republic, there would be people.
Are there first world banana republics? I know. I'm sorry to interrupt, but isn't it the only kind?
Screaming about it. You people, the media.
What do you mean, you people?
Would be outraged. Instead, because I presume you're fine with whatever the results are as long as it's against Donald Trump.
Well, I mean, he committed the crime, so.
Your silence is deafening.
Well, you are talking. The mic is pointed at you. They're not supposed to talk right now. They're recording what you're doing. Yeah, sir, this is Newsmax / a Wendy's.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, you guys not talking over me while I'm talking is disgusting.
This cannot stand, and it cannot allow to continue.
Nailed it. Right when I thought he was going to fuck up right at the end. He brought all the best words.
And it's disgusting. This cannot stand, and it cannot allow to continue.
Yeah, it cannot allow to continue. Okay? Because if it is, our country is going to be full of people who can't speak English as words. Okay? Continually with their mouths.
Don, why'd you feel the need to come down here?
Don, why'd you feel the need to come down here? Is it because you were worried about losing your standard as the second dumbest son?
Because you have no choice.
Yeah, you do.
Again, I wasn't a political
You had a choice for a long time. Your brother was down there a bunch.
guy my whole life. I may have been a conservative. We used to change the skyline of this city. We built buildings.
You used to?
But once,
oh, you mean your grandfather?
Once you get involved and you see the disasters created.
Also, you didn't change the fucking skyline of yeah. No, you didn't.
Especially by this current administration, you understand that
you literally have to, if you look at the skyline in New York, you have to squint and go, is there a Trump building? Is that a Trump Tower right there? I think it is. That's what seriously. You didn't make the fucking Chrysler building. You didn't make the Empire State Building. And you didn't make the Twin Towers or the Freedom Tower. Fuck off.
Fight. You have to leave our country to our children in a way that they can recognize it. You have to fight for the freedoms that we have enjoyed our entire lives. They are all at risk.
Oh, you mean as a third-generation rich kid who's never had the laws apply to him? You want to leave that world to your kids? Sorry.
Right now, they are all on the table, and that's unacceptable.
I just want to say, Matt Whitaker, former acting attorney general.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks for introducing yourself. We just thought you were a scary bald guy.
Equal protection under the law is a most fundamental, bedrock constitutional principle of a...
That's right. Why? Which is what's great about it is that Trump, just like every other citizen, gets his day in court, and he has due process, and he has attorneys, and he can make his case.
American jurisprudence. What I just saw in this courtroom is a complete miscarriage of justice.
Well, he should hire better people then. I guess he's got shitty attorneys. It's not our fault.
We cannot have judges who are wearing the same jersey as the prosecution and are not calling balls and strikes, but are intentionally.
Wait a minute. Is the prosecution wearing black robes?
Intentionally preventing the defense from defending themselves.
Well, they're not. They just can't have two separate defenses to muddy the waters. That's what they were trying to do. Stupid.
You know, we have witnesses that are liars and stealers.
Liars and stealers? Really? Stealers? There were who? Roethlisberger? I mean, I know he was there, right? Wasn't he there when Trump fucked Stormy Daniels? Well, he didn't fuck her. He just kind of laid on top of her and went, which is not even. I don't even think it qualifies as a solid fucking by any means. But apparently the Steelers were there. It's great. Yeah.
We cannot have this in America. And the fact that this is going to most...
Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. That's Trump's buddy. If there's going to be witnesses, somebody who's engaged in that kind of crime, it's going to be other criminals sometimes. You just going to, I mean, as acting dickhead on behalf of Trump, you should know this.
Likely go to a jury trial on no crimes. That this is essentially a referendum on whether or not the jurors like Donald Trump or not.
Oh, no. That bad, huh? Really? They're just going to have to go on, and obviously no one likes him. Even the people that love him don't like him.
Not the American system of justice. We demand better. New York City demands better. We have the most serious crisis on our border that's causing the most insecure.
Well, that's because of the wall. Tear down the wall and go back to, if you just score the ground on the other side of it and make it harder to traverse, you wouldn't have this problem.
Terrorism situation since 9/11. We need to wake up to what's important in America.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be in New York if I was you. I mean, if this is the worst time since 9/11, what are you doing? You're right at ground zero. Run!
Start paying attention.
And get a hat.
To that, Pam.
I'm sorry, is that Pam Bondi?
Pam Bondi.
It is. Oh my God. So it's just a parade of assholes.
Prior to being Attorney General of Florida, I was a career prosecutor for 18 years.
Right. How'd you lose your job, Pam?
I prosecuted hundreds of jury trials in a courtroom very similar to the one today.
Yeah, except in Florida.
Yet I've never seen anything like this. A judge is supposed to be a neutral arbiter of facts. First of all, this case was declined by many years from the Southern District of New York, by the Department of Justice, by multiple jurisdictions.
Because it's in this jurisdiction.
Yet they bring it on the heels of a presidential election.
No, they served him with the indictment, notice to indict through his attorneys beforehand, letting him know it was actually coming down before he ran. He decided to run after.
With a convicted felon, a convicted liar, Michael Cohen, who admitted in court yesterday to being a thief. They need to...
Yeah, this is the kind of people Donald Trump hangs out with. He worked with this dude for 10 years.
Prosecute Michael Cohen now for stealing from the Trump organization.
Yeah, do that. Totally. Absolutely. I like Michael Cohen now, and he's kind of hilarious. Please do. Please open up your fucking books and try to convict Michael Cohen for that money. Please bring in your accountant and everybody. Let Michael Cohen, in his defense, go after the Trump like accountants and through the ledger and prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he stole that money. And during the trial, let everyone have a look at how the company was run. Please God, file charges against Michael Cohen. Please do that. You want to talk about somebody who could crowdsource their defense, crowdfund their defense and then and win. Fucking go for it. Oh my God, that would be fantastic. Here's the big question, and I'm glad she brought this up. Do you ever wonder if he stole that much money, why they would never file charges against him? Why wouldn't you charge an employee who stole? Why wouldn't you charge somebody with embezzling? Because the exact reason I just gave you. Because their defense would allow them to present evidence of how the company was run. It's worse. But please do it. Please bring that shit up. Please.
I've truly never seen anything like this.
Yes, you have. If you've tried that many cases, you've tried RICO cases and fucking drug dealers and their subsidiaries and whatever. Fuck off.
That judge was sustaining the prosecution's objections, meaning agreeing with them before they could barely get the objection out of their mouth.
Because he knows the area. They've already talked about what's reasonable to discuss with each witness. They've had evidentiary hearings. They've had questions about the line of questioning that they have. They've had conferences about that. He knows what's, and he's leaving it up. They have to say it. But he does it as soon as possible. As a matter of fact, it goes to the whole thing about Stormy Daniels. Like, he was waiting for the defense to object to some of the stuff because he would have sustained it. But he didn't because they didn't. They didn't bring it up. And that's up to them. If they want to, collapse the line of questioning or let it go on because they're going to use it later, that's not up to him.
Listen, all the rights here, I'm a prosecutor, former prosecutor. Yeah.
Yeah, you're a former prosecutor. What brought that to a close? What was that about, Pam Bondi?
All the rights here go to the defendant because it's his liberty at stake, and that has...
Right, but you don't get to run roughshod over the court. The fuck kind of court system would we have?
Not been happening in this courtroom.
I think it's just because his attorneys are shit then, probably. Thanks for bringing it up, Pam.
So let's just pray that we have jurors that see through this. When Bob Costello was trying to answer questions on cross-examination today, the prosecutors were cutting him off. They didn't want him to tell the full truth.
No, because he was trying to talk about stuff that was not germane to the case that would be prejudicial. This happens all the time. Like, first of all, if she's been in as many courtrooms as she had, she has to at least be aware of that stuff happens all the time. Because, again, it wouldn't matter if they interrupted him. If he was able to get it out, then the interruption was not warranted. If they interrupted him and they said, overruled, he would continue to say it. Your problem is that the objections were sustained because the argument was valid.
He wanted to cherry pick portions of his statements.
Right, because some of his stuff is germane to what's going on in the court, and some of it is prejudicial and bullshit. And you don't want the prejudicial bullshit to be in there because where the defense gets another bite at the apple in the appellate, the prosecution doesn't. You always give some deference to that because the defense can appeal. The prosecution can only try you once.
They weren't letting him answer the question. Prosecutors want the truth out there. You want everything to be heard so the jurors can make a fair and reasonable decision.
Okay, so Pam Bondi, just for the record, has never objected to anything a witness has said on the stand that the other side has presented. Because, it's the truth, right? They're under oath. Whatever they're saying, You never object as to form, object as to, non-responsive, prejudicial, hearsay. It's all truth. All of it's truth, right?
Case should have never, ever been brought.
If I may,
You may not.
The point
Gorka
that Don Jr. made, Sebastian Gorka, former deputy to the president. What is Judge Merchant hiding?
I don't know. Under that robe, who can say? My, it's hot in here.
Here is a 28-page document from the Southern District of New York about what? Michael Cohen and why he is a criminal.
He's already admitted to this.
This document was meant to be brought up in court. Judge Merchant suppressed it. This is from the Southern
Why is it meant to be brought up?
District. 28 pages on Michael Cohen.
So what? Is he suppressing art of the deal as well?
Being a perjurer and a criminal. What are you hiding, Judge?
They were able to ask questions on stuff.
Judge Merchant, is it perhaps the fact that your daughter has just made $93 million for the Democrat Party?
Yeah, but she didn't get to keep it. And if once Trump, if Trump's convicted and he's knocked out, that gravy train's going to dry the fuck up. She has more reason for him to continue campaigning than not. That's 93 million reasons why she will continue to work for the Democrats going forward to the election. And if he's found guilty, they might focus that money elsewhere on Senate races and shit, which is not where she works.
Trump is being gagged. He's the leader of the opposition.
Well, then say the shit he can't say. You're all repeating the same shit he says.
He is the only person who can replace the incumbent senile old man.
Why? If the incumbent is a senile old man, shouldn't anybody be able to do the job?
We know that this judge is working on behalf of the Democrats. Why are you hiding this document, Judge?
I think this is it's good to have a prop versus the other guys, but he's not hiding it. It would be prejudicial, but he's already admitted to that in the case. It's not specific to the case. Whether this is true or not is not the whether or not Trump knew what he was signing at the time was to pay off Stormy Daniels or to pay him back has no bearing on it. That's why.
Merchant, I'm going to put it on the internet today.
Not the internet. Everyone will see it.
What are you hiding, Judge Merchant?
No, I guess. Why is he not loading in? Why will Judge Merchan not allow us to present all the documentation from every Jan 6er that's gone to jail? Why are we not allowed to enter in as evidence every Roseanne podcast? What are you hiding?
Sorry.
No.
You hit him in the face with the Merchan document. That's the best use of it so far.
Dan Patrick, Lieutenant Governor of Texas. So why aren't you asking the question, when is Michael Cohen going to be indicted?
I already did, and I'm super excited about it. Please do it, Dan Patrick. Please, 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 please. Saddle. Please, God. Lord, if you're listening, please make Trump stupid enough to file theft charges against Michael Cohen for $30,000 and allow him to put on a defense in that particular case, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that the entire Trump organization is a criminal enterprise in the process. Please, oh Lord, because it's up to the victim to file, right? Why isn't he being indicted? Well, shit, I agree.
He stole $60,000.
Oh shit, 30, I thought it was 30. 60, fucking A, right. Yes, why 60,000? Ask Don Jr., he's right behind you. Ask him why they haven't filed charges. Why is the Trump organization refusing to file charges for financial crimes against Michael Cohen? Why not? What are they afraid of? Discovery? Get the fuck out of here.
Do your job.
Don Jr. You're the executive vice president of the company, and you're letting $60,000 go right out the door. What the fuck's wrong with you? Somebody should file charges against Don Jr. for violation of his fiduciary duty to run his dad's company.
That should be the headline. Number two.
It will be the headline.
Alvin Bragg should be indicted. He brought someone as a witness in a case with someone he knew had committed a crime.
What are you talking about? Hold on. You think the only people that can be witnesses in a criminal trial are people who haven't committed crimes? How the fuck? What? Do you ever roll anybody against anybody else? How do you catch the fucking mob in your fucking district, dickhead? What?
He should be indicted.
Why? Most confidential informants are criminals. They're often witnesses. The fuck are you talking? Yes, ask Sammy. Yeah, ask Sammy the Bull. They brought Rudy Giuliani should be in fucking jail.
So, headline, please. Where are you, Alvin Bragg? Who's going to indict him?
This is it's a little convoluted. As headlines go, I mean, where are you, Alvin Bragg? It just sounds a little Scooby-Doo.
Going to indict Michael Cohen. Look, we are here.
Well, again, it is up to the victim to file charges. They can't do it automatically. Unless it's domestic violence, in which case, I think that's important. And child abuse.
To defend our Constitution.
No, I think you're just there to kiss Donald Trump's sphincter.
Our freedoms. And we're here because we are friends of Donald Trump, the President of the United States.
Former President of the United States, you fucking lunatic.
And when a friend is trouble, friends have his back.
Yeah, and when Freudian slip. And when a friend is trouble, run that by me again, dum-dum.
The President of the United States. And when a friend is trouble, friends have his back.
Yeah, that's right. And when a friend is trouble, Jesus Christ. It's like Mike Johnson pointing over his shoulder automatically when he said hardened criminal. And when a friend is trouble, that friend is Donald John Trump. When a friend is trouble. Shut the fuck up.
The way he has been treated, you would see in Russia?
No, you wouldn't. We would have been behind a glass wall, for one. He wouldn't have had the right to counsel right away. He would have to admit guilt in court beforehand, and he would have been in a fucking gulag already, being, I guess, starved to death. What are you talking about? Dude didn't even have to give up his fucking passport.
You would see in China? You would see in North Korea?
No, you wouldn't. They would just kill them. They'd just be dead. They wouldn't even bother with it, you dumb motherfucker.
You would see in every little tin pot dictatorship across the world. And that's what we have here in New York, in America.
Then why does he have due process? Why is he in court all this time? Why is he... I mean, you could argue that it's a show trial, but they don't have those in tin pot dictatorships. They just snuff the fucker.
If they can go after the former president of the United States of America, who has the ability and the financial resources to fight back, what happens to the average?
No, he doesn't.
American? What happens to
the average American? Does have to go to court if they commit a crime. Dumb.
Any of you? If the courts in New York come after any of you because
you paid off a porn star while your wife was at home for an affair you had while your wife was at home with your 5-month-old so you could hide it from evangelicals because your pussy grabbing tape from Access Hollywood had just dropped and you thought you were going to lose the election, and you fucking well would have if these stories hadn't come out, and you were in the process of catching and killing stories about yourself and promoting stories against your fellow Republicans who are running against you to try and diminish their fucking chances of beating you in the primaries. Yeah, if that happens to me, I won't. I'll tell you what, asshole, I won't bitch about the cold courtroom.
Something you said because you said something the ruling class didn't like.
The ruling class. Motherfucker, this is Donald Trump. This dude isn't from the holler. What the fuck is wrong with you? Ruling class. That's what Donald Trump referred to his family as until he started running for office. Ruling class.
And that's what all these other countries are about. They shut down the ruling class.
Oops. Jesus Christ. Dan Patrick's just all about Freudian slips today. Yeah, other countries shut down the ruling class. We can't allow that to happen. They're trying to shut down Trump, who's in the ruling class. Motherfucker, what a dumbass.
They want to be sure that anyone that speaks up against the ruling class disappears.
Well, then why wouldn't they? Apparently, according to Trump, Biden can disappear people and it's still legal. What the fuck are you talking about?
They want...
Maybe, I don't know. I'm just saying. You've been there all day. I understand you're tired. But maybe think your shit through. Maybe. Because I don't even like Trump, and I could lie on his behalf better than this. I'm not going to, because I don't want to give him any ideas. But for fuck's sake. Good Lord.
Donald Trump to disappear. They want to send him to jail. They want to...
Well, I mean, I'll settle for just disappearing at this point. You know what I mean? I'm not interested. Like, yeah, it'd be cool if he went to jail. It'd be kind of hilarious, but that's not crucial for me. Him just fucking off and being miserable and a loser, that's fine with me. As a matter of fact, I hope if he doesn't go to jail, I hope he's surrounded by sycophants like you the rest of his life while he knows he's a loser. So he has not only contempt for himself, but contempt for you at the same time. Listen to this dumb motherfucker. He doesn't even know I'm a loser. What a loser.
Take him off the main stage because they know here's their biggest danger to take it.
Did you hear what that lady? Isn't the former president a member of the ruling class?
The ruling class down. No, you know why? Donald Trump is not the ruling class.
Not anymore.
Donald Trump is for every New Yorker. He's for every Texan, every state. Donald Trump has put his whole life on the line.
No, he didn't. He put on he wasn't even going to get another season of The Apprentice.
His whole life.
What life?
On the line for the American people.
How? The dude, he avoided the draft pretending to have bone spurs. He shit on our vets. Get the fuck out of here.
When he came down that escalator, he probably had no idea that he was going to be called to be the man in the gap to stand up for Americans. And he's standing up for...
What gap? There is no gap between Americans and the legal system. We have to deal with it all the time. We were the gap for him. The average person was like the volume of cases they have to deal with in New York was how he guaranteed he wouldn't have to face justice.
You, even if you don't know it. I don't know who's next.
I don't know who's next. It's probably the truest thing he said this whole time.
So, a member of the ruling class be facing 730 years in prison?
What? Hold on. Should a member of the ruling class be?
Would a member of the ruling class be facing?
Oh, would a member of the ruling class be facing 700 years in prison? Yeah, you mean like Pol Pot or one of those folks? Yeah, if the system works, yes. I mean, you'd have to be in the ruling class just to stack up those fucking numbers.
730 years in prison? What a pathetic question. 730 years in prison, and he's...
Yeah, but that's because of the variety of crimes and the fact that he did them across state lines and he was unrepentant about them. That's, I mean, you're the ones who came up with fucking mandatory minimums, asshole.
A member of the elite? That's pathetic. You're not a journalist.
So I want to say, as a former attorney general, as my previous job, and now as U.S. Senator Eric Schmidt from Missouri, I can tell you these charges should have never been brought. There's no crime. The only crime that's been unveiled.
By the way, again, you're going to come out. You're going to be a former attorney general and a senator from Missouri. You know, you and Josh Hawley, just hashtag the best people. You're just going to say the same shit
through this, Soviet style.
Yeah, it's the same shit. You're just repeating what Trump says. If you're going to come out and you're supposed to be a legal expert, grab onto one particular detail and hammer it that could present reasonable doubt amongst the populace. That would be why am I helping these motherfuckers? What am I doing? Why would you do that, Hal? I don't know.
Show trial is Michael Cohen, who stole money, admitted it.
Oh, yes, please. Please indict him. Ask Don Jr. why they haven't called for his... He admitted to a crime. File charges.
On the stand. This is the star witness. This is the witness upon which this entire case stands.
No, I mean, there's a bunch of... there's paperwork is mainly what it stands on. But that's Donald Trump's fixer, the guy he hung with for a decade.
And as a legal matter, this case is a total joke.
I'm so glad we have former attorney generals and senators to to use, to give us the real legal mumbo jumbo.
In a broader sense, you want to talk about threats to...
Wait a minute. That's not the broader sense?
...to democracy. That's what this is across the street. The idea that the Democrats not only try to keep him off the ballot, Donald Trump, but now throw him in jail for the rest of his life because...
Why would they try to keep him off the ballot? Oh, right, because he engaged in an insurrection that attacked the Capitol during the counting of the votes in the last election. That doesn't bother you? That part didn't bother you. This part bothers you. That part didn't bother you. Cool.
They know he's going to win in November. And the only way they think they can get after it is this unprecedented law.
No, that is clearly not the biggest concern. They're not under the impression that he is going to win this fall. No. Actually, part of this is just dealing with him as a criminal. If there's any political aspect of it, it's the runoff of dusting off you dumb motherfuckers in your cosplay Trump outfits.
Fair. We have never, ladies and gentlemen, we've never seen anything like this in this country.
Yeah, because we've never had a president this criminal.
So I know this can kind of be normalized as you've been covering it. This is outrageous.
Well, it's boring. I mean, he's boring. You're boring. It's boring. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'd be covering it a lot more if it wasn't so fucking boring.
If this were happening in any country, any other country, our State
He'd be dead already?
Our State Department will be warning people not to go to that country because...
Sorry. In a country where a former leader gets their day in court, where they have an ongoing trial that takes time, that might result in a fine and a short jail sentence of less than a year, we would just stop all tourism?
It's a banana republic. And more broadly speaking, let me just say this. From a political perspective, the American people see what's happening.
People are yelling at him, and it's like you, because the mic, is making him louder to us. You have to understand that voice in the background is equally as loud as his, which is kind of hilarious.
This has added jet fuel to his campaign.
No.
You want to know why he's rising in the polls? Because
he isn't. He's actually going down in the polls over the last 2 months, specifically.
The American people understand the injustice that's happening, and they don't want to see their country turn into a banana republic.
I'm Ronnie Jackson.
It's Ronnie Jackson. I'm the man who's had his finger in Donald Trump's ass. I got dibs. Dibs.
I'm Ronnie Jackson from Texas, and I just want to say real quick
that I've actually heard Trump do that up close. And I could not be prouder to have him look back over his shoulder and tell me what a professional I am.
Make no mistake about this. We all know this.
Everybody knows it. We don't need you to say it. Thanks, Ronnie.
These corrupt prosecutors and this corrupt judge are nothing.
Again, at least use, if you're going to say the same shit Trump says, at least use different words.
More than puppets of the Biden administration and the Biden DOJ right now. You know what? It's a shame.
Yes, Trump already said that. Why don't you say disgrace while we're at it?
They will do anything. They will lie. They will cheat. They will steal. They will do anything.
Well, if they'll do anything, why is he still alive? I mean, honestly. Anything? Obviously, there's some stuff they won't do. He's still talking. He's still campaigning. He's still traveling around. He didn't have to turn over his passport.
To keep him from becoming president again. They fear Donald Trump. They fear.
Well, yeah, because he fucking attacked our democracy. I mean, I don't think they fear him. I think they fear the ramifications of him being president again. But him as a person, fuck, he's not scary. He's a fat, flatulent git.
Fear Donald Trump, and they fear what's going to happen if he becomes president again.
Yeah, but I mean, women do, sure.
And I'll tell you, they should fear because he started draining the swamp. He's going to keep draining it.
He started it, did he? He just how far did he get? I mean, why'd he stop? If he started draining the swamp, he came up short.
And all of these people are representative of the swamp. The sad thing is today, Lady Justice in the city of New York.
Oh, it's good. It's poetic. He's getting poetic.
No longer wears a blindfold.
Oh, no, she doesn't. She wears a hat tipped over one eye like Carmen Sandiego.
She's wearing the Michael Cohen T-shirt with President Trump behind bars.
Does she know, though? I mean, did she take off the blindfold and see it? Or maybe Wait, so they took off the blindfold and they wrapped a Michael Cohen T-shirt around her eyes, so she still can't see. Okay, all right. All right. Is it over her head? I don't understand.
That's how disgusting this.
Oh, it's disgusting. The T-shirt.
This has got to be right now, and
it's just how disgusting this has got to be. These people are good. This is like a master class in public speaking. I thought I had the ability to hold a crowd in the palm of my hand and poetically whisper concise phrases into their brains, filling them with joy and excitement. No, I'm a total amateur next to these. What was he saying again?
Behind bars. That's how disgusting this has got to be right now.
Yeah. I mean, I would never think to put that sentence together that way, you know? That's creative, you know? And I know what you're thinking. No one would, Hal. But this is how they're just ahead of the curve.
And it was mentioned before, this is not the kind of stuff that happens in the United States of America.
Yes, everyone has said that. It's apparently you guys workshopped this idea. Yeah, something about a third world country or something along those lines with a
ninth world country, not a third world country.
Shit like that. Country. Yeah, we know. That's the other thing too. Is if there's 15 of you, can you at least try to say something different?
This is Soviet era stuff right here. Everybody out here, I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. If you're a Republican or you're a Democrat, I don't.
You kind of do. She does. She's tired of it already.
I don't care what your political leanings are.
Yeah, you kind of do.
You better look at what's happening right here.
Yeah, you commies. Where's the Antifa guy? I don't care what you better look at what's happening. What's the soup for?
In New York, and it better scare the hell out of you because they'll come for you next.
Also, I don't know why they think that's a good sales pitch. Does anybody know? Does anybody know why they think they're going to come for you next? Like he's fucking Anne Frank? That he's the canary in the coal mine in this particular instance? Why? Everybody has to deal. If you break the law, you don't get to punt it for 2 fucking years and then have your supporters threaten to kill people. We're not all fucking Charles Manson, you asshole.
Next up.
Hi.
I'm Representative Salazar.
I'm Representative Salazar.
The only member of this group that can speak in both languages, so I'm going to do that.
Both of them? Oh my God. First of all, I didn't even know there were 2, but she knows both of them? She can speak in country and Western. Both of them. Fuck you, lady. Both of them? What do you mean? Both European languages? English and Spanish? Right? What? You don't speak Mexican, dum-dum. You don't speak Oaxacan or Nahuatl. I'm pretty sure you mean Spanish, which is another European language. I speak American, god damn it. Both of them. Fuck you.
Spanish when we finish. And I have a few remarks that I think.
Why is that a dunk, dummy? And by the way, no one is surprised that the guys around you don't speak Spanish. They barely speak English. We were just listening to them.
Are going to be very interesting to all of you.
Oh, very interesting. Don't forget.
I represent District Number 27 in Florida.
Yeah, so good you're up here doing the people's work.
Bastion of the ultimate melting pot in the United States.
The bastion of the ultimate melting pot. We've got English speakers and Spanish speakers. Some of the Spanish speakers speak English, and some of the English speakers also speak Spanish. I mean, come on. You don't need anybody else. We don't need these Africans or Middle Easterners. We don't need anybody speaking fucking Farsi or Chinese. What the fuck are you talking about? This is a melting pot. English and a Spanish. That's it.
Very clear that I am here of my own volition.
Yeah, we know. If your constituents paid for it, it would be a violation of your duties as a representative. There's no point.
I'm not on the list of the favorites.
What do you mean, the guys around you? List of the favorites? Who the fuck are you talking about?
I am not looking for a job, and I paid for my own way.
fuck you, okay?
To make sure. And the only
Yeah, just to make sure that none of these assholes, they all came up on a plane together, and I was not invited.
reason why I'm here
The only reason I'm here is because I'm side-funded by Russian money, and I know Inna Yashishin personally, you fucking assholes.
is because thousands of my constituents back in Miami are terrified. Terrified.
Because they are criminals themselves.
When the courts in this country are used as weapons to crush our political enemies. Regardless of what you think of Donald Trump.
No, not regardless. I mean, what you think about him does matter, because what you think of him is based on your assessment of his behavior and his characteristics. And if some of those behaviors are criminal, then you can factor that in. This is not a court of law. It's a court of opinion. And therefore, people can take in all, and maybe a jury can't look at someone's past crimes or other cases unrelated in their judgment of someone. We as human beings absolutely can. You fucking moron.
Regardless of what you think of him.
No, specific to what you think of it.
Regardless of what you feel about him.
I try not to, actually.
Regardless whether you're going to vote for him or not in November.
Not, just saying, not.
Donald Trump is not the only one going through trial. We all are.
No, speak for yourself, lady. No, Pam Bondi and Ronnie Jackson have some issues, but...
And I'm not sure if you know that, but that's the
I was not aware of that. I'm sorry, I've got to go. I'm apparently late for court.
truth.
And I don't even have my briefs on.
Trump may be the one on the stand today, but the same forces that are manipulating
that are the ones who burn crosses.
the court system against him today will be after you tomorrow.
Why? Why? I mean, first of all, it sounds like you're saying if you don't vote for Biden, you're going to go to jail, which sounds like a way of that you're like threatening people to vote for Joe Biden. I don't think that's what I don't think Joe Biden would approve that message.
We do not stop this political cycle circus that we're facing right now.
Cycle circus? Or did she say psycho circus? It's a good Kiss record. I'm just saying.
The empirical evidence is overwhelming.
It is. So much. Empirical evidence. Let's go. Empirical.
Why do I say that? How come
Well, I'm just glad you're saying something different than the rest of these assholes.
a person is being charged and we do not know the charges that are against him are clearly defined?
Yeah, there's like 31 charges, misrepresenting at 3 different stages the payments over 12 months, specifically that they engaged in fraud to hide payments to the porn star via Michael Cohen by creating false payments and then labeling them as legal expenses when they absolutely were not. I mean, maybe you're okay with somebody paying taxes on the same money twice. I'm not. You big government psychopath.
That is all political.
It's so political.
Happens in Cuba and Venezuela, not in the United States.
Does it really happen in Cuba and Venezuela? I don't think they even bother with it. Don't they just push people out windows?
How come the federal prosecutors 6 years ago decided not to touch this case?
Who was president 6 years ago? Why would the federal prosecutors be under the impression, who was running the DOJ at that time? Was that person under the impression that you could file charges against? What was Donald Trump doing 6 years ago when this was going on? I can't imagine. Hey, fuckstick, stop stomping rakes. It makes my job too easy and it's not fun.
But somehow, the state prosecutors in New York decided that it was the right timing because it's all political.
That's right. It's all, well, obviously the crime he committed was political.
Why there are no
where or why, both, you know, a pool or a pond.
Audio recordings. Don't you guys want to hear what's happening? How come there are no cameras in?
What? Hold on. I agree. I would have loved to have fucking cameras and audio recordings of this dipshit. You want to see my impersonation? That's why there were no fucking cameras or audio recordings, dummy.
the courtroom. Why is that? Because
they don't want you to see.
It's all political. But you know what? My parents are Cuban Americans.
Here's the thing. They're Cubans and arrogant. Also, Don seems to be a little confused by what you're saying, but I am all for there being cameras in the rest of these trials. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Because it's all political. But you know what? My parents are Cuban Americans. They are political refugees. They came from Cuba 60 years ago.
Yes, a place where the rulers never face trial. And even if they've committed terrible crimes while in the leadership, the people have no recourse to go after them afterwards at all. It's a terrible... Oh, fuck me.
And political trials happen in banana republics.
Well, I mean, obviously, look. If there's all these bananas laying around, people are going to be litigious. You're going to have slip and fall trials. It's just going to eat up all their time.
In banana republics, not in the United States of America.
We have there's a banana republic at the mall, I think, really. I don't know what their slip and fall policy is. Probably like just like the shoe store next door, I think, pretty much.
Thousands and thousands of my constituents, and that is why I'm here, not because I'm one of the favorites.
No, they don't even like me. They told me not to come.
But thousands of my constituents come from those countries.
Yeah, but hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of yours don't, and are probably like, what the fuck are you doing?
The Cuba, the Venezuela, the Nicaragua, very close to us. And
oh, I see. So you're just in a district that's just full of undocumented immigrants. Cool.
They recognize and see very well when there's a political inquisition going on.
Lady, could you stop? Your accent is making me really uncomfortable.
They have lifted. They have suffered.
This dude's like, how long do we have to listen to a woman, much less listen to a woman with an accent, defend the people in her constituency that are from Venezuela? There's no fucking way they came here legally.
It, and they escaped it, including my parents. And yet now, we're watching this again. Where? In the United States of America.
Ah.
There is something very wrong with this.
Ah, very wrong.
This picture. And we have lifted, and that's why I'm here talking to you.
Hey, don't worry about me. Look, the only thing that's in that guitar case of mine is a guitar, okay?
The states, the courts, the laws, the judges cannot be used as political weapons just to silence the other guy because you do not like him.
Yeah, but what if he commits actual crimes? You also can't not prosecute him just because he was politically connected, right? You can't just, if a former leader, if he commits crimes, you can't just let it slide because of how it'll look.
The ballot box is where you fight those political battles.
Well, that's part of it, obviously, but you know, we're not going to vote on the guilt or the innocence of everybody. Come on.
Not in a court of law.
No, not in a court of law.
And in the meantime,
you fucking peoples, you pig dogs, hatui.
I belonged to you for 35 years.
Oh, because she was a newscaster, a local newscaster. She's one of the people who ran for office, who was like the morning TV person.
You should be ashamed.
Well, man, I feel a little naughty sometimes. Does that make you feel better?
Of how passively you're sitting passively by.
Yeah, well, if you're going to sit passively by, you're going to have to do it passively. I don't feel guilty about passively sitting passively by, because if I'm passively sitting, it's going to be passively. It's just part and parcel of the whole thing. It's kind of part of the package.
Well, the credibility of one of the most revered.
Can you stop gesturing like you're going to spit on us? Is that too much to ask?
American institutions.
I am half Cuban and half chicken. I just want you to know that these are my worms, not your worms.
The judicial system is crumbling in front of your eyes.
It's crumbling before us?
Where is your profession? Where is your impartiality?
Well, they are listening to you and recording what you're saying. I don't know what they're going to report on it, but I think you seem partial.
Your biased coverage.
Well, I gotta say, could you be biased because you came, your parents came from Cuba, and you're kind of reading into this situation from that perspective, and it might be, while your lived experience might be off from the reality, it might, you might be primed to be biased against real trials because of the show trials that happened in your country. I mean, it's okay if you were. I mean, it's understandable, but you got to always. I think you always have to carry around the idea that you might be full of shit by accident,
Will cost us for many generations.
Oh, yes.
Unfortunately, my constituents know this movie does not end well.
Well, it's a comedy. I mean, so a lot of times the bulk of it is really the enjoyment. A lot of times the plot wrap up in a comedy is, kind of lame. I mean, Fletch is the exception, but a lot of times it's just really just to kind of seal, button up the story.
But the problem is that millions and millions of my fellow Americans have never watched it, so they do not know the dangers we're facing. America and its political genius of the American exceptionality.
Yeah, no, I got it. Genius of American exceptionality. I love it. I'm for it.
If we lose faith in it,
yeah, we lose faith in the genius of American exceptionality.
We are marching towards a very dark place.
Newark?
America is the only hope. Ask my parents and my constituents.
I don't have time. I really don't. But I'll take your word for it.
For humanity, and if we want to continue.
If you don't believe me, ask Princess Leia.
Pursuing the happiness of all of us. May the Lord Almighty, the Lord of Abraham, the Lord of Jesus, protect us, because we are in a very dark place.
Well, that's the great thing about him is he's the, I think if you're in a dark place, maybe you are looking for the light bearer. I know there was a guy in the Bible who was the bearer of light. I forget his name. It was Lucy. That's not a guy's name. No guy would have the name Lucy. Boy named Sue. No, it's Lucifer. Louis Cipher. Something like that. I'll remember it later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I almost smacked you in the weird rosy face.
I will get you.
Thank you.
En español, dime. En español, yes.
Yes, ask me a question in Espanol. But not after the white people are done talking, because they don't speak. I'm also consider myself white, but it's important.
Yeah.
We are the largest minority in the country.
Why are you going back to English if you do? Never mind.
The Hispanics.
Yeah, just go ahead. You know what I mean? Why am I even? It's Spanglish. Just go back and forth. Just use. How about every other word?
Hispanos somos la minoría más importante de los Estados Unidos.
You do, and you'll clean it up.
Esto es un circo político que solamente se ve en Cuba, en Venezuela y en Nicaragua. Es una.
Yeah, I think she got Cuba and Venezuela and Nicaragua. I don't think the pronunciation of them changes the meaning of the word. It's not like Chinese. It's one of the digging points that I have with people who are in morning or afternoon news, where all of a sudden they develop a Spanish accent when they say a name of someone from Mexico or Spain or Venezuela or something like that. They start going to Nicaragua and they say it like that. When you can say Nicaragua and they know exactly what you're talking about. Meanwhile, when Chinese names are said, they don't give a fuck about the tones, which literally changes the entire meaning of the person's name. But who gives a shit? Literally change the tone, change the name, literally change the word by changing the tones, but you don't bother. But when it comes to Spanish, everyone all of a sudden wants to be all fancy, I don't know why they don't go. Now, today, we have a report from Paris, France. And after that, we go straight to London, England. Don't you believe it, or whatever.
Que nosotros, independientemente de lo que usted piensa de Trump, si le gusta Trump, si no le gusta Trump, lo que piense de él, en realidad es que en este país no.
Do you know what she's saying? You got a deeper tan than I do. You probably speak that, whatever that is. Huh? Huh?
Really? I think so.
Se logra. Un una lucha política en las cortes.
I don't know why she wasn't invited as one of the favorites. She seems like they seem to dig her. They all seem to be on the same team. None of them seem put off by the fact that she's speaking another language.
Se logra en el ballot box, en las urnas. Y por eso le estoy diciendo a los hispanos, wake up.
Pam Bondi is standing there going, I speak Spanish. I just didn't want to bring it up because the wrong people follow me home.
Despiértense, que lo que está pasando es marxismo y nosotros vinimos a este país para no tener esto, sino para que el futuro de nuestros hijos sea un futuro glorioso.
Don't cry for me, Argentina.
Un país que es el American exceptionality. La
Fantastic job.
Okay, fantastic. Shut the fuck up.
Fantastic job.
Fantastic job. That's the way to get her
Troy
shut
Nails
down.
from the great state of Texas. I tell you what I saw today.
You know, she's speaking. Look at Don Jr. Yeah, it's just, sometimes, you know, the people, the brown people, they get carried away. You know, they say a bunch of shit.
This is nothing more, and the American people see it. This is
Then a witch hunt, or what do you think? A kangaroo court?
election interference.
Election interference. Okay, it had to be one of three.
First time to the courtroom, I sat in there for an hour, and I said, "We've got a
An hour? You tapped out?
Compromise, Judge, no question about it. We've already highlighted to you all about the daughter, big mega donor.
The daughter?
For all the Democrats. They don't want
The daughter's a donor for the Democrats?
Donald Trump off the ballot. They don't want him on the ballot.
Well, make up your mind. Do they want him off the ballot?
For all the Democrats. They don't want Donald Trump off the ballot. They don't want
Donald Trump off the ballot. They want to run against him. Right. I
want him on the ballot.
Oh, or on the ballot. On or off the ballot. They don't want him anywhere near politics, I think is probably.
They don't want Donald Trump holding rallies, because what happens at his rallies?
People wander in and go, this is a bunch of shit, and then they leave early, or I don't know. Increasingly small groups of people gather and wear clothing that is racist and
5 weeks sitting in a courtroom.
Yeah, don't make that gesture when you're talking about what's happening at a Trump rally, dude.
They don't want Donald Trump holding rallies, because what happens at his rallies? This is 5 weeks sitting in a courtroom.
Yeah, easy. You're getting close to the Laura Ingraham area there, buddy.
He should be out reaching the American people and telling the American people what he would like to do for this country.
I agree. Why the fuck does he even talk about his court case? It's not going to play out based on what the public thinks, and he'll have an appeal afterwards. So why doesn't he walk out every day and go, hey, since you're paying attention, here's what I want to do for healthcare. Here's my plan. There it is. Read it. And I'd love to take any questions you might have about it tomorrow, because I'll be back here tomorrow. Meanwhile, here's what I'm going to do about education. He could do that, couldn't he? He could. Right? Huh? Yeah, the Trump molesting a flag tie that he's wearing.
And who shows up? Tens of thousands of people show up.
No. In Wildwood, there was less than 12,000 at its peak, and it never reached capacity of 20,000, not even close. It was about a third full the entire time.
At Donald Trump's rallies, the Democrats hate it. There's not another person on the planet that can do that other than the Pope.
Oh, you mean free events?
The Pope. And what?
Right, but that's I mean, how many people could you say are super popular? Yeah, Taylor Swift. Oh my God, Taylor Swift could shut down a fucking city.
When do people go? They visit the Pope. What do they say? Pope, what can you do? Would you bless me and my family? That's what they want. They want blessings for their family.
Right, and with Trump, they want syphilis. I guess that's what they want from him.
They go see the Pope. When people come to Donald Trump's rallies, they're saying, Donald Trump, we need you more than ever before. Our country...
Why would you need him more than ever before after his first term? You know what I mean? Like, obviously, whatever he did during his first term, whatever fixes he made were shitty, temporary, and weak. What makes you think the second one would be any different?
It's burning. The world's on fire. We need leadership.
No, it isn't. The world is not on fire. As a matter of fact, if it was on fire, we wouldn't be talking about the Middle East or Ukraine or, or inflation, because the world would be on fire.
The American people are begging for leadership, and they're asking Donald J. Trump, stay strong, continue to fight for the American people.
Yeah, they're kind of not.
And the Make America Great movement. That's what this is all about. And all the dishonest media, all of you out there, you don't want to talk about it. You don't want to talk about it. But I
talk about what?
guarantee damn well to you this. Donald Trump's going to be the 47th president. Donald Trump's going to be the 47th president, and he's going to make America great again.
Magoo! He's going to make America great over and over. Magoo! And why would you not take this guy seriously just because he's wearing a tie that has multiple pictures of Donald Trump trying to fuck a flag?
Explain your tie.
Don Jr.
Can you explain your tie? Yes, he's a dipshit.
Spoken to your father about how he would feel if he is.
So, I don't think any of us have seen a more glaring example of undermining American democracy.
They must have turned off one of the mics all of a sudden or something. Nice. Great job, Gorka. You fucking stepped on it, didn't you? Or I guess after the other lady was yelling, they pulled her mic and split.
Then I just witnessed in this courtroom, and we're seeing throughout this court case. What is the offense?
You do not have to articulate your words so much when you are speaking. We can understand you.
What is truly the charge? I guarantee you.
Somebody call Sebastian Maniscalco. Whatever. This dude is fucking stealing his shit.
Jurors don't know the minutia on whether there were records kept right or if a payment was made properly.
But that's why they have evidence and witnesses and a trial to make them understand. That's the prosecution's job. And the defense's job is to refute that, which they failed to do because they only brought, 3 witnesses? 2 of them are the only ones that spoke at any length, and they ate shit.
It is senseless. Then let's just look at...
Senseless. Again, credit for using a new word to say the same shit.
And frivolous. Let's look at the players involved here.
Yeah, let's look at the players.
Can you just at least do that?
Sure, playa.
Bragg. Go back and look at when he...
We've already talked about Bragg. Everybody's covered Bragg. Bragg, you're not making any new... You're boring me. Talking about Bragg.
Ran for DA. He ran on getting Donald Trump.
And he got elected. Apparently, the New Yorkers en masse think Trump is a criminal.
He was paid for...
You know, the people that had him live in their fucking town for decades are like, fuck this guy.
His campaign was paid for. He's owned by the Soros family.
Why would he have to be owned by the Soros family if he ran on getting Trump and the electorate bought it? It was a winning campaign. He didn't run on letting Trump go, and yet he was backed by Soros, and therefore he got in there, and Soros refused, to fund his re-election if he didn't go after Trump. Like, that would be a case. That would be a conversation piece. So far, it just sounds like no one likes Trump, and the people who hate him the most are the people who are around him the most.
That's who this guy is. Look at the timing of when he brought this case to the court. Just so happens we got a presidential election in 5 months. And by the way...
Yeah, but Trump put it off. It could have been last year.
When you're going to...
A bunch of these trials could have happened before he started running.
Accuse the former president of the United States and the leading opponent of Joe Biden's in a presidential election for the United...
Yeah, but there's a huge drop-off after the sitting president to, what qualifies as a candidate.
United States of America, you better have a case. Okay? I'm not hearing anything up there. Take it a little further. This judge, he donates to Joe Biden. His daughter is one of the most prolific fundraisers for the Democrats, for the DNC, and for Kamala Harris.
It's the same shit. You got to do better. We've heard this. It didn't move the needle when other people said it. Why the fuck would it bother us now?
I mean, where does it end with the mockery that has been created here?
The mockery that has been... Okay, again, this is a this is a mockery of our justice system. There's a phrase there, but he just let it slide.
This case never should have come to court. This case is totally frivolous.
You already said frivolous. You used frivolous. I appreciate you saying frivolous earlier, but and way to make sure it gets written down. I mean, obviously that's your marker word. Okay, cool. Frivolous. It also, by the way, frivolous doesn't quite have the gravitas of pushing back against, the counterbalance of former president possibly going to jail.
This case has no merit. Donald Trump is incredibly innocent, and it's
incredibly innocent. He's as innocent as anybody who used to be Jeffrey Epstein's wingman and used to employ Michael Cohen during the time that he lied to Congress.
only about defeating him in November. Everybody's got to understand that.
Why won't you understand that?
This is a weaponization.
Well, if it's not working, then it's not working. Don't worry about it.
Of our judicial system. So it's that serious, it's that scary, it's that bad for the great Constitution.
It is a bad for the great Constitution. Fuck me. Guys, can any of these people talk? What is happening?
It's that serious, it's that scary, it's that bad for the great constitutional republic known as the United States of America.
It's a bad for the great constitutional republic known as America. We're not a democracy, is his point.
Thank you.
I'm Congressman Dale Strong from the great state of Alabama.
I couldn't be farther from where I should be right now, New York City.
I wanted to come here and see it myself.
I couldn't believe all the buildings and the indoor plumbing. How do they do it?
So the common people of this country can understand what's going on. It's election interference at a level never seen before.
All right, you can't directly quote Trump, fuckwad.
We're keeping a candidate that is leading the Republican Party.
Yeah, that's what everybody else said. That's what Trump says. If you're trying to get around his gag order, Okie, dust it the fuck up.
From campaigning throughout this country. What he wants to talk about is inflation. He wants to talk about fuel.
Why doesn't he?
Prices.
Why doesn't he?
Throughout this country. He wants to talk about why interest rates for those that are wanting to build homes is at 6 to 7%.
Ooh. Well, that's an interesting turn of phrase. Anybody notice notice what he said there?
Interest rates for those that are wanting to build homes. He wants to talk about why interest rates for those that are wanting to build homes.
Okay, buy homes is what most people are concerned with. Most people don't build their home. They buy a home that already exists, or or even if there's new construction, they specifically do it. What he's talking about is developers. Donald Trump and this asshole's constituency of rich asshole Alabamans who, finance his campaign are real estate builders. They're developers. That's what he's talking about. And the cost benefit analysis for them is low, so they're not doing it. They don't feel like they can make money hand over fist. Just that it narrows their margin. Build
is at 6 to 7%, and people can't reach their dreams. Let's just put it what it is.
They can't reach their dreams. Hey man, I don't know about you, but I've been down there to Alabama a couple times, and let me tell you what. This is okay. Simmer the fuck down. First of all, everybody can reach their dreams. All you got to do is close your eyes and grab at them with your inside your brain hands. That's what I do in a dream. Boy, like that one time I had that dream about Linda Carter. That was awesome. I had so much fun. Anyways, and the other thing, what the fuck was this dude talking about? Oh, dude, if you gonna come up there and help somebody out, help them out. Don't, this motherfucker would show up at the, at the site of a groundbreaking and you dig a hole, and this motherfucker would take the shovel and pretend to dig the hole you just dug.
This is election interference.
Well, yeah, that's what the case is about. That's why I say paying off that porn star so it keeps the story out of the fucking news so you can get elected and all that shit. You're right. That is election interference. Donald Trump, you are absolutely right, sir. See, some of these guys can be right sometimes. Fucking A. He's right. Donald Trump was engaged in election interference, trying to hide this from the voters. It ain't right. You're right. Thanks for bringing it up.
The highest level so that this...
You also said the highest level thing earlier, at the highest level and the greatest level and most everybody. Trump says that all the time. at some point you gotta tap out, man. It's like you're hitting the intellectual velocity of the speed of light to some degree. I mean, you're getting an ROI on that on the height quotient on that. At a certain point, you know, where at what point does a new high become an old high become a new bottom? Story of my life.
Candidate cannot tell his story throughout this country.
Why can't he just like record it and live stream it then? Like he's home already. You do realize he's got a house like y'all are far from home, but he lives upstairs from this motherfucker like 6 blocks away. He's already back at Trump Tower. If he wants to tell people that shit, he could go on TV tonight. He could live stream on Rumble. Right?
But I'm going to tell you right now,
tell us right now, buddy. Don't wait.
American people see right through it.
Oh, boy, do they. I mean, it's a little hard. You don't see right through him. I mean, he's kind of a gelatinous orange mass or whatever. It's like trying to stare through a mountain of melted circus peanuts.
I'm proud to be.
And dung.
Here with Don Jr.
Because he's going to put in a good word with me with his dad. He's going to come over and sign my tie.
Pam Bondi, members of Congress.
The Spanish lady.
Senate. My man right here. And I'm telling you right.
What? My man right here, fucking, you know, guy, dude, person. My man with the, fuck. I'm as good as names, with names as Trump is.
Right now, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. I saw it in person today.
That really? Really? This is the worst thing that you have ever seen. So ever since you left the barbershop, you have not passed a shiny surface. I'm supposed to believe that. I'm supposed to believe that you have never seen your haircut. Worst thing you've ever seen. Get the ever-loving shit out of here. Somebody walk this dude over to the Bank of America building right behind him. Give him a good gander at that fucking Pat Sajak thing he's got on his head.
It shouldn't be happening.
Well, it is. It's happening. It's happening now. It's the happening, man. Come on. It's happening now. Come on. This is the place to hang out.
And America's going to see right through it.
America's going to see. I think they are. Didn't you say they already are? It's almost over. If they're going to see right through it, they should. Oh, maybe that's why they don't know what's going on, because they're seeing right through it. That's right. That lady was saying that the people weren't knowing that this court case is going on. Turns out the reason that the court case, they don't know about it is because they can see right through it. Apparently, it's transparent. That would explain a lot. Thank you, Alabama.
No, let's answer that real quick.
Yeah, answer that in Spanish.
No, he didn't ask me to come here.
Trump did not ask him to come here. Above all, as a matter of fact, quite the opposite.
I came here on my own because
I don't have anything better to do. I got nowhere else to go. This dude is like Richard Gere in Officer and the Gentle Dung.
Seeing what's going on, I said, rather than someone else try to tell me what's going on,
I'm going to go see it myself, because I don't believe anybody. I don't believe any of these motherfuckers just because they're coming up and telling me so. I don't buy it. I do not buy it. Donald Trump is coming out there every day telling me that it's cold and all this shit, and I went in there to see it for myself.
And someone else trying to tell the people of Alabama what's going on.
Right. Yes. Apparently, Alabama is on a total blackout, and they have no access to video of Donald Trump explaining it directly as the defendant in the fucking case.
I came here and I damn sure saw it myself.
And so what?
It is a circus in that courtroom.
Really? They had balloons and shit, and elephant ears, and an elephant that can balance on a fucking ball, and trapezoid artists.
And I'll promise you, the people are seeing right through it.
That's right. It's the invisible circus. The invisible circus of New York. That's the thing. That's why no one else can see it. You all are seeing right through it, but I can see it with my own eyes. It's just like the ghost that lives in my grandmother's trailer.
And Donald Trump is fixed to be the next president.
He's fixed. to be it, man. So the fix is in. So there ain't even going to be an election. He's helping him rig Alabama because, listen to him. He's telling you, Donald Trump could not win Alabama fair and square.
Of America, and this is going to be part of it.
That's right. They're going to see part of it. Which part? The truck nuts part? The undercarriage? Which part exactly? Because I think that part's on back order. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm Daniel Webster from.
Oh, hey man, thanks for all the words. Hey, this is a dude. I need this dude, man. I don't know what shit means, so I'm glad this dude came up with his fucking book. He is the dictionary guy, right? I don't want to confuse him with the little black dude who's on that TV show. That's different, right? That's Emmanuel Lewis. Anyway, I think they're totally different people. I got a guest. Hi, how you doing, sweet things? She's checking on my sweet cheeks is coming in here. I'm doing good. I got another half hour, but I'm holding up okay.
Do you need us to order you food?
I would love something to eat. Something that does not get stuck between my two teeth would be great. Something. Okay. I trust you. You know what I eat. All right. It looked good. That's what you fell in love with. That face right there. Come on. Man, if Hal ever finds out I'm making sweet talk to Summer, I'm gonna lose the rest of my teeth. That boy, say what you will. He's a very nice feller. You know, he's very sweet and all that kind of stuff, but don't get it squirrely. He's a tooth chipper. That motherfucker will drop you like a wet paper bag.
From Central Florida.
Oh, Central Florida. Do we have anybody from Central Florida that can talk to this motherfucker? Yeah, I'll talk to this fucking dipshit. Why not? Come on. Hey, it's Central Florida. Yeah, you mean the part that smells like oil but has no amusement parks? Yeah, sell it to us, dipshit.
And I came here today for one reason. I want to support my friend.
My friend, Donald Trump, who is guilty, but, you know, I sat there the whole time, 3 rows back, singing the Golden Girls theme to him just to make him feel better. Doom, 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 doom. Thank you for being a friend.
President Donald Trump.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about somebody else.
He's a great man. He deserves an opportunity to campaign. It's not happening. All I saw here is...
He is not happening. You're right. It's happening. This is happening, but he's not happening.
It's what everybody has said. This is a...
Yeah, so we agree. We didn't expect anything original.
Farce. It's an...
I think you mispronounced farts. Yes, he's been shitting his pants.
Just thing to bring someone to trial when they've done nothing. So I haven't...
You're right. He is a do-nothing president and a do-nothing kind of a guy. But I think even a do-nothing can, can commit a crime. Think reckless endangerment, for example.
Seen a person that's committed a crime. Haven't seen any evidence that proves the commission of a crime.
Well, that's because you showed up for the first day of the defense part. You avoided the rest. You're a Johnny-come-lately.
All I've seen is there's a liar, a convicted liar.
Right, who lied on behalf of the defendant.
That's the star witness.
Right, a guy who I'm fairly certain was at like his college graduation and Trump wasn't.
And secondly, a thief. A thief that stole money.
A thief that stole money. A thief that stole money. Talk about being, sorry. Whoops. There we go. I don't think he's a thief. I think he stole my heart. And my name is Harriet Eggman from the great state of Wyoming. Seriously want to sex you up.
Where's the prosecution there?
I agree. Don, why have you not filed charges? Please, somebody file charges against him for stealing $60,000. Let's get this court case rolling.
$60,000.
Yeah, go for it. Don Jr., why is he not being charged? You're the executive vice president of the company. It's your responsibility.
A lot of money. So I know my people, and they believe this to be a farce.
Well, I guess that's what makes them your people. They're equally as dumb as you are.
And I think that we're going to prove that.
Yeah? You think so? Do you, champ? Huh? You got that figured out, do you? Huh? You've been sucking on a little bit of Grandpa's old cough syrup, have you?
I think we're going to win that. But the key is get him out of the way. Let him go campaign. Let him become our president again.
Get him out of the way? No, the key is they're going to get him out of the way, that they won't let him campaign. Motherfucker. Even this dude's confused. Look at this shit. What the fuck did you just say? I thought... Even Don Jr.'s like, kind of a... I don't know if you're mixing metaphors or... it's a big fucking soup. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. We saved the dumbest for last. Thanks. That's been a great waste of time. Everybody get in the car. We're all gonna go eat, and we're gonna go do something the swamp would never do. Sit in a smoke-filled room and try to figure out a way we can rig this trial to protect somebody who's a multimillionaire.
I think everyone understands that this is farce. The guy that there's the star witness literally on the stand yesterday admitted to a crime that's far worse than anything going on.
Admitted to a crime that's far worse than anything going on. So the theft of $60,000 that he believed he was owed from a company he was leaving versus somebody who was doing a catch and kill scheme to win an election fraudulently and hid those payments the same way the mob does. Whatever. That's Newsmax has run out of shit. By the way, you notice how the hologram reporters, these aren't even real reporters. Look at that guy. That guy's not a real person. Look at him. They had the video glitches. If you got a close-up of him, he'd probably have lizard eyes, too. That's it. I love that shitty, like, countrified stinger that they put in there for Newsmax. So, like, they obviously didn't pay for. We're gonna find it on some like website full of like royalty-free music way down at the bottom, so hopefully nobody finds it and uses it again. By the way, yeah, these guys are terrible. Meanwhile, where was Eric? Where's Eric? That's what I think the big question was. Where's Eric? Where's Eric? Eric was on Fox because he tapped out. And Don was filling in for him.
With reaction.
Yes, here now with reaction. By the way, this is Thumb Scamity. Political persecution. It's so sad. It is sad. It's so sad. Guys, it's sad, okay?
Eric Trump, he was in the court.
Oh, my God. He was in the courtroom before. He's not in the courtroom now, but he was there. So terrible.
Courtroom today. I'm sure there's a lot you have to say. I won't even ask a question.
Sean, this shouldn't be happening. We changed the skyline of the entire city. This is all wrong. This is the kind of thing. Sean Hannity. It's the kind of thing. People can't believe it. Can't believe it. It's terrible, Sean Hannity. It's the kind of thing that my father. That's the thing. My father. My father, while I'm pouring concrete, my father is changing the skyline of the thing, and this is what we do as a family. And he dropped everything, and he came to and Sean Hannity.
But you were there. You want to describe to people what actually happened in there? Because the media was kicked out and the courtroom was empty.
Yeah. Right. So was he.
But you were there.
Sean, I've never seen anything like this.
Sean, I've never seen anything like this. I don't even know what this is doing. What are we even doing here? Okay, I should be pouring concrete right now. Okay.
By my father's side almost the entire time. I've spent
almost
many days in the front row of that court, and I've never seen anything like I saw today.
Yeah, but that's because your father's attorneys did not want to bring Robert Costello to the stand. Your dad insisted, and he screwed the pooch.
I think that transparency would be important in a court system in front of a jury to get to the actual truth. That's normally what you're supposed to do in court.
Normally.
And the exact opposite thing happened today. First of all,
the exact opposite.
Well, something's holding the judge back, and I think I know what it is. I think it's his daughter, who's apparently making millions and millions and millions of dollars, raising
jealous much?
Saying millions for Democratic operatives.
She's not making millions. She's raising millions.
Around New York, because today it was proven their star witness, Michael Cohen,
your dad's former fixer,
has lied over and over and over again. He lied.
Yeah, we know this. He's an admitted liar. That's the point. He went to jail for it.
To Congress, he lied to Senate, he lied to the Attorney General of New York, he lied in the DA trial in New York.
Yeah, but now they have recordings proving he's telling the truth.
Lied in the Southern District of New York. He lied.
Yes, all during the time he was under your father's employ.
To his wife, he lied to Judge Palsy, which is the judge that sentenced him. He paid vendors in bags of cash.
Right, and your dad hung on to him like a whoopee.
Stole from our organization.
Yeah, why haven't you filed charges about that?
Right? So then we asked the judge for a motion to dismiss after all these lies, after Michael agrees that he lied to all of these people, right?
Right, so the jury can take that. It was testified to and specifically brought up by both the prosecution and certainly the defense, and the jury can take that into consideration and go, hey, is this recording really Donald Trump? Yes, it is. So who gives a fuck what he did before?
Serial perjurer. He's a serial liar. He can't be...
He's a friend of your family's.
Be trusted, and he is...
He can't be trusted, except your dad trusted him with everything.
They're a star witness. We asked for a motion to dismiss, and
you didn't get it.
Just goes nowhere because somebody is holding this judge back. And then
what would be the motion to dismiss? Is it because he's an admitted liar? Well, he admitted under oath that he had lied. And again, the jury can look at this and decide whether or not he's telling the truth now based on the paperwork they see in front of them, the conversations and the emails and all that kind of shit that verifies what the fuck he's doing and what he's saying now versus before. If he's lying now, he wasn't lying then. And if you're saying he was a liar before, then he's telling the truth now. What the fuck are you talking about?
When I look at what he did to Bob Costello, he wanted to tell his story. He knows the details of this better than anybody. He met with...
Yeah, but not all of it's germane to the charges at hand.
Cohen. He said over and over and over again that Cohen kept on saying that Donald Trump did absolutely nothing wrong. He has no information on Donald Trump. He did nothing illegal. And at every single...
Yeah, during the time... Remember the part where you were just saying about him being a liar? That was then, stupid. We know he said it. That's why it was third-party hearsay, because Costello was referring to conversation and statements made by Cohen in public where he was lying on behalf of Donald Trump. That's why it didn't get included, fuckwad.
Chance that he could stop him, he could sustain. He would block him from any of that testimony. Then,
because it didn't apply to the charges at hand.
As you said before, the top FEC lawyer in the country wants to testify about
something that has nothing to do with this case.
How there is no crime here.
Yeah, but he can't, because it's not an FEC crime.
And again, he wouldn't allow the FEC lawyer.
Because the FEC lawyer is not germane to the charges at hand.
Transparency should be at the heart of this case.
I don't understand why they don't let an FEC lawyer testify at every murder trial or shoplifting trial.
And the judge is blocking it at every single intersection.
No, let me straighten this out for you. It's because your dad's attorneys are either fucking stupid or they're having to follow his orders, which are fucking stupid, and they are asking for things that would not be allowed in any court.
I sit there as a proud son, as a person who knows my father didn't do a damn thing wrong.
So you don't think it's wrong to cheat on his? Well, I mean, I guess technically he buried your mom on a fucking golf course, so I don't know what your moral compass is at all.
And you just watch a sham in New York at this kangaroo court where my father's been censored.
It's a shamgaroo court.
Been admonished. He's been
Admonished. How dare they?
Embarrassed. He's been slandered. He's been held off the campaign trail.
Yeah, but it's been to his benefit, right? Apparently, the less people see of him, the more they like him.
Right? I mean, how much more does a person need to go through? And
quite a bit.
How much more obvious can this be to every single American?
That his face isn't really that color? And that he's not the healthiest president we've ever had, and that he'll live to be 200 years old if he didn't eat junk food? You mean that?
Exactly what's happening right now.
Why are they continuing to pan in on him?
Now, because my father, that man right there on the stage, is winning in every single...
Stage? You mean screen? Because you can see the screen. It's not a stage, it's a screen.
Swing state. He's mopping the floor with Biden right now.
All right, then why are you mad? Seriously. If you're gonna, even if he's found guilty, you'd appeal. If your lawyers are great and there's no case, the chances of, it'd be very difficult to retry this particular case. So, again, what's the fucking problem? Because I just, listening to your tone, I am not getting the feeling that you actually believe what you're saying.
He's about to have one of the biggest rallies in New York history. You saw.
All right.
What happened in Wildwood, New Jersey last week?
Oh, you mean where the place was a third full?
And they can't handle it, so they employ crooked judges.
They can't handle his third full rallies.
And they will not let him out of this case, even though it would have ended day one, second one, for any other person who didn't have the last name Trump.
Well, no, there's a bunch of people who've already gone to jail for it. I mean, again, at what point are you going to... You're just not going to allow people to bring up Martha Stewart's name at all, for example. You're talking about the level of financial crime we're talking about here. There's hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's very similar to, as far as the legal level of it. And the hiding of it was, primarily why she went to jail. It's very similar. There's a lot of overlap. You notice they never bring her up, for example? She was way more liked than Trump.
Well, this has gotten worse and worse.
It's just worse and worse as his polls go up. Yeah, so you're saying his polls aren't going up?
I see happening, and tell me if this is your observation.
Probably. I think. What do you think the chances are that Eric disagrees with Sean Hannity?
Especially when you look at the impeccable credentials of somebody like Bob Costello.
Oh, impeccable. He did get pecked a little.
Or Bradley Smith, who we just played. And
also, didn't he sue Rudy Giuliani for non-payment of funds? And Rudy didn't want to pay him because he lost. And that was he pulled a Trump on him.
And I just think this is a Biden donor judge. You brought up, it's been written about.
All right, so you think that's wrong. So Judge Cannon should go too. We should level the field. So nobody, we should only go with Clinton or Bush appointees. What do you think?
Extensively about the daughter and her political activities and questions.
That would dry up if Trump went to jail?
Questions about whether she might benefit as a result of this trial.
Yeah, or lose money if he goes to jail and there's really no competition the rest of the year. What happens?
He should have recused himself.
Why?
A misdemeanor whose statute of limitations.
Again, there's more reason for him to be abundantly fair because he wouldn't want his rulings overturned on appeal. Why would he make it easy for Trump?
Have run out. Nobody can even identify. I bet if I surveyed the jurors today, they couldn't even tell you what the crime is. They've
actually been addressed by the attorneys what the actual charges are. I don't know why this is a talking point. I think they're allowed to read the indictment, and the judge himself will give jury instructions on what the actual crimes that have been proven and will be given to the jury for the purposes of them, giving a verdict on. Yeah, they're not stupid. He lied on these business filings specifically to hide these payments. This is why they think this is okay. This is why the Trump organization and why Eric and everybody thinks it's okay. Is because they think within a private company that is not publicly traded, if you can call anything you fucking want, and get away with it. The problem is when it's legal fees, you venture into the area where the mob is, where a mobster could, you know, pay his attorney to go pick up a drug, you know, a package of drugs or whatever, and pay the guy the drug money, and then come back and then on paperwork say that all the money that went out the door went to his lawyer, because nobody can tell how many hours the lawyer worked on the case. By the way, anybody want to go watch the last last 20 minutes of The Firm, and you'll understand why this matters.
That brag, the theory is because it doesn't exist. And this is the country we're living in. I think it's backfiring. I think it's boomeranging, and it is hard.
Yeah, so why is Eric upset?
Hard as it is for you and your family and your father, the fact that he's desperately trying to throw them a lifeline tells me that judge knows they lost.
So the judge is desperately trying to throw who a lifeline? The prosecution?
Let me put it in context, Sean.
Please do, because if anybody does context well, it's Eric.
Their whole tactic is to embarrass and confuse.
Yeah, embarrassing his dad is terrible.
People.
Yeah, embarrass and confuse. Have you ever been embarrassed before? Me neither. It's really confusing.
But this is $130,000 from 8 years ago, and they have charged my father.
Yeah, but it's not so much the what, it's the why. And it's also that $130,000 isn't just the singular part of it. They're also including the Karen McDougal payment and the other dude, and the how he hid it in the filings is the point.
With 34 felony counts, right? While they shut down all of New York, every morning they shut down the FDR Drive on the way down. Then they...
Yeah, but I mean, they don't have to. They're doing it for his safety. But they don't. New York isn't shut down. Really? Jesus Christ! These guys actually think that anything they can't see doesn't exist. They believe in like the current res idea of the universe, that the universe only exists insofar as I can see it.
It's around the courthouse for literally blocks and blocks with the biggest law enforcement presence you've ever seen.
Probably not. Probably not. Yeah.
Then they close the FDR on the way uptown.
Right. Again, for his safety so he can leave.
You have every single DA in New York, the top brass of the DA's office. They're all...
No, just the financial crimes guys.
All sitting there. They're all giggling.
Well, I mean, it's that part I can't argue with. I would be giggling too every time he farts. I'd be like, Jesus. I mean, I'd be laughing because I'd have those menthol streaks under my nose like Clarice Starling in Silence of the Lambs.
Resources, the years of time that they've spent on this.
Well, yeah, it's a complicated crime. That's why what your dad counted on.
For $130,000 from 8 years ago for an accountant that booked a legal expense, a longtime personal attorney.
A longtime personal attorney? You mean professional liar?
A legal expense? No one believes it as the little kids are getting shot in New York and
when has that never been true?
Women are getting hurt and people are getting...
Women are getting hurt?
Mugged.
Emotionally or...
Illegal immigrants are taking over the city.
Illegal immigrants are taking over the city. How are they? And I gotta say what you will about illegal immigrants, man. But man, they've got skills. They can multitask because they're taking over the city while they're mugging everybody and hurting everyone and shooting kids. I mean, it's amazing that they can juggle it. That's why they're taking our jobs. You know, I gotta tell you know.
And you can't shop at CVS because everything's locked behind plexiglass because.
Well, you can shop there. You just ask for them to open it. I mean, it is New York.
There's so much shoplifting. No one...
Shoplifting? I've never heard of this. Does this involve? Is this like murder and shoplifting at the time? Again, these illegal immigrants, man, they can do so much at once. I don't know how we're going to compete. They're like human AI that speaks Spanish.
Yes, because everything's locked behind plexiglass because there's so much shoplifting. No one believes this. This is...
Oh, sorry, he didn't say shoplifting. He said shoplifting.
Legal lawfare. It's been what they've been doing to my father since...
Well, if it's legal lawfare, then what's your complaint? If it was illegal lawfare, then I think you'd have a case. But it's legal lawfare. It's legally they can do this kind of thing, apparently. So
since he came down that escalator. This is no surprise to anybody. They're out...
Couldn't he just walk down like normal people?
To get the guy. Alvin Bragg will stop at nothing.
Well, he doesn't have to stop, I don't think.
And by the way, guys like Soros are telling him, you take down Donald Trump because otherwise we're going to have a real problem November 5th.
Let me tell you.
Are they? Do they telegrams or whatever? Did you overhear the phone call while you were there? I mean, it shouldn't be hard to hear Bragg talking to Soros over all the giggling, but
the whole country is getting it. The whole country is seeing it. Our fundraising is off the charts because of it. He's winning.
No, it's not. Truth Social is making so much. Well, it's losing $327.6 million while only making $730K, but whatever.
In the polls because of it. It's a law of adverse consequences. Sometimes things that they can't see come back and bite them in the butt, and that's exactly what's happening here. But
yeah, that's what's happening. So I don't know why you're complaining.
It's just a shame that great man right there has to sit through this nonsense.
What do you mean, being in public with that hairdo?
He's a great president. He's a great person. He's a great father. And this country deserves a lot better than this nonsense.
Then what? Him skating into another term, which is apparently what you're saying?
Oh, I'm going to agree with that last part. This country.
Yeah, I'll get around to it eventually, but my vape is wearing off.
He deserves so much better.
He deserves so much better. Like Rikers, really? I mean, he should go to a big federal pen.
And it's sad. All right, Eric, thank you. Hey, Sean
Wow, that's the entirety of it. He deserves so much better. Okay, do I have time? No, I have 5 minutes. Can we do something unrelated just for a second? Because this made me laugh when I saw it. This is fucking ridiculous. First of all, we don't have to do this video because we don't have time, but this is Jimmy Dore. U.S. world domination is now over. China and Russia building new world order. He says that like that would be a good thing. Like a fucking maniac. Go live in either of those places, shitheel. Okay. There is, let's see. Where'd this go? Yeah, here it is. Is Diddy a Fed? Boy, just anything not to talk about hush money trial. Maybe that's one of the reasons why the hush money trial isn't getting the play it's supposed to in Trump land is because these motherfuckers don't want to talk about Trump paying off a porn star and a playmate and a dude who said that he fathered a love child. Try harder, shit. Okay, here we go.
It's live sporting events, and that's why they've baked this music into live sporting events.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. This is where they start the video. I don't know.
And we wonder why our young people are so depraved and so...
Oh, I see. Hip-hop is making the children violent and awful. Something like that. Rap music is the problem.
Yes. Just violent and have no control of their emotions, no control of their sexuality.
No control of their sexuality. I think they're trying to take control of it. You could say too much, maybe, but...
just sexually fluid and sexually promiscuous.
Oh, sexually fluid. That sounds gross. Don't let that happen. That's nasty. It's just... Like Trump, you mean?
The music promotes it. And music influences people in a way that other art forms just don't.
That's right. It's true. Music influences people in a way that other art forms just don't. Like, I mean, I feel like I've been to the Copacabana. You know what I mean? I feel like I know Lola personally. You know? Sometimes I will find myself wanting to take it to the streets just because I hear Michael McDonald's taking it to the street, and I just run right out into traffic. It's dangerous.
You remember every lyric of your favorite song. You never...
Yeah, just the favorite ones.
Never remember every word of a movie you saw.
I kind of do, actually.
Or even a TV show you saw.
Yeah, you don't. Nobody quotes movies and TV shows.
Music is
You are stupid.
Very powerful form of communication that touches your soul in a way that other art forms don't.
And this type of music that he's talking about removes your soul entirely.
And so I'm not shocked. Diddy and his depraved behavior, from the video beating up the woman to the accusations of sex trafficking, it goes right along with rap music. It's peanut butter.
Also,
butter and jelly.
Okay, first of all, if you had a lineup of rap artists and you were like, which one of these guys is involved and hip hop artists is engaged in human trafficking and beats their wife or girlfriend or whatever, Diddy wouldn't even have been on the list up till now, until this shit started coming out, because he played at being this kind of aristocratic power player. Right? You'd probably look at Ice Cube or Ice-T and go, oh, that fucking dude, look at that dude. If you're just going on people's looks, and that's not true. Neither one of those guys would do that at all. I mean, I don't know about Ice Cube, but Ice-T definitely. He's definitely on the up and up. These are the same motherfuckers who told me that Richard Pryor and Prince are the bad guys, but Michael Jackson and Bill Cosby are the good guys. Get the fuck out of here.
I have to tell you, there's only, I just read this morning, I think there's...
Was Glenn in a home? He can't be on camera, you dirty bastard. Where are you? What are you doing? What are you doing, Glenn, that you can't be on camera? Huh? Stu's on camera. The fuck is going on?
I can't remember what it was called.
Oh, he's drunk. Okay. Yeah.
There's 4% of the population that has this disorder, and music does not move them. That means 96% of human beings on Earth, it moves them spiritually and it moves them internally.
Yeah, I remember that movie. It was it was the sequel to Footloose, Footless. That's what it was.
Music has tremendous power to it.
Mm-hmm. Especially like Christopher Cross. Get the fuck out of here, man. I was born the son of a lawless man. Lived my life with a gun in my hand. I was trying to do as I was told. Gotta run like the wind before I get up. And I've got such a long way to go. Such a long way to go. Yeah, I know. Makes me want to shoot people.
That I think we're seeing the results of now. So
yeah, it's the results of music. Yeah, you know what one's really fucking scary? And these people all sing it in groups. It's like it's really fucking violent. What is it? Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war. Remember that song? Oh, god damn.
You know what comes to mind?
I think the Koreshians were humming that as they stockpiled grenades.
When I'm reading the stuff about
word stuff. Books also. Books are terrible. There's like 96% of people that can read are affected by what they read, I hear.
P. Diddy is Epstein. And I absolutely am convinced Epstein was an agent of our government or a government.
So he was set up to take down Clinton and Trump?
And it's why he got away with so much. I think he was...
Well, apparently not.
...as an agent for our government.
Why would it... based on fucking... Okay, fuck you. An agent for our government. Eat shit.
P. Diddy had cameras in every room.
Yes, that's what blackmailers do.
Buddy came over and doing all kinds of...
No, not everybody did.
...stuff. He has dirt on everybody.
No, he doesn't. He only has dirt on the people who get dirty, you dumb motherfucker.
Do you think he was an agent?
Of course he was. That's why that's why everybody doesn't want to talk about him.
Yes, I think a CIA agent.
Fuck you. Again, this is the God of the gaps argument with the CIA. Just because the CIA can't tell you anything, these motherfuckers can concoct some bizarre scheme. Eat shit. CIA agents all over the fucking world die so you can be free, you dumb motherfucker. You're just gonna paint them with this asshole?
Would be my guess, and I think that a lot of the people in the rap music industry are.
Oh my God, yeah. Rap music is a CIA construct. God damn it. Get over yourselves. Jeez, this is like how do they manage to be dumber than Alex Jones?
And I'll say this as someone.
Wait. Yeah. You think a lot are?
Yes, because Glenn, look at. I mean, again.
Yeah, who would make that kind of music? Nobody likes it, and the people that make it, it's not like they make money and get girls and wealth and cars and stuff doing it. Why would anybody do that? You'd have to be bought off. Get the fuck out of here.
There's no reason for you to know all these details. Rap probably hasn't been your thing, but it has been mine ever since I was a kid. And so
yeah, that's why you're a criminal and you work for a criminal. That's why you're devoid of a soul. You listened to rap when you were growing up, and that's what like took a melon baller to your soul, scooped out all your morals, and made it okay for you to work at the Blaze for Glenn Beck. If it wasn't for rap music, you'd be a complete human being, and you never would have worked for this motherfucker ever.
I've
no matter how much money he threw your way.
Followed the rap music industry.
Have you? Do they know? Do they ever? Are they on to you? Or are you just really good at following them? You mean stalk them?
Right now, there's so little talent, actual talent.
Ouch.
That in rap music, and so it doesn't require some level of skill, and so.
What the fuck are you talking about? Rap is harder to do now than it ever has been. Jesus Christ, man. Rap started out as, I'm a big guy, and I walk around, and I dance all over this silly town, and I make noise, and everybody likes it. Come on, jump on my feet as I bikes it across town to meet my friends. You know that it's coming to the very end. All right, Rap Ricky, a Ricky Rap. My name is Rap Ricky, a Ricky Rap. Like, that's how it started. Now it's fucking Eminem trying to like set records for the numbers of fucking syllables he can put in shit. What are you talking about?
These people are clearly selected. A Sexy Red or a Cardi B or a bunch of these.
Yes, no one chooses attractive people for pop music. What the fuck?
These very popular rappers now, they have no talent. So.
Well, I think that's something you, like, that seems to be, like, your opinion of female rappers.
How do they get picked?
I know how to rap. By the way, somebody in the chat's like, Hal, we're the same age. You know how to rap better than that. Yes, I do, but I'm making a joke. That's the point.
How does everybody fit the profile of someone who, if they weren't a rapper, there's nothing else on the planet that they're capable of really doing?
Jesus Christ, that's true of almost all musicians.
Than being a rap music celebrity.
Yeah, say what you will about guitar players and rock bands, but but with that kind of finger motion, they sure could type if they really needed a job. Get the fuck out of here.
And so, yeah, I think all of these people are picked, they're groomed, and then they're giving talk. The music industry gives them rapping points or talking points.
Rapping points. This is what you're going to rap about to turn the kids into degenerates for the great CIA plan to turn America's children into degenerates? What?
Points or things they have to support and believe in what the music has to be. I think.
Why? Because you think, given half a chance, they would rap about Trump?
Again, the people that want to bring down America and the freedoms that we have taken for granted.
Yeah, because that's what I'm sick of. All these communist rappers, all these rappers who are they're not talking about bling and you know they're all anti-gun and they're anti-capitalist and they're all about like conformist monogamy mixed with polyamory. They're all pro-trans and gay. They're all, you know, they're pushing this kind of politically correct woman shit. What?
Here in America, they're using this particular art form or music form to help accomplish those goals. And that's why, I mean, it's run by a very, very criminal element. Not just.
He means Jews, by the way.
Just the artists, but the people in charge of the record labels, It's a band of criminals, and it.
What? First of all, Diddy is the guy who ran the fucking label. He's the criminal. He's the top of the pile in this particular situation, you dumb motherfucker. They only achieved this much because they were literally able to claw their way to the top of this pile using the fact that people had been racially kept down from like Prince and other people from owning their masters and all this kind of stuff. And after that cycle ended, you had a bunch of people who came out and they were literally allowed to kind of run roughshod over people because of the fear of people judging those in charge of the labels and whatnot of trying to force them to sign contracts. So they partnered with them. Everybody created their own fucking label like Bad Boy and all that kind of shit. That happened because they've been screwing people for so fucking long. This asshole probably thinks Prince really changed his name to a symbol just to be weird and not because Warner Brothers owned Prince, Prince Rogers Nation, Prince in the Revolution, Prince in the New Power Generation, and he couldn't make an album under any of those names. So he said, fuck you, I'll just draw my name and people can call it what they fucking want. And then as soon as the contract was over, magically everybody's calling him Prince again. You know how that works? You notice that? Did you ever see that? These are the dumbest motherfuckers.
And I think the government has dirt on all of them. We've listened.
Why would they have dirt on? He's got dirt on other people. He's using it to manipulate himself to the top of the pile in an industry. He doesn't need the government's help, you dumb motherfucker.
Kanye West has said in an interview
that Nick Fuentes is a friend and that the Jews are to blame for everything and Donald Trump is his savior.
Hey, look, they can't pressure me the way they pressure some of these other artists because
I don't like Jews to start with. What do you mean?
Never committed murder. He said that. And he said it as a way of saying they have dirt on these other artists so they can control them. They don't have that kind of dirt on me.
That's because some of the other rap guys literally started in gangs. That's why they call it, wait for it, gangster rap. Yes, they don't have leverage on the other posers, but apparently I don't know that anybody would need to have leverage on Ice-T to make him not be an anti-Semite.
That's why I'm harder to control.
What? He's harder to control because he's a fucking bigot and a lunatic.
I will tell you, I just talked to somebody who
listens to that kind of music. I don't do it, but
works in Hollywood and
works in Hollywood. Oh, do tell. Who works in Hollywood?
Is a good guy and.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so he doesn't really work in Hollywood. He works against Hollywood from the inside.
Is just disgusted and is just...
So he can't get hired anymore? He was fine with it until... So he used to work for Weinstein, and then Weinstein got fucked and went to jail, and all of his work dried up because they were buddies.
Dying to leave, but he's in a position to where he sees it all.
Dying to leave? Then fucking leave. What do you mean dying to leave? If it's morally reprehensible and they're doing all this horrible shit, why do you stay?
And we were talking, and I couldn't believe, because he said it just dead straight. He said, Glenn, you read about the sex things and you seeing these documentaries on. He said, you have no idea. It is full out, almost devil worship. He said,
oh, God. But I can't leave it. It's almost full out devil worship, but I can't leave. But the money's too good. What the fuck are you talking about? Just like it hurts. It's so dumb. For the record, all through Queer as Folk, Lab Rats, Dude, Where's My Car, the movies that I've done, including Spider-Man 2, everybody involved in that, lovely people working very hard to try and make a living doing the art they love. Period. End of story. Now, some people, in the maggot crowd will call me a C-lister or something like that, while at the same time saying A-listers eat babies. So I guess it's a compliment that I'm never considered an A-lister because you would have to be a baby eater to get there. Meanwhile, apparently, Glenn's only friend in, quote, Hollywood is a fucking baby eater.
It is so dark.
You mean the people you have to work with?
In Hollywood, and the things that go on, if
bullshit.
People knew that these documentaries are just scratching the surface of what really happens. That's terrifying. Just terrifying. Jason Whitlock is who we're talking to. He's a long time.
He's equally as full of shit as I am.
I'm sports writer, TV personality from ESPN. If you ever watch ESPN, you know who he is.
Yeah, I don't really. I think it promotes violence. I think a lot of sports denigrates the human mind, and I think competition, singular sports are a good idea, but I think any type of team sports is a bad idea. It teaches conformity and violence. I'm just fucking around.
I mean, he's the guy who started the
By the way, if these guys were in Hollywood, if he was in Hollywood and they were talking about sports figures, he'd be going, they worship the devil in the fucking NFL or some shit.
Defeated for
that the kneeling wasn't about kneeling, because I can't go any further because of the flag stuff, that they were kneeling for Satan or some shit. Believe me.
ESPN and steered Fox Sports 1 studio show, Speak for Yourself. But he's also, and I just have to point this out because I find it amazing with people with different opinions actually winning things. While he was at the Kansas City Star, he won the Scripps Howard National Journalism Award for commentary in 2007, which is a really big deal. He is the only sports writer to ever win that award. Quite an accomplishment. Jason, we only have a few minutes.
Is there a reason why he wouldn't? You mean, is it because he's black? What, do you think he was a DEI win? Or are you... Good Lord. Yes, I am sitting. I'm using my rolling stool because I did the earlier show, and I was working on my computer before that show, and so, yeah. I'm sitting on my my rounded stool.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Just want to...
Yes, please, Boris, tell us more eyes wide shut stories.
Quick answer from me, because I want to get into something a little deeper. Last question on P. Diddy. The videotape is out. He was taping people in his house. Is he done? Is he Louis C.K. at least for a little while?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he's Russell Simmons. He was Russell Simmons, another rap mogul who got Me Too'd, and I think now lives in Bali, and basically had to leave the country for peace. And I think that's where Diddy's going to end up if there are no criminal charges. I think he just ends up moving out of the country and existing from afar.
Yeah, wherever the CIA puts him. Like, again, why the fuck would he have to move out of the country if he's a CIA construct? Won't they give him a new fucking face or something? I gotta say, like, I enjoy a good conspiracy theory conversation. I really do. And I was certainly the first time and only time I was on Alex Jones's show, I was confronted with the shocking reality that Alex Jones is a liar and a fraud and is selling a bunch of bullshit to people that he views largely as saps, and he's feathered his nest quite well with it. And hey, I can I even argue with it? I don't make that kind of money. I'm trying to get you guys to subscribe to the point where I'm at 100,000 so I can get that little button and put it on my wall, and it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But I'm hammering away, and there he is sitting on top of what used to be millions of dollars that he shuffled out of the country so he doesn't have to pay the Sandy Hook families. So you can't argue with success. But that motherfucker, I was confronted with the fact that he is absolutely full of shit, and he knows it. Same thing with Glenn Beck, and the flippant way that these motherfuckers will concoct a conspiracy that involves CIA agents, FBI agents, or the police, or the ATF, or Customs and Border Patrol, or the president himself at any given time, apropos of nothing, just because they probably is some sort of cabal of fucking baby-eating, child sex traffickers, probably, The way they would flippantly fucking talk about that is grotesque. If you have evidence about someone that does something like that, you present it and you bore those people out. Oh my gosh, Charlie, thank you so much. I've been on for 5 hours. I really appreciate the support. I really do. Because I filled in for Joan for free. Just saying. It's just something I do as a favor to CPT when they ask me to. And do I get the ad rep? No, I do not. I just do it because I'm a nice guy. That said, in the meantime, bless you, that while all this, I have no doubt that the power elites and other people will sometimes conspire to do things. It is not as generic a thing as to say that's how the world runs, because it's just a lazy, nihilistic way of outsourcing your grievance with the government or other people. Oh, yes, it's true. 6 hours. That's true. Because I did start at noon. You're right. I'm still counting the hour that I thought I had an extra hour. Right. But whatever you think of, CIA shit over the years or whatever, but there are stars on the wall of the CIA. And this is not as someone who has ever worked for them or even been approached or any of that bullshit. So put that aside, dickheads. I totally would love to, but not it's going to happen. I'm too well known and too interesting. But I wouldn't do them any good. I'd be too much of I'd draw too many eyeballs. But there are people who have died in the service of this country, and you can't even know who they are and what they did to do it. And these motherfuckers will dance and piss on their dance on and piss on their graves with such abandon that it's just it upsets my sense of right and wrong. It really does. If there's somebody who does something bad, or there's a J. Edgar Hoover in the FBI or whatever, that person needs to be called out. But this kind of blanket bullshit where they'll castigate people who really do take an oath to protect this country, and they live under the protection of those people. And then they just, like Jimmy Dore and Beck do all the time. It's just fucking gross. If you really believe that, if you really, really believe that the CIA is concocting all of rap music to destroy the United States from the inside, if you really believe that, what the fuck are you doing here? It's one thing to say America, love it or leave it. It's another thing to believe that this place is the essence of evil and the progenitor of all evil in the world, and still live here under its protection. That makes you worse. You're not again, you're not a vegan if you eat meat, but you don't count it because you didn't do the hunting. You don't get to call yourself a vegan if you eat the meat someone else killed. I didn't hurt it. I didn't hurt the animal. It was already dead when I got there. Fuck off. And I would, how there was that guy, and I'll end on this because I gotta go. But that guy who walked up to like John, was it John Glenn or Buzz Aldrin? I forget who it was. I think it might have been John Glenn. But walked up to him and said the moon landing was fake, and he just had enough and he punched the fucking guy. And I was like, I enjoyed that a little too much. I would love for Glenn Beck to stand in front of a CIA agent who works for a living, who does all the stuff. Yeah, it was Buzz. Okay. Right? I would love for him to stand there and talk, like, right in front of somebody, like a long-serving member of the CIA, and say that shit right to their face. Because fuck you. Oi. Why would a meat eater say that they're vegan? I'm using it as an analogy. They are the equivalent, these guys. Jimmy Dore is the equivalent of a person who considers themselves a vegan but eats the meat that someone else killed. Because they view America as the source of all evil on the earth, and that if America ceased to exist, all would be right in the world, and yet they would live nowhere else. They speak no other language. They know no other culture. They don't even travel outside of normal tourist places that other Americans go to. Just, it's one of my little nitpicking issues. Should I dissect Project 2025 and read through the whole thing? I will gladly do that. Is that what people are? Yeah, bubble boys, exactly. I'll gladly do that. You see, I'll download it onto my iPad, and then I'll see if I can figure out a theatrical and funny way of doing it. Have Vikas read it or some shit like that. Yeah, not today, because I have to go to the bathroom and I need to eat. But yeah, it's a good idea. Yeah. Anyways, love you guys. Take care of yourselves and take care of somebody else. Thanks for sticking around. Hit that like on your way out. Just try.
I hope they now go and take a look at the oranges. The Mueller report, I wish, covered